Arc 6, Chapter 55, You Who Awaits the Snowmelt. Deep, weighty, bitter darkness was what was present. Coarsely, like all things negative of this world were being blended into a heterogeneous mixture, he felt such cumbrous, choking darkness thickly coiling upon his entire body. His face, his body, his limbs, his supposed skin were all corrupted by that darkness, and oozily it soaked into his blood, and accompanying that was a sense of discomfort as if calling upon his thirst. Imaginable or not, it felt as if all leftover parts of his body were covered with scabs. His skin became taut, and the feeling of it not even feeling like the skin of a human upon touch reversed, for the fingers that would touch the scabs were covered with scabs themselves, and he lost understanding of the form of his true self. No, what he truly couldn't understand was not merely his outward appearance. Something further in the interior, as if his essence, otherwise what should likely be named as his soul. Losing its form, the state of his own soul, at the end of the repetition of this sheerly hopeless straying, he felt as if fingers were coming into view from those fragments. As his reaction to those appearing fingers was covered in scabs as aforementioned, rendered futile, perhaps it could be said to be merely uneasiness and something greater, repugnance. As if they things someone could possibly grasp. Was the self he sought truly present ahead? Before he was pulled in, the moment he had reached here, didn't a completely new self of his take shape? Though it was queer imagination, it was not something completely implausible. The truth is, the happenings within his body gave a sudden sense of abruptness inclined towards that, and brought about impracticality. Grasping that as his own affair, accepting the trial which posed in front of him, he sought the spectacle which lay ahead of overcoming it. For just that, just how much time had he devoted? That is why, he felt a heavy sense of uneasiness. Should he really go ahead of this point? Was the place in which he would be received, accepted, sought, truly there? Entrustment, forgiveness, faith, wishing, his self which had engaged in all those, was it truly present there? I love you. Such incomparable uneasiness was melted by the voice which felt as if it was leading the way, and fading away. White, bright, tall, precious, beautiful, sweet, light was what he faced. And that soul was, Natsuki Subaru was. Upon that moment, Natsuki Subaru revived and reawakened his consciousness from the deepest of slumbers. Subaru, ah. A weak sigh spilled out of his mouth at first. It was his own voice, though husky and lacking life. But with this, he understood he had not been rendered mentally to a point where he would no longer be able to even speak. This made for a single step forward. As for the rest, he must confirm that he had not been reset to a person with entirely and different sense of values. Are you awake, Subaru? The chime of a silver bell had been observing Subaru's ear and forehead from the side, immediately close to him. A chime refreshing, kind, peaceful and lovable. The voice he had heard just a few moments ago whilst in a terrible condition. His heart bounced upon hearing it now. With his chest hurting him, Subaru slowly turned sideward. What awaited there was an amethyst glimmer, with eyes dyed in concern. Subaru, Emilia? Emilia, yeah, that's right. Subaru, are you okay? Can you get up? Are you able to speak properly? Subaru, With her name called to her, the possessor of the amethyst eyes Emilia wet her lips and tilted her head. Beautiful long silver hair flowed down her white shoulders. It seemed like the glow of the moon was swimming gracefully within light. Her heroic beauty scorched Subaru's heart. Frankly speaking, there stood a girl too beautiful to think that she was of this world. Subaru, wah. The moment he grew conscious of that, Subaru's blood flow rejuvenated with great vigor. His face grew warmer, his face became redder, as he darted his eyes in all directions, rendered unable to raise his voice. Blushing so intensely that his ears nearly started hurting, he spilled out a voice saying ah ha. Emilia, ah ha. Surprised by his antics, Emilia furrowed her finely shaped eyebrows. Even the slightest of her gestures seemed like a work of art painted with extreme detail by the artist. Witnessing this from a distance where they could feel each other's breaths, Subaru suffered with a rapid increase of heart rate. What's this? Just what was this? Is this real? Isn't this a mirage or an illusion? Speaking of mirages in the middle of a desert, that would be an oasis. In other words, what you see at that moment is what you desire the most. Then in accordance with that rule, this definitely should be a mirage. What an extravagant illusion.
Emilia, are you okay, Subaru?
Something's wrong after all.
You were collapsed, after all.
Subaru, bar.
Emilia, see, you just said bar.
Subaru was caught up in a vortex of confusion, as the reversed palm on his forehead trembled. Upon witnessing that, Emilia blinked her twinkling eyes to confirm Subaru's possible injuries, as Subaru was denied his Emilia illusion whilst he tasted seriousness like that of the scholar who disproved the Ptolemaic theory. However, he certainly did feel the sensation of contact. Reality affirmed her existence. And not only did it affirm that Emilia truly existed, but also that his self was Natsuki Subaru. And above all,
what's with this conversing while ignoring Betty? Stop it, I suppose. Geez, it isn't just Emilia who's worried, in fact.
Subaru, HK. Opposite to Emilia, a young voice, seemingly displeased, echoed and turned around. He leapt towards the turned figure, who belonged to a young girl with puffed-up cheeks.
Subaru, Beatrice. Beatrice, that's quite the low voice, I suppose. As if you can't believe Betty is here, your expression speaks the same, in fact.
Accepting the faint call, Beatrice relaxed her furrowed eyebrows. Though her words were harsh, her voice had a tint of concern and relief. The relief for Subaru waking up, and the concern for Subaru collapsing. Giving that impression, Beatrice's attitude no, her entire existence jolted Subaru's heart. In other words,
Beatrice, Naya?
Grabbing Beatrice's figure, Subaru immediately pulled her light body towards his chest. Light. Her body was truly light. Unable to resist upon his sudden action, Beatrice was completely engulfed within Subaru's arms as her eyes encircled. Atop the emerald bed covered with vines and creepers, with all his strength Subaru confirmed her existence.
Subaru, Beatrice, Beatrice, Beatrice.
Beatrice, www what, I suppose? What happened, in fact? This is too sudden. Subaru, you really have such a calming face. Cuteness that's seemingly welcoming someone back to his parents' home. I'll fall for you.
Beatrice, what, that better not be a compliment, in fact.
Hugging her and viewing Beatrice's face, Subaru said earnestly. Becoming redder due to his actions and words, Beatrice put her palm on Subaru's face with strength. As the young girl's tiny fingers touched his cheek and ear, whilst tasting cute pain, Subaru truly felt the existence of the young girl named Beatrice with certainty.
Emilia, geez.
Subaru, don't start fooling around immediately after waking up. We don't even know why you collapsed, yet. Feeling slightly left out, so spoke Emilia sharply towards Subaru, who was busy hugging Beatrice. Concerned for Subaru's body, Emilia tried to grab his shoulder, but then stopped.
Emilia, Subaru?
Emilia, tinted with more of concern than rage. The emotions blended within her voice changed into a single shade of worry. Her eyes, painted with surprise, were looking at Subaru whom she had tried to grasp. The shoulder of Subaru, who was faintly trembling, and crying,
Subaru, kh. Beatrice, Subaru? Subaru, what happened, I suppose?
Betty is right here, in fact.
It's all right, I suppose.
You don't have to cry, in fact. Noticing Subaru's state, who let out a faint wail from his throat and wept, Beatrice erased the color of chaos from her face entirely and caressed Subaru's cheek, which was stained with tears. His faintly trembling hands were trying to release Beatrice's young, petite body. Beatrice understood that anxiety and fear was the cause of that. Henceforth, Beatrice gently called out to his heart that he doesn't have to cry.
That he is all right.
That she is right there.
Emilia, stop crying, Subaru. You don't have to rush.
Slowly, take a deep breath, calm down. Beatrice and I are both right here with you. Just like Beatrice, Emilia consoled Subaru on top of the bed. Her hand, which had earlier halted in hesitation, now touched Subaru's shoulder. Emilia's voice, like the chime of a silver bell, respected Subaru's actions and determinations.
The two's existences and ways did not change.
The sublime two did not change, even within a world where everything had been brought to ruin, where everything had been lost irrecoverably. They still gave precedence to others, to Subaru instead of themselves, even whilst they stood at the door of death. Having confirmed that, having recognized that, this time for sure, he shall work to push through. Natsuki Subaru, in order to regain everything as Natsuki Subaru. Subaru, I've returned. A crying voice accompanied with a disheveled attitude, though he had been in other situations which could not have been more pathetic, more disgraceful. Natsuki Subaru commenced a new loop in order to rescue everything. Subaru, and so, it seems that I actually lost my memories in the library of Taigeta. I get that this may not mesh well for everyone in a lot of ways and thus quite a problem, but please understand. On the breakfast table, Subaru courteously bowed his head down before all of his comrades, who were sitting in a circle. Such explosive words of Subaru's triggered all kinds of reactions amongst everyone. Even so, the most prominent of them was confusion. Mayhem or grief had seemingly been postponed to later. Emilia, everyone is really worried for Subaru. But, Subaru is utmost worried for us so. Ram, Emilia, some may say so, but. By Subaru's side, Emilia followed up with a concerned yet understanding expression. However, Emilia's words were viewed skeptically by Ram. She folded her own arms and glared at Subaru with her light crimson eyes. Ram doesn't see that Barusu is the one who's utmost worried. Rather, Barusu, what is this farce?
Subaru, it's not a farce.
I'm speaking my heart out about my concern and the truth really honestly. My chest is about to burst from the idea of being stubborn and not telling about it, considering the tragedy that brings. Ram's glare became increasingly suspicious upon Subaru's response, as he answered with a grim expression. Emilia made a hurried response to the two's severe exchange, having heard the situation moments beforehand in the green room. Upon hearing about his amnesia, Emilia and Beatrice were astonished but accepted it with concern for Subaru's safety. The sequence followed the footsteps of what had happened previously this time as well, and he had asked her to provide backup to him whilst he opened his heart out. Retiring from that previously horrible environment, Natsuki Subaru now broke into an entirely new environment. Should it be said in a stylish manner, he had determined his resolve to start life in the different world from zero once again, but of course the actual circumstance was nothing so wonderful. It's good that he has resolved, but at that moment wherein he wished for death, it's possible that could have been the end for him, without that happening to him, and now having gotten a chance to commence again thanks to return by death like this, in all honesty, the relief and gratitude he felt now was insuppressible.
However, he had no intention to rely on it.
The power of return by death which resided within Subaru's body, was an immense power which distorted fate itself. Though death being its trigger was rough on Subaru, the user, but should it be considered compensation for distorting fate, then this would be nothing less than appropriate. A form of compensation, yes, Subaru thought of death as naught but a form of compensation. It's natural that a power so great would need to be compensated in some form. Of course, Subaru assumed that that was naturally the case with his return by death as well.
A limit on the frequency, or perhaps a need to sacrifice something upon recovering.
Subaru did not believe that the goddess of fate would indulge him so much as to grant him an infinite number of trials. The only experience he had of being loved by someone would only be loved by his parents. That would be the only case he could say so confidently. But in that case, the trials and errors for acquiring the knowledge of the limit of return by death, piling up deaths by his own choice, would not be what he would normally choose for.
It would not be strange whatsoever if this was his last chance.
And if it followed the pattern of sacrificing something, what's common is to give up on a valuable existence or cherished remembrances. Unfortunately, For the amnesiac Subaru, the only valuable existences he had except for his family and the world he was formerly in, were only Emilia and the others who are also with him in the tower.
And when he thought that far,
Subaru, no way, the disappearance of my memories better not be a compensation for return by death. Though frightening to even think of, it was fairly possible.
Sacrificing memories as compensation for return by death.
Quite a vicious idea, but return by death itself was not a good act to engage in the first place.
What was utmost frightening was that there was no way to confirm if this was the case or not.
The truth is, the relationship between Subaru's amnesia and return by death was completely unknown. For the moment, having realized his amnesia, Subaru, who had already died 4 times, had not affirmed his memory loss within his sphere of what all he could gain a grasp on. His memories after his start of waking up in the tower while on the way back from the convenience store were vivid.
Ram, hey, are you listening, Barusu?
Ram's voice, sharp like a blade, brought Subaru back to reality, after him having gotten completely lost in his thoughts. Upon her gaze, Subaru spilled out a voice from his throat saying WH.
Subaru, yeah, I'm listening. I know I surprised you.
This is way too sudden and I understand that you won't believe it, but... Ram, but...
Subaru,
Beatrice, Subaru has no reason to say such a duplicitous lie. In fact, Ram must also be holding at least that much trust in Subaru's plans, I suppose. Beatrice responded to Ram in Subaru's stead, while he was busy choosing his words.
Having heard the situation back in the green room, she was entirely on Subaru's side as she now sat beside him. Ram, Beatrice.
Beatrice, what Emilia said isn't wholly false either. In fact, having lost his memories, the one who's the most worried is Subaru, I suppose.
That's why he was even crying like a little kid, in fact.
Subaru, talking about that episode makes it so much more embarrassing. Subaru pushed a grin upon the unexpected revelation, and made the reason behind his tears to be this. It actually was due to the fact that he had returned by death, that he was able to reunite with them, that he had been granted a chance to redo. Those tears had many factors to them, but tears are ultimately tears. It's meaningless to investigate the reason behind a man's tears.
Regardless, his gratitude to Beatrice as she now sided with him was insuppressible.
Just like Emilia, Beatrice had been confused at first upon hearing him in the green room, but not only did she less more time than Emilia to digest what he said, she promised to support him with wiseness and sensibility unbefitting her appearance. Reminded of the transient relief he had shown her, and the words taking outside which Beatrice had said at the very end last time, Subaru felt agony like his heart was being strangled by chains. Just, what did Natsuki Subaru do to Beatrice?
He felt guilty relying on her faith despite not being aware of that. But he must accept it as a matter of course, he admonished himself.
Subaru, to be honest, it would be a bit unreasonable to reject the theory of me having no reason to lie so directly about having lost my memories, but I want you to just digest that. Ram, digest that, you say? Subaru, on top of that, let's talk about something constructive.
Luckily, my present self is facing forward. I'd give a large welcome to talking about advancing forward. But if you have something to say, then I'll properly listen to it.
Under the cover of Beatrice's comments, Subaru said so and bowed his head once again. In order to follow up with Subaru, Emilia also bowed her head saying please, trust him. Witnessing Emilia, Beatrice and Subaru's meek attitudes, even Ram was unable to pronounce words of rebuttal. Although, even if they make an angry response, it would only be natural and reasonable. Of course, it wasn't just Ram who was impacted by Subaru's avouched amnesia. Just because she made the most striking reaction, the reactions of the people besides Ram Echidna, Julius and Shaula's reaction also aligned with what Subaru had already experienced twice. In all honesty, his reunion with Emilia and Beatrice alone had been quite something, but the moment he saw and reunited with everyone present all together in this place, Subaru's received a fierce jolt.
Julius, whom he had left on the lower floor along with Reed. Echidna, who had gotten both of her legs blown off and lost her life while apologizing for doubting Subaru. Shaula, who did not show her form amidst all of that mayhem and chaos.
And finally, Ram, who directed the utmost powerful suspicion towards Subaru, and did not meet him again thereafter. Everyone was here.
He had been granted an opportunity to exchange words with everyone once again.
And above all, the one whom Subaru had been the most conscious of in this place. Meili, nevertheless, Onii-san is truly such a troubled person. Subaru, HK. Meili, why tease with that reaction? Making a face like you've met a dead person, isn't it terribly rude? So recited the young girl, not too surprised by what Subaru had said. With her dark blue hair tied into a braid, the young killer wearing a stylish black outfit, Meili Portrait, was certainly there, moving and talking. Subaru, Meili. Meili, oh?
You remember my name, don't you, Tilda?
In fact, I don't know what's different about Onii-san compared to normal circumstances, so what did you forge, T?
Subaru.
Yeah, it's a bit complicated. Right now it may seem like I'm having no difficulty when conversing, but once you start digging deeper it becomes a mess. In other words, it's what they call episodic memory loss. I remember names of stuff quite well, but remembrances with people are all very uncertain. Meili, are you referring to, for example, what happened yesterday? Why?
Subaru, that's right.
Meili straightened her eyes, as her voice became faintly deeper. Subaru hesitated only for a second upon her question, but responded without falling to the pressure.
He perhaps could have talked his way out with a rough excuse, but he did not do that. He had decided to not do that. Subaru shall remain honest with them as long as possible. Julius, forgot about yesterday, huh?
That's, well. Hearing Subaru's response, as if having received a shock greater than simply his claims about amnesia in a certain sense, whispered Julius, accompanied solely by Echidna, somewhat suspiciously.
However, putting their reactions aside.
Shaola, Master Summer, did you lose memories again?
How many times will you forget about me until you're satisfied? I'm making Tilda. Pushing in her voluptuous breasts, Shaola said so whilst making a sour expression.
Shaola's silly comments followed the same style as last time, but after coming this far, her comments left a strong impression of having an inexcusably odd ambience. Subaru, delving deep into your nonsense also feels weird, but did this Master Summer of yours really keep throwing memories around like this? Shaola? Yeah, he kept throwing them around quite a lot.
When he woke up in the morning and I greeted him, he said, "Who are you, again? I don't remember you, I don't know you," and treated me like a woman the really old-fashioned way.
Subaru, if it's at that level, then it's difficult to determine if it was just a bad joke or what. Though only an assumption, but if Subaru got closer to Shaola and in ordinary life hereafter, that kind of a frivolous exchange seems really possible. However, Subaru was aware that there existed a self of his who lost his memories and concealed that from Emilia and the others, and chose not to speak of him losing his memories. Deceiving that he had lost his memories under the cover of pretending it to be a bad joke would also be a move that existed. Though by his own perspective, that would be deathly difficult. And since he had indeed died 4 times, this wouldn't be a joke either. Echidna, the aforementioned amnesia is understood. I wouldn't say it's something that won't take any time to fully accept. But if there are things like traps which are capable of possibly triggering this phenomenon, then it seems it would be better to act while keeping that in consideration. Subaru, the place with the highest possibility as the crime scene is the library of Taegeta, where Emilia-chan found me collapsed.
It seems like the place with the most history too.
Emilia-chan. Subaru? Echidna commenced the discussion with a serious expression, and Subaru nodded in agreement. However, in the midst of it, Emilia's lonesome mumble left quite an impression.
Previously she had shown reactions with this expression in the middle of conversing with Subaru several times as well. In the end, the reason for it yet remained unclear. Was he perhaps overlooking something fatal? That was frightening. Subaru, anyway, everyone, sorry for surprising you all.
I think it's pointless to tell you all to suddenly accept it and continue on at the same pace.
Let's take a break for now. In that time I'll go draw water with Ram or something. Putting forward that suggestion, Subaru stood up.
Ram raised her eyebrows upon what he said, whilst Emilia and Beatrice looked at Subaru anxiously. However, nodding to the two's look, Subaru turned his black eyes towards Ram.
Subaru, let's go, Ram. You were just making a face as if calling me to fetch water with you.
Ram, filthy. Averting her gaze, Ram whispered in response to Subaru's invitation. Ram, so, what was the meaning of that farce earlier? Now that you've taken Ram out like this, you intend to talk about it now, right?
With a bucket in her hand, Ram and Subaru headed to the water well away from the place of assembly.
And once judging that they had taken sufficient distance from Emilia and the others, Ram fired her question. Her not accepting Subaru's claims regarding amnesia whatsoever is something which happened each round.
She was not being simply stubborn or being skeptical of the evidence, but she had a further important reason behind it. The existence of Ram's beloved younger sister, who remained asleep.
In concern for her, Ram was unable to accept Subaru's amnesia. That was why she persistently denied Subaru's amnesia. He didn't know any particulars. But surely, Subaru had some sort of a connection with Rem when she was awake.
And that had been an immense support for Ram, for her existence as the elder sister. That is why.
Ram, kindly stop entrusting too many important roles on Emilia Summer or Beatrice Summer. Beatrice Summer aside, it would be far too heavy a burden for Emilia Summer. That is why it would be appreciated if you involve Ram now. The details are: Subaru, Ram, it's true that I've lost my memories.
Neither is it a lie, nor a plan.
Ram tried to be relied upon, clinging onto that fine thread. However, Subaru must deny her. Ram's words were interrupted by Subaru's straightforward remark, and she narrowed her eyes. Levitating within her light crimson eyes was confusion, fear and rage. Rage which could scorch and burn Subaru's soul, and the reason for its existence were her suspicions for Natsuki Subaru.
Subaru, I've lost my memories.
I have a grasp on the names and relationships of everyone within the tower, but I can't remember a single thing aside from that.
That's also true.
Ram, kindly stop. Subaru, I did talk to Emilia and Beatrice earlier, but I conveyed them the same thing.
I have nothing else to convey. Right now, my hands are all empty.
Ram, kindly stop, Barusu.
If you say anything more than that. Subaru, I know that we came to this tower to regain a lot of things which were robbed away from us. That we're in the midst of the trial too. That's all. My intention is.
Ram, Barusu, if you say anything more than this.
Subaru, about Rem too, I have.
Ram, Barusu. Subaru heartbreakingly conveyed to Ram that he had forgotten. Denoting that she denied it, that she didn't want to listen to Subaru's words with her attitude, and upon hearing Subaru's apology, Ram grabbed Subaru as an expression of her rage.
Subaru, goo. With his collars grasped, his back was thrown onto the wall. With unbelievable physical strength stemming from her build, Ram pinned Subaru and glared at him from a close distance. He understood that the fire within her light crimson eyes was trying to scorch Subaru and Ram herself. The instant this fire scorches Subaru, scorches Ram, the tragedy will be repeated. Ram, what's your intention? Saying such a stupid lie. Subaru, it's not a lie. For me, lying to you is. Ram, so you're saying you've not lied? Then what should be done according to you? That Ram should trust you? That Barusu forgot Rem. Something so ridiculous. Subaru, Ram. Further sharpening her eyes, Ram scowled at Subaru from a distance so close their lips could touch each other. Finally Subaru noticed that fire was not so much made up of rage as much as it was made of tears. Her conflict went far deeper than what Subaru could ever imagine. Subaru finally managed to grasp that, after repeating 4 times. How prudent does one have to be, to think it was possible to understand the emotions
the wounds others harbored in their chest. Subaru came to realize this after repeating the same foul play 4 times, whilst Emilia and the others realized at once, which seemed dazzling to him. Unable to merely be scorched by that dazzle, Subaru,
I will get Rem back for sure.
Ram, HK. Glaring back into the light crimson eyes, Subaru poured strength into his throat and conveyed clearly. Upon hearing that, Ram's eyes widened once again in surprise, but her rage concealed that.
Ram, how can you talk
about getting her back or whatever? Barusu, you forgot about Rem, didn't you?
Subaru, but still, I'll get her back.
Rem, my memories, the goal behind coming to this tower, accomplishing and regaining everything without leaving a single thing, we'll all go back together. It's a matter of course, that I'd guarantee at least that. Ram, Barusu?
Subaru, it is a matter of course. When you think of everything which happened in this tower. He was finding it difficult to breathe.
Yet, Subaru distorted his cheeks for a different reason. Ram raised her eyebrows upon Subaru's reaction, and slightly relaxed her hands which had grabbed his collars.
Now, Subaru grabbed hold of her hands and pulled them apart. At the same pace, their bodies switched positions.
Ram, filthy. Kindly let go. Having gotten pinned to the wall now after their positions switched, Ram declared before Subaru whilst she shared glares with him. However, though powerless, Subaru did not flinch away from saying the words he intended to speak. Subaru, Ram.
I'm going to definitely get back both my memories and Rem.
For that, please lend me your strength.
Subaru, I need everyone's strength.
The Natsuki Subaru who was there until yesterday, whom you all knew, may not have said something so pathetic,
but, for my present self.
Julius commended to him, Beatrice trusted him, Echidna forgave him, Emilia wished for him. And perhaps Natsuki Subaru, whom everyone held expectations for, may have changed this stalemated situation by himself. However, the present Natsuki Subaru was not capable of that. And the people within this tower were far too loving for him to throw a tantrum and give up, saying that he couldn't do anything. Subaru, I know you won't believe or forgive me for forgetting Rem.
But, please keep that rage of yours for later. In exchange for that, I promise you.
Ram, promise? Subaru, I will carry through, no matter what. I'll eat it all up, no matter how many tries it takes. If I break this promise, if I give up in front of you, then feel free to do whatever you'd like to me, burn me, scorch me, anything. Ram's eyes widened, and the flame of rage within them weakened.
What appeared instead of rage now, was an emotion which she had kept concealed until now.
Whilst witnessing that, Subaru pulled back his head and continued with his straightforward approach with her and continued his words from the same distance as when their glances had entangled when he had been trapped in the cage of ice. Subaru, that is, my resolve. Ram, why would you go that far? If Barusu has truly forgotten, then you shouldn't think of getting Rem back this much.
Ram, once you forget, it all turns into a void. It becomes a gaping vacuum, and the feelings for what used to be there all disappear. All vanish.
Love, hatred, warmth, loneliness, everything.
Ram's quiet tone was feigned over by her cold attitude.
Those terribly experienced words, perhaps spoke of the void she had experienced herself. That is why she found Subaru's resolve to be difficult to trust.
She believed that it was impossible to possess such a strong desire when embraced by that void.
Subaru, the truth is, that's true. My memories are blank, and the feelings which myself, who was there until yesterday, felt for Rem have all slipped out of my hand, but... Ram, then, why? Subaru, but, I know that you cherish Rem and desperately want to get her back. He had seen Ram's form struggling, desperately wishing for regaining her beloved younger sister, Rem. By witnessing a wish and love so strong with his own eyes, Subaru had been overwhelmed. And the desperate Ram was one of the people Subaru wished to be saved as well. Subaru, right now, the reason I want to get Rem back is for Natsuki Subaru, and you. Subaru, that's why, I'm counting on you for when I give up.
Do whatever you'd like to with my head, that is my atonement, myself who made you cry.
Ram never cried, don't fool around. Subaru, that who RTHK?
Receiving a tight slap on the side of his face, Subaru crumbled on that very spot.
Slapped on the cheek which had gotten flushed, Subaru looked at Ram as if he was looking at something unbelievable.
Subaru, why you?
I was, just now, saying something pretty brave. Ram, getting all energetic on your own accord, what do you mean by saying something brave? First things first, Barusu making a promise is laughable itself.
Quite impressive how you yourself proposed what is the last thing that can be trusted in this world.
Subaru, I said the same to Emilia-chan, but how many promises did the me until yesterday break? Ram, was there even a single promise that was kept? Subaru, that bad of a level? Vilified by the voice which had gotten colder, Subaru re-evaluated Natsuki Subaru. All other things good or bad aside, but it seemed breaking promises was a common occurrence. First of all, the greatest obligation for keeping promises was to make efforts for the same. Protecting promises even when not being watched by anyone, and that was why humans often put themselves to a disadvantage on their own volition.
If not, it served as a proof of one possessing a deficient spirit.
Subaru, I guess, someone like Natsuki Subaru wasn't a half-decent guy after all. Ram, yes, that would be right. It seemed like you misunderstood, but the Barusu until yesterday wasn't a capable man who could manage everything by himself either. Rather, he was a simpleton, and his speciality was that whenever he tried to manage something by himself, he would only enlarge the damage in the end.
Ram also got caught up in a lot of the trouble. Subaru, are you serious? Why did you bring a guy like that to the tower?
Ram, he butted in. Along with that, he was a man of mere words and lip service. Skillful at its own way, and looked forward to chores being entrusted upon him. Also, he was also good at dandling Emilia Summer and Beatrice Summer, isn't it? After that, sitting cross-legged on the ground, Subaru felt far too uncomfortable. He was being scolded about himself, even though it wasn't even about himself. Being told much about Natsuki Subaru by Emilia and the rest also felt agonizing in quite a complicated manner, and Ram firing words and speaking ill of Natsuki Subaru like this also felt, well, complicated. Subaru became serious, determining to hear it to the end this time. Subaru, what else? Short legs, bad at remembering things, had an unhealthy diet, stubborn? Ram, he had short legs, he was bad at remembering, he had an unhealthy diet, he was stubborn.
Subaru, I suppose so tilde.
Ram, along with that, he cherished Rem. Suddenly, her tone changed, and colors were painted into Ram's cold voice.
If the warmth of voice was to have a color, it would be a tender soft crimson.
Rem, her affection for her younger sister in her voice, and reminded of Natsuki Subaru who used to be by her younger sister's side, she showed a glimpse of tender love, which shall never disappear. Such that Subaru hallucinated, that soft crimson was the color of kindness. Ram, Barusu.
Did you truly forget Rem? Subaru, yeah.
Ram's eyes were reflecting Subaru, and she never averted them.
Truly respectable.
In this kind of a scene, made to hear the words he did not want to hear, Subaru would probably avert his eyes.
Yet she, Ram, didn't try to avert her gaze even once.
Ram, Barusu. You will really remember Rem again, right?
Subaru, yeah, I'll remember her again. And not just Rem, but everything else too.
Ram, it won't be the worst even if you don't remember everything else.
Kindly remember just Rem again.
Subaru, don't be absurd.
Let me remember everything again. Ram, saying it once again.
Kindly remember just Rem again, even if you need to die for it.
Subaru, yeah, I swear. Even if I die, I will remember everything again. Remember everything again even if he has to die, quite literally.
What did Natsuki Subaru see, hear, feel, establish to come this far in this different world? Natsuki Subaru shall recover all of it. Ram, all right.
You're free to go this time.
Upon hearing his response, the intimidating air surrounding Ram suddenly disappeared. Sensing that, Subaru asked, "Are you sure?"
Whilst remaining on the floor.
Subaru, I know I requested this, but are you really fine with just this? Ram, you're a man, aren't you?
Kindly accept it head on. Barusu's resolve has been heard.
And on top of that, you even said that anything could be done to you, burn you, scorch you, whittle you, gouge you in case you give up.
If you found it difficult to hear that, then Ram's motherly affectionate heart will suspect you.
Subaru, I don't remember anything about whittling and gouging though. Ram, did you say something?
Subaru, I did not.
Shaking his head, Subaru responded to Ram politely. It would perhaps be amusing that when he shall not be able to rely on any god, then perhaps he should resign himself to this motherly affection for casting judgment upon him. Ram, stand up, Barusu. Ram won't allow you to give up or kneel down. Subaru, don't group sitting on the floor together with them.
Here.
Standing up, Subaru brushed off his behind and faced Ram. Ram, with her back resting on the wall and arms folded after adjusting her disheveled clothes, had already gone back to her normal state, and Ram glared at Subaru, suggesting to him that this was her normal state. Ram, did you tell Emilia Summer and Beatrice Summer the same thing? Subaru, those two. Seemed like they didn't even consider me giving up as a possibility, that's why. Ram, that's so. The fault is them being infected with Barusu.
Subaru, that's why, I won't request those two. Nor Julius or Echidna, emotionally you see. Also perhaps, when it came to Emilia and Beatrice, Julius and Echidna. He believed he had heard their thoughts during the events that happened last time. That is why, he shall confirm the remaining answer ahead of now. Subaru, but, you know.
Going by what you said, it seems the me until yesterday wasn't too impressive of a guy either. Ram, for Ram, your worth changes immensely depending on whether you have the memories of Rem or not.
Kindly watch what you ask.
With a cold declaration, Ram turned her back towards Subaru and started walking. The two weren't really supposed to have the time to stop their feet whilst fetching water, but they did not want to worry Emilia and the others unnecessarily if they returned empty-handed. Subaru held the bucket in his hand, whilst Ram stood beside him, and
Subaru, I was.
Natsuki Subaru was here for certain, right?
With a faint voice, Subaru directed his question towards Ram's side profile. This was more of an anxious cry than seeking confirmation. Naught more than words unsuitable immediately after pledging to not give up. He knew it won't be strange for Ram to reprimand him, as he stood with his tongue dry.
Ram, truly a fool. However, without doing anything of such sort and without halting her feet, Ram disparaged Subaru in seeming affection. Ram, right now, it has just momentarily become invisible.
It just feels like it's lost due to being under the depth of a variety of things which had been accumulated.
Like flowers buried under the cold snow, once the season of snowmelt arrives they shall be visible once again.
Surely, that's all there is to it.
Yes, Subaru could not show his current expression to Ram, who was hiding her own. Immediately after acting so boldly, he could never show her an expression this pathetic. That is why, Ram's way, as she remained quiet without even attempting to look at him, at this moment, truly seemed like a mother's affection to Subaru.
The situation had largely changed, or so he wanted to think, but the changes were not so great. This was not the first time Subaru had opened his heart out after losing his memories, and the impact everyone felt is also a spectacle he had witnessed. But should he change his heart's stance, everyone's point of view shall also respectively change.
Last time, Subaru much distrusted Emilia and the others, and that was due to several factors such as their actions, attitudes and words.
Firmly believing that they had all been plotting something.
However, upon doing away with those misgivings, he realized that their actions, attitudes and words were all in concern for him, and he rebuked himself. In other words, they restrained themselves to make sure Subaru was not made to feel anxious.
Suspecting their actions was a problem entirely on Subaru's part. Subaru, let's do it, properly.
Do it properly, Natsuki Subaru.
Telling himself so, Subaru glanced at his palm.
The cause of the disappearance of Subaru's memories was highly likely to be in Taygeta. Though walking through the trial was also important, investigating the cause behind this amnesia was also urgent business. There was no guarantee that it may not eventually develop into a ridiculous situation where everyone forgot each other and greeted each other saying hello, who might you be upon seeing each other.
And the truth was, he very much had the flexibility to proceed with it all slowly.
Subaru, last time, and the time before that too, everything in the tower was a total mess. Last time, Subaru had successively discovered the dead bodies of Emilia and the others of everyone except Emilia and Beatrice. Last time was different, he got to witness the deaths of his comrades with his own eyes, and his heart fell into desolation and ruin. However, all of those abnormalities were disasters which should occur within the tower not so far into the future. As one who was aware of the damage these disasters cause, Subaru must try to stop them from happening. For that purpose, he shall dedicate all the strength he possessed. That's why, first, Subaru will. A faint breath was present behind Subaru, who was standing at a great height. A moderate level of attempt to conceal existence, sensing it was possible if one was conscious of it. Perceiving the foul play thanks to the knowledge he possessed beforehand, he turned his body around just on the verge. HK. Subaru, whoops, that was dangerous. Don't fall down instead of me. Striking the two hands stretched out, his opponent's body pitched forward, Subaru instantaneously grasped the stretched out hand to make sure nobody fell. That body was light. Lightness befitting the appearance of the young girl. Yes, calling her a young girl would be adequate. Subaru, all right, let's talk. I'll have you take responsibility for killing me. Saying so, Subaru smiled at the young girl whose elbow he had grasped melee, commencing the climax of this mystery of catching the criminal who pushed him off twice in the past. Arc 6, Chapter 56, talking about what awaits. Sada's intent to make him lose balance and fall down the spiral staircase, the girl melee looked on in surprise. Closing his dark eyes, Subaru could not help but grumble upon this situation, a turn of events he had predicted but doubted halfway through. He was glad that by using return by death, he was able to eventually prevent this tragedy from happening. This was also proof that this young girl had been the one to push Subaru's back twice in the past, in different timelines. To think that the criminal who had pushed Subaru from a height and into his doom, who had been killed by the very hands of Natsuki Subaru previously, was Meili Petrut. Meili, responsibility for killing me, there you go again saying strong A things, Oni-san. At that moment, as Meili widened her eyes and loosened her lips, Subaru's arm immediately turned and his finger traced his torso, whilst he continued to smile. She took a step backwards whilst facing Subaru, who was standing at a distance from the spiral staircase. Meili, perhaps your mind lost a lot of other stuff along with memories. This misunderstanding can happen only then. Subaru, misunderstanding? Meili, yes, don't you think so, Tilda? Me trying to kill Oni-san would be a terrible misunderstanding. Inching backwards, Meili said so with a smile. Witnessing her truly dignified approach, this was something beyond even Subaru's expectations. He believed that he would never be able to avoid this mishap. But should the one he was struggling against be myself? No, Meili, then he might just manage to convince her. She acted quietly, adamantly, that too unfavorably. Choosing the most seemingly optimal solution momentarily was her way of living. Frankly, that was precisely a beast's way of living. Meili, there is no need to be suspicious. Had I really wanted to kill Oni-san, wouldn't the sand dunes have been better for that rather than this tower? Oni-san doesn't remember all that, so you may not know Subaru, I guess so. It's weird. If you intended to kill from the very beginning, then you must have gotten countless chances to do so. But, you didn't do so. Meili, don't you agree, Tilda? Then. Subaru, but The matter of your motivation to kill me sprouting and growing since this morning is a totally separate issue.
Am I correct to say that this is a chain reaction due to what happened last night?
Meili's facial expression changed upon what Subaru mentioned. She sealed her lips, erased her smile, and then took a deep sigh. And shrugged her shoulders with an unfavorable attitude, unfitting of her appearance. Meili, could it be, I have been trapped into this awkward situation, I suppose say? Subaru, what do you mean by awkward situation? Meili, isn't that what you tried lying about your memory loss, to see whether I would push off Oni-san?
To eliminate any obstacles that you may have on your side. To see how useful I was in this tower? This would be the perfect time and chance to do so.
The girl, who tried to reaffirm the authenticity of the situation, was displeased by her disadvantageous position. Certainly, up to this point she had displayed no malice whatsoever on her part, but it was also true that Subaru knew how Meili would act beforehand.
Even if she shall deny it, the evidence against Meili shan't be altered.
However, there were some things that could be said clearly.
Those being.
Meili, well, what exactly should I do, Tilda? Since everything has already come this far, should I try resisting and running away from here? Especially when those bad animal chans aren't here. Even I can get away from Oni-san by myself. Subaru, don't get me wrong, Meili.
My memory loss isn't a lie for deceiving you.
It's the truth, that's why I'm being serious, like I should be. Meili, that's that, I actually did doubt whether you were lying or not, Booty. In the end, what is it that Oni-san wants to do? Do you think I believe it just because I'm not retaliating in Respo and say? Subaru, HK. The young girl put her hands on her slender neck, saying so whilst showing her tongue. At that moment, Subaru's heart rate accelerated. However, ironically enough, it was a metaphor for simply killing, not something as ridiculous as Meili remembering her own death. With that conviction, the young female assassin gestured her capability to deal serious damage to Subaru's heart. That's why Subaru did not intend to let her act on that conviction, but Meili, actually, I really don't recommend using ways of killing that take a long time. I do have methods that don't require much suffering, but Oni-san is pretty bad at hiding stuff. Subaru, I don't intend to kill or hurt you, even after this, tomorrow onward as well, whatever awaits, I intend to treat you the same way as I have done till now.
Meili, huh?
Meili once again changed her expression, hearing Subaru's response. However, this was unlike the change that had come upon her when she had opted for the optimal solution for the immediate situation. Meili's expression was filled with obvious dismay, as she looked at Subaru with eyes that could not comprehend what he was saying. Upon that gaze, Subaru nodded. Subaru, fortunately, your crime was prevented beforehand, and so if we were to keep it a secret, it'll all be fine.
Even if you just think of killing me through some different method, all I'll have to do is prevent that as well.
Although, all this undeniably leaves a bad taste in my mouth.
Really bad.
Meili,
what are you?
Subaru, but at least, did you get it this time?
Doing something to me is an incredibly huge risk for you. If you're going to say but still and continue, then, at the very least let's just talk properly.
If you're still dissatisfied, I'll hear as much as I. Meili, dissatisfied?
Dissatisfied, you say? Abruptly, Meili murmured with a quiet and shivering voice. Afterwards, she sharpened her lips.
Meili, what's dissatisfying is this situation?
I can't believe it.
Subaru was saying all this in order to persuade her into making a moderate decision. Following up with that, Meili shouted, with her eyes looking at Subaru as if she were looking at something unbelievable. Meili, can't believe it, I can't believe it.
Whilst she pronounced so, her hands busily toyed with her braid.
It was visibly evident to Subaru that she had gotten perplexed regarding her own mental self-defense and that this was a sign of dependence on someone who had the same hairstyle. Meili, Oni-san has no idea about what I tried to do right no w.
If that's wrong then, it's strong If that's wrong, then.
With words filled with frustration, Meili's attitude was unnaturally desperate. This was Subaru's first time seeing Meili so disturbed. No, rather he had first seen her like this in her Book of the Dead. After what she had done last night, encountering Subaru in Taigeta, and after having a conversation with Natsuki Subaru, she had decided to kill the amnesiac Natsuki Subaru. However, this plan of murder, carried out in such a hurry, would have had been a double-edged sword for her too. Although Subaru would have been pushed off to death, ignorant, how did she plan to escape the allegations of murder that could be placed upon her after Subaru's death?
It was probably possible to cover it up as just an accident, or perhaps not.
Should it be Amelia, Beatrice, Ram, or any of the others, by now, Subaru knew that they would not let his death slide by without even trying to uncover the truth behind it.
In that case, it was inevitable that Meili's crime would eventually come to light.
Ram, Julius, or Echidna were much smarter than Subaru, and they would be able to see through to the truth behind his death at once. It was unimaginable to think that Meili had never taken that into her consideration.
That's why, this is.
Subaru, this is just a desperate urge of yours.
You just have a habit of murder.
You don't even consider other factors for solving issues.
That isn't your fault.
Meili, HK. Don't talk like you understand.
What does Oni-san? What do you know about me? Subaru, I do know.
Meili. Meili, grinding her teeth, stiffened herself as if she had been doused in cold water. Looking straight at Meili, Subaru assertively declared. Subaru, Meili.
I know about you.
I know it may sound pretty creepy, but I may even know more about you than the only other two people in this world that know about you, you know? Upon Subaru's shrug, Meili's worry intensified.
Believing that it was completely obvious, however, at the same time, Subaru was looking for a way to convey that undeniable truth. He was struggling with a twisted self-love in the back of his chest.
He shall remember my never-ending temptation. A whispering voice seemed to echo right before Natsuki Subaru took any action, repeatedly tempting Subaru to solve his problems through murder, the worst course of action packed with cowardice. By reading her Book of the Dead, the ghost of the dead Meili Patrut and its temptations had returned to haunt Natsuki Subaru. Subaru, no, that's not it. Shaking his head, Subaru then pondered over what the girl he had killed had done.
During all this time, something had happened.
Visibly evident from the confusion and frustration of the girl standing before him. Above all, recalling what Subaru had seen about Meili in her Book of the Dead. Considering what Meili had suffered through, it could never be said that she became simply murderous.
This was not the same Meili as the one in her Book of the Dead. That was something Subaru's soft heart was somewhat sure about.
After all, upon that evidence, the girl with that voice did not show herself to Subaru.
Putting it terribly straightforwardly, Subaru had lived through the life of Meili by the Book of the Dead.
This was her mindset in normal daily life, creating an impression, establishing a way of action. However, she never thought of ending someone's life with such lack of fairness and reason. In those days, there was an unquestionable emptiness in Meili's heart, and her experiences increased the fear inside her, but there remained alone something that glimmered within herself.
Its name being Subaru, Elsa Granhire.
Meili, HK. Subaru, that is the reason why you tried to kill me, yes? Upon that question, Meili's facial expression distorted with bitterness. That was the rage of getting something sensitive that should never be touched, being prodded, no, being trampled upon. However, Subaru yet dared to do so.
Because.
Subaru, remove your shoes when entering someone's house, but rudely walk in while wearing shoes when entering into others' hearts is the rule of the Natsuki household. As one of its members, Subaru climbed into the heart of the young assassin.
This was something akin to forcing himself into her heart. A murderer of black, whom Subaru did not know, but was familiar with.
Just thinking about her gave rise to feelings in the heart, like a desire of relief, longing, sadness and rage, and emptiness. The feelings that Meili felt for her were extremely complicated, yet extremely simple. Meili longed for Elsa, loved her, and admired her. That's why, having her be stolen away gave rise to despair, suffering, hatred, wrath, murderous intent and despondency. All of the time she had accompanied Subaru and the others in their journey, it had all been for the sake of revenge could not be said for her unskilled self.
In fact, it could be said that Meili was very clumsy.
A despairing young girl who was ignorant about her own emotions, enough to not know about the depth of the scar in her heart. A professional assassin who made up her own environment, that's who Meili Patrut was. Subaru, did you want to take revenge?
Meili, I don't know W. Subaru, even so, Elsa was.
Meili, I have no such wish.
I am well aware of that.
Meili shook her head twice in response to Subaru's question. Subaru understood Meili's feelings. And, Meili was also well aware of where Subaru's words were coming from. In this situation, Subaru and Meili stood equal to each other. That's why, filled with sadness and stuck in a dark chamber ignorant of the correct answer, all she could do in order to express her emotions was to act like the assassin she is and murder. At the same time, the hatred that Meili held while remaining trapped in that world, left solely that option for her. Despite all this, Meili's desperation for Elsa did not reach its end. For Meili, Elsa may have been a shining light, but that light was far too dazzling for ordinary people to follow. Subaru, I know that you are holding back your feelings. But, the answer you're looking for probably cannot be found this way.
That's why. Subaru, leave this place to me. I won't make things worse.
At the very least I'll work hard to make sure things don't get worse.
If you'd believe that.
Meili, I see ain't trust. Anything which may come out of Oni-san's mouth. No matter how forcefully Subaru persuaded, Meili, who was hiding her face, did not nod even slightly.
That was obvious. Because, that meant finding a way of action that did not exist in her way of life.
On the other hand, there was Natsuki Subaru, who shall propose and preach whatever he wants to without flinching even the slightest. On top of that, if a senior ever invited him to a place with full preparation and bashed him, even Subaru would be surprised by how much it would sting.
Henceforth, since he had an idea that she would say this, he had well prepared other measures.
Subaru, so what comes out of my mouth cannot be trusted, I will reflect on that. Thanks. Until yesterday I was already pretty bad with promises.
That's why.
Meili, that's why? Subaru, instead of a promise between you and me, let's make a promise between you and us. Upon Subaru's words Meili frowned, unaware of his intentions.
However, the answer to her doubts was brought to light soon afterward. That being.
?MHM, it's fine.
I was also carefully listening, as a witness of the promise.
Meili, HK. Hearing that voice, Meili's shoulders shivered, but she managed to compose herself.
What appeared in before her next was an outstanding beauty, whose magnificence could not be doubted.
Upon her appearance, Meili's eyes widened and her lips trembled. Meili, Oni-san. You heard everything? Subaru told me to stay here and see. To stop Meili if she was going to do something dangerous, that's what he said. Saying so, stepping into the place where both of them stood, with fluttering hair that was reminiscent of the glitter of moonlight and standing as a figure of a seemingly mythical beauty, was Emilia.
Hearing Emilia's words, Meili rotated her neck in astonishment.
Meili, if I did something dangerous? Not Oni-san? Emilia, yeah, if Meili did something dangerous. Well, is it okay now, Subaru?
Subaru.
Yeah, that's right.
It's just that it made me a bit anxious.
Emilia? Why are you turning your face away? Did something happen, Subaru?
Subaru, no, it's just that, you're just too cute to look at directly.
Subaru responded with a whisper to Emilia's question, who had tilted her neck. As Emilia furthermore tilted her neck, Subaru managed to put aside the trembling of his throat and his embarrassment, and turned his attention to the perplexed Meili once again.
As Subaru had foreseen the attack, he was confident about stopping Meili's crime.
The problem after that was the occurrence of Natsuki Subaru. Speaking of his purpose, it may be possible that in the loop when Natsuki Subaru had killed Meili, it may have had been simply self-defense against Meili's attempt to murder, and immediately after stopping her, Natsuki Subaru did not necessarily take actions against Subaru's will. Therefore Subaru determined that he would leave this problem to people stronger than him. He has complete faith that even if his consciousness disappeared, and Natsuki Subaru appeared, Emilia will certainly know, his comrades shall certainly do something about it.
Emilia, listen, Meili.
I believe what Subaru has said. If Meili can't believe it, then it's fine to just carefully observe him. And, if he breaks the promise, I'll be angry alongside.
Meili, observe, Oni-san? That's weird.
Isn't that strange?
Observing Oni-san and Oni-san is what
Emilia,
if Meili wants to do something bad, that can be only after Subaru actually breaks the promise.
Till then, observe whether he breaks it or not.
Isn't that fair? Meili was confused by Emilia's words, who bent enough to have their eyes at the same level. Inside her mind, her ways of coping with and solving truths and circumstances distorted and crumbled. Subaru, you seem to be about to make a huge mistake, but mine and Emilia-chan's nice save somehow prevented that.
That's why, this is your chance to learn how it should have actually been done. This is your chance to find a different solution than killing me. It's a bet.
Meili, bet? Subaru, settle down the evil feelings inside you, and see whether you still want to kill me, or whether you've changed your mind. I'll also do my best at giving you lectures about morality. Scratching his head, Subaru laid down this path for Meili's confusion. Frankly, unneeded care was unneeded and intrusive. There was a certain way of living that Meili had followed until now, and Subaru was trying to arbitrarily open new options for her. But, should she refuse it, her path will meet a dead end because of the sand tower. If her way of life is followed, they couldn't possibly ever conquer this sand tower together. And
Subaru, I'm not letting you get off this train. I don't know how old you are or anything, but when I was around your age, I got the adults around me to help me all the time.
Meili.
Subaru, that's why I will help you even if you don't want me to. You are far too young to think stuff like what you should be doing or refusing adults' help.
Saying so, Subaru stepped forward to reduce the distance between him and Meili. Seeing the distance between them shrink, Meili's shoulders shivered. Subsequently, Subaru patted the head of the nervous Meili, who looked up with uneasiness in her eyes.
He won't crush that thin neck.
He presented this decisively different alternative to Natsuki Subaru.
Meili was a child that did not need to die.
And Emilia, I sincerely request, please trust Subaru. Trust us, Meili. Meili, ah. While Subaru caressed her head, Emilia hugged her from behind, leaving her completely immobile. Embracing her body, Emilia rubbed her cheek against her as Meili lightly bit her lips. Emilia, this sand tower is a place too small for you to decide something big. Emilia, leave this place, go to a bigger place and find your answer there.
We will also work really hard. Teaching her all this when she possessed feelings, whilst trapped in such a cage, was not exactly the best thing to do.
Even so, this was the only way Subaru could have said it. With complete, utmost care and kind words, they conveyed it to Meili. In response, Meili repeatedly and thoughtfully glanced into their eyes. Meili, I don't want to forget about
Elsa.
Subaru, ah, that's fine.
There is no need to forget someone you loved. It's just that,
Cutting his own words off, Subaru thought of the beautiful woman of black he witnessed in the Book of the Dead.
What a strange impression.
He had never been in contact with her, yet she still has a sense of familiarity. Reminiscing such an opponent, Subaru subconsciously stroked his guts. Subaru, even if it's someone you love, I wish you don't imitate their way of doing things.
Yes, he believed so.
Meili was powerless, had lost her path, but still, after several silent seconds had passed, she nodded. Arc 6, Chapter 57, let's disregard it for now. Ed into this against her will, in fact. But since it was Subaru's request, it had to be properly answered to, I suppose.
Master Summer is an invulnerable man, after all.
I wasn't worried or anything.
In fact, I was suspecting the possibility of little girl number 2 going off and exploding the moment she stood behind Master Summer.
Meili, Upon looking at those faces slowly climbing up the spiral staircase, Meili had her white cheeks go red and tried, moving her lips as she stood at a loss for words.
Viewing the changes occurring in Meili from the side, Subaru then raised his hand and said hey to the shadows on the staircase. Subaru, thank you for being on the rear guard.
I'm relieved that falling down could be avoided somehow.
No matter what Subaru may say, there's no saying she would have been forgiven if you really came down falling, in fact. That is why this is a matter of being lucky, I suppose. Snorting her nose, climbing up the staircase holding the hem of her dress was Beatrice. Behind her was also Shaola's figure, with her hand behind her head, laboriously returning to the 4th layer after having been far down below on the spiral staircase. Meili, WWR. Oh Oni-san?
Those two, what is the meaning of TS?
Upon seeing Beatrice and Shaola's figures, Meili looked back at Subaru in astonishment. Subaru crossed his arms upon the bewilderment of the young girl who had been unaware of this. Subaru, well, I don't really know how to word it, but the plan just now was a lot like walking on a tightrope. I don't like to think this way, but the pattern of me being pushed by you and just dying had also been quite possible, you know? It turned out all nicely cause I happened to have stylishly caught your arms beforehand. Meili, but Oni-san was also keeping a watch over us, no tilde? Subaru, well I also know about Emilia-chan being powerful despite her mad cute looks, so it was for just in case of an emergency, though it'd be no joke if Emilia-chan also jumped down with me in an effort to save me. The truth was, at the very end of where they had been in the past, Subaru had fallen alongside Emilia.
He had embraced her, but had been unable to save her. This had been etched into his heart profoundly.
If the same happened again, then Subaru shall surely push Emilia to some place safe, is what he would like to say, but it could not be helped that his body wouldn't be able to process any more data when already at its limits. Subaru, why, I simply played this card just to make sure that emergency doesn't happen.
I judged it'd be alright if 2 people.
Beatrice and Shaola were watching from below. He had witnessed that Beatrice was a skilled magician with his own eyes, and when it came to Shaola, the specifics remained unknown, but there was no need to confirm that she possessed strength unfitting of her appearance.
No doubt with regards to that, since Subaru had her lift him up just in case when he was requesting them and discussing this plan.
Meili, why go so far? There must have been much simpler and wiser ways and ye. Upon hearing Subaru's explanation, so whispered Meili with a downcast gaze. Her embarrassment for having been seen at a disgraceful spot was fading away, what she felt instead was perhaps the negativity of punishment. Upon her words, Subaru said yeah as he touched his cheek with a finger. Subaru, just as you said, I think there had been easier and wiser ways. I think so, but... Meili, think so Booty? Subaru, at the level my mind operates on, easiness and compromise are 2 sides of the same coin, and wiseness is partnered with unfairness. I did not want to resort to compromise and unfairness. Upon hearing those words, Meili's eyes somewhat straightened, as she softly bit her lips. Looking at her with a wry, strained smile, Subaru clenched his fists.
He thought of somehow fixing everything. He wished to somehow fix everything.
Henceforth, in order to somehow fix everything, he wanted to do everything he was capable of. Subaru, that's why, I didn't hesitate in asking Emilia and the rest for help. Emilia, that's right. I was also very surprised when Subaru first told me about this. So pronounced Emilia, still hugging Meili from behind. She had her chin rest on Meili's petite shoulder, and glanced up towards Subaru. Emilia, but I knew Subaru was really serious at a single glance.
Besides.
Subaru, besides? Emilia, I was happy that Subaru was willing to discuss. Because Subaru always makes preparations to put an end to everything by the time I even take notice. Smiling with her eyes upturned, Subaru halted his breath before the young girl with amethyst eyes.
As Subaru stiffened his cheeks, Emilia instead loosened her cheeks and lips, following with a nodded.
Emilia, that's why, I was happy that you came asking what to do and allowed us to think alongside this time. It's a bit strange, isn't it? Subaru, no point in saying it, but the me who was there until yesterday really pisses me off. No, but since getting to look at this face and hearing this voice is my special privilege, did something rather deserved happen to the me until yesterday? What do you say, Emilia-chan? Emilia, sorry.
I don't get what you're saying. Subaru, continuing to smile, blathered and loosened his shoulders.
And the two who were climbing the staircase below these three finally joined them.
Beatrice, once again, it is relieving to know that nothing happened, in fact. Subaru, nothing happened would be a bit of a faulty expression, considering tons of reformations occurred within Meili's consciousness. So something did happen.
Shaola, as expected of Master Summer. Absolutely no idea what you're on about, but when it comes to your cool aura then there's nothing that can surpass it. Subaru, do you actually even hold any respect for me? Shaola seemed to be regardlessly impressed by anything she was told, but when Subaru consulted regarding the principle of saving Meili, the first one to endorse him had also been her. Naturally, it also did feel like she put no deep thought to it and simply wanted to support Subaru with what he wanted to do, but it was also certain that he had been saved by such existence of hers. Meili, Beatrice-chan. Are you not angry with me? Beatrice, it's a matter of course that Betty is angry, I suppose. But you seem like you'd get popped to shreds by Betty, so Betty has somehow managed to shut it off. In fact, there's also what happened in the sand dunes, so what happened now shall be written off, I suppose.
Beatrice, however, writing off what happened now only goes for this one incident. In fact, you still bear the sin of burning the forbidden archive in the previous mansion, I suppose.
As long as that exists, Betty will probably never forgive you. In fact. Crossing her short arms, Beatrice responded to Meili's doubt with a stern look in her eyes. Meili halted her breath upon her words, but Emilia immediately laughed with a hee-hee. Emilia, it may be a bit difficult to grasp, but Beatrice just now said probably. She's saying she'll properly forgive Meili if she stays a good girl.
You're really so kind.
Beatrice, Emilia. Don't go saying unnecessary stuff, I suppose. Meili, I'll do whatever I can to touch your heart.
Exposing the other side of the strict comments, Emilia laughed before the blushing Beatrice.
Seeing them, Meili responded with a soft voice.
Witnessing the scene, Subaru nodded several times in satisfaction. Could he not say that finally, the progress before his eyes had actually happened?
At the very least, her actions, having ultimately believed that Subaru must be killed, had been prevented. Though this was yet merely one of the tragedies which occur in this tower. Shaola, so, is this really fine, Master Summer? Subaru, said Shaola with an innocent and calm voice, standing behind Subaru, who was drowned in thoughts. Standing beside Subaru, narrowing her dark eyes, she was glaring at the spectacle where Beatrice and Meili went back and forth with Emilia in between them, and as Subri furrowed his eyebrows, she resumed with the same tone.
Shaola, the girl who tried to kill Master Summer.
Is it really okay to let her go with no reproach? Subaru, you sure ask some dangerous stuff.
It's fine.
Meili's already gotten reproached. But things ended up like this because nobody actually taught her about why she was being reproached. She shall be taught about that, now onwards. Shaola, Master Summer also said the same, but what if she tries to kill Master Summer again because of that? Subaru, that'd happen if I'm extraordinarily bad at teaching, but it's not like I'll be the only one at it. That was how Subaru responded to Shaola's questioning. If Subaru were to aim for changing the sense of ethics of someone fostered to be an assassin from a very young age by himself, then it would be extremely difficult, and in all honesty, he did not possess the strength to shoulder this responsibility either.
However, Subaru did not think of doing anything and everything by himself. He had relied on Emilia and the others for stopping Meili's crime as well.
He shall have Emilia and Beatrice go along with him ahead of this as well.
Subaru, of course, I'll have you helping as well, Shaola.
Because it'll be a long road of her objecting individual sense of values. Shaola, me, too?
Subaru, that's of course. You.
Well, on the flip side you have teacher-like ambience, and I won't leave you out alone. Your body is overflowing with motherhood, use it nicely to break through to Meili's obstinate heart. Before Shaola, who pointed a finger at herself in sheer surprise, Subaru declared relaxedly and shrugged his shoulders.
It was a mystery as to what she was so astonished by, but considering she often overreacts, Subaru did not question it much, thinking that just was a part of her.
Upon Subaru's judgment, Shaola sandwiched her face with her hands. Shaola, me too, huh?
Me too, together, with Master Summer, me too.
H.
Subaru, ha. What happened, you?
Shaola, nothing.
I've decided. Just as Master Summer ordered, I'll raise that little girl number 2 into a probe her upright person.
With a red face, Shaola sprinted towards Emilia and the rest. And lifting up Meili's body with ease, hugged her and pushed her into her voluptuous chest. Meili, Kaya Tilda?
What happened, Naked Oni-san? You surprised me.
Shaola, it's okay, you can act like a spoiled child under my care as much as you'd like, little girl number 2. My chest belongs to Master Summer, but I'll share it with little girl number 2 just for now.
The wealthy should give to the needy, you see.
Meili, hey Oni-san? You drilled some weird stuff into Naked Oni-san's head once again, re-GHD. Meili, being treated by Shaola as per her own pleasure, raised her voice upon judging this was Subaru's antic. Subaru, well, think of it like compensation for worrying everyone, and get treated affectionately all nicely.
It's all right, from what I saw she doesn't have any ill will.
Meili, geez, such hopeless people.
It's fine, I'll let it pass.
But, what happened here is a secret to other people. Saying so, Meili puffed her cheeks as she was sandwiched by Shaola's breasts. But, upon Meili's comment, Subaru scratched his head and said ah. Meili furrowed her eyebrows upon his reaction, and in Subaru's stead, Emilia responded to her. Emilia, Meili, it's really difficult to say this but. Meili, I'm getting a bad feeling about TS.
Whether that bad feeling of Meili's had hit the mark or not.
The answer to that question could immediately be understood by her reaction to the words Emilia followed up with. Emilia, Subaru had also properly consulted Ram and the others, who are not here. Meili made an immensely wry expression.
The room which was used for meals or conversations was called the common use room, but what awaited Subaru and the rest when they returned to the common use room was Ram, with her hands on her hips.
Ram, is that so?
Seems you cleaned it all up. Not bad, worthy of a compliment.
Receiving Subaru and the rest upon their safe return, Ram said so to the 5 with peaceful eyes. That was perhaps high praise from her, hence Subaru accepted it straightforwardly.
The whole incident with Meili was something he could brag about to even her. And he was relieved that his boasting would not lead to him being in a bind.
There's no requirement to say this, but she had been awaiting your return standing like this the whole time. Ram, there truly was no requirement to say that. Kindly restrain yourself, Echidna. Echidna, you've had this attitude ever since you got to know I was the one controlling this body.
How likable.
Saying so and making Ram stiffen the edges of her eyebrows, was Echidna, with her hips down onto the floor of the common use room. She accepted Ram's eloquence with a smile, then looked at Subaru and the rest. Meili, humph, Echidna, so, what is she so sulky about? The one Echidna pointed to was Meili, who was being carried on Shaola's back. Groaning with a bitter expression, without responding to Echidna's question, Meili continued to sulk and averted her eyes away.
She was being completely peevish.
Echidna, so, for example, she's irritated because she got her plan for murder intercepted. If that's the case, then I am slightly uneasy about leaving her without any constraints like this. Subaru, no, that's wrong. Echidna's insecure supposition, and the way she had visibly been on guard for Subaru even in this short interval must be a display of her emotions, of wanting to protect the girl named Anastasia, the owner of her body. She could not help but form a strange misunderstanding, and Subaru firmly denied it. Subaru, she just feels awkward that she got her thoughts uncovered and everyone got to know about them.
It's so childlike, it's cute.
Echidna, considering what she attempted to do, it feels odd to describe it as something childlike, but
I see.
Even after losing memories, the true nature doesn't change so easily as what it's about.
Must be surprising to you, Natsuki-kun.
Subaru, it's my honor if it serves to be entertaining for you, that's all. Winking towards Echidna's line of sight, he was then ridiculed by a Harbai ram. Afterwards, Subaru turned around in a circle and surveyed the room from the inside. Subaru, Julius isn't here?
Where is he? Training or something?
At the time of utmost serious affairs, you engage in trifling matters, the thought of that is truly vexing.
Subaru, it's not like it's decided that it's a trifling matter. He may be doing a rather important task, you know.
Hearing a voice from behind, Subaru curved his cheeks and turned back towards the echoed voice.
Receiving his smile, which had a negative connotation to it, was Julius as he touched his own bangs.
As he returned from the outside of the common use room, Emilia tilted her head. Emilia, Julius, were you having a stomachache? Julius, Emilia Summer, do not take his words and deeds at face value. Certainly, he is your one and only knight, a position where you should trust him more than anyone, unquestionably so, but sometimes, even his prominent words and deeds are. Subaru, hey, don't stuff such unnecessary stuff into Emilia-chan's mind. First of all, it was you who wasn't even in here. I'll excuse you if you say you were out training for a bit. Julius. Glared by Subaru's black eyes, Julius loosened his lips. A way of laughter seemingly losing breath, truly irksome and befitting of his appearance, but Subaru felt that there just was something wrong with that laughter.
Echidna, Emilia, and Natsuki-kun, no need to worry.
Following the earlier conversation, Julius went to be on the lookout for the outside. As Meili wields the power to control witch beasts, and in case she truly intended to achieve her goal, what should be seen as the greatest threat would be the existence of the witch beasts outside the tower, you see, Julius, so I was on the watch for the outside of the tower from the balcony I found last night. Fortunately, there appeared to be no oddities outside of the tower and it seemed everything was all right inside as well. Whilst saying so, Julius turned his gaze towards Meili. Atop Charla's back, upon noticing Julius' gaze, she made a sour look with her lips. However, seeing Meili's conduct, Julius abruptly relaxed his cheeks. Julius, I am glad, it seems everything was resolved safely. Though when you spoke about having lost memories and then about this, it felt as if heaven and earth had partly been overturned. Subaru, that's way too huge an exaggeration. Well, that's not something I, who lost memories, can say.
Julius, I suppose so.
Saying heaven and earth got overturned would be going too far. Just slightly, though. Anyway, I am glad everyone's safe. After having sought even Emilia Summer's help, if it still ended up as a failure ultimately, then there wouldn't even be any room for recovery.
Subaru, yeah, I'm also relieved.
You and I are close enough to be quarreling like this, right?
Julius, hair.
Julius laughed in a stuck-up manner at what Subaru said with a finger raised.
Thinking that this smile did not have that earlier faint vacillation, Subaru also felt satisfied. This made the 5th time of them meeting by chance ever since he had lost his memories.
All this time, he did not get much time that was spent peacefully, and the reality was that he must have spent much more of his time with Emilia and the others. And surely, Natsuki Subaru had his own way of connecting to them.
Henceforth, Subaru wanted to carefully follow Natsuki Subaru's footsteps to make sure there isn't too huge a difference, to make sure Emilia and the others do not get saddened.
He did not want to directly lay his eyes upon the reality that Emilia and the others had lost Natsuki Subaru.
Besides, it would surely be better to not face a reality of such sort.
If Natsuki Subaru disappears, and Natsuki Subaru returns, then surely. Subaru, all right then, let's head for capturing the tower with this newly reborn all-friendly team of ours. Any objections? Emilia, none.
Let's give it our all.
Beatrice, that name, friendly team has a bit of a sense of apathy to it, in fact. Regardless, Emilia and Beatrice presented two extremes of agreement to Subaru's opinion.
The others did not seem to hold any objections either, which relieved him for the moment.
Julius, will it be fine to accept that there'll be no problems with regards to her this way? Subaru, yeah, that'll be fine. She won't act recklessly and try to kill me behind everyone's backs. However, whether she'll be able to keep this up hereafter depends on Meili as she grows up watching our backs, so be careful to make sure she doesn't get to see our backs being uncool or dreadful. Julius, I see.
So it is a matter of appearances, then I want you to leave it to me.
Turning his gaze towards Meili, Julius drew his chin in and agreed with Subaru's words. Appearances seemed somewhat of a wrong way to describe it, but to have others look at your back, in other words, becoming a role model, in that sense Julius' description was certainly befitting. The present Subaru could not say he had been with him much, but he had still witnessed that Julius possessed a strong sense of self-denial and excellency in various kinds of conducts. Those were the fruits of his own ready wit, an indication of the refinement of the environment he grew up in, and at the same time they also symbolized the hard work he had put into applying them to himself.
Through evident hard work, he had applied those to himself. Them being something valuable, something priceless.
Emilia, Subaru, are you okay?
Do you think you'll be able to converse?
Subaru, whoa. Suddenly, Emilia grasped Subaru's arm whilst he stood with halted breath, looking at him in concern. Seeing how close he was to her, Subaru regained his senses and jumped backwards, flustered. Witnessing Subaru's overreaction, Emilia spilled out a faint "ah." Emilia, you know, ever since you've woken up. No, ever since you said you lost your memories, Subaru just keeps getting surprised by me, no? Is there something strange about me? Is there something on my face? Subaru, no, not at all.
There's just your cute eyes and cute nose and cute lips and cute ears.
Emilia, cute. Hee, thank you.
But if that's the case, then why?
Subaru, I guess it's because it feels like Emilia-chan's features aren't just the parts added up, but multiplied such that they complement each other.
Also, your voice is cute. You're also cute. This won't do, what an angel.
Subaru covered his face with his hands and looked at Emilia through his fingers, suggesting she was too dazzling to look at.
Hearing Subaru's comments, it was Beatrice who responded suddenly.
Beatrice, HK. Try saying that in a more Subaru-like fashion, I suppose. Subaru, huh? What's wrong? Beatrice, again, say the words Emilia looks like an angel in a Subaru-like fashion, in fact. Subaru, what kind of public shaming is that?
I'm not doing it. It's embarrassing.
Beatrice, you're also cute like an angel. Don't sulk. Beatrice, it's true that Betty is cute like an angel, but that's not what it's about, I suppose. Heartbroken, Beatrice lowered her shoulders in dejection. This made him feel guilty, as Subaru then patted her head and everyone now was in formation of a circle in the common use room. Now this made for a proper place to converse. It was regrettable that the real progress sought after had not been realized yet, but it was about time to continue the conversation rather boldly. Subaru, with all that being said, once again, Meili's a part of our team now. For having a societal inspection of Meili, having her entered genuinely now, I would like to hurry up and leave this sandy tower as well. Any objections? Ram, that manner of speaking really makes one question if you've truly lost your memories or not. But, Barusu's memory loss is a rather light problem when compared to more serious ones, but it's still a problem. Emilia, MHM, that's right. It's not like they could have just suddenly disappeared out of nowhere, so we have to make sure Subaru gets his memories back. Subaru, about that, how about we disregard it for now? After raising a hand and seeking approval, Subaru interjected a pause between Ram and Emilia's comments. Everyone in the conversation, not just the two of them, responded with a ha in surprise. The only one not surprised was Shaula, but she was busy tending to Meili after earnestly accepting Subaru's request, so he left her out for the moment. Beatrice, Subaru.
Please don't make Betty and the others worry too much. In fact,
your memory loss was sufficiently surprising, yet saying that it's all right to not recover them would be far too self-abandoning, I suppose. Emilia, yeah, that's right, Subaru.
Are you perhaps thinking that you don't want to cause problems for us?
But, Subaru, you consulted us regarding Meili, didn't you? Similar to that, we will all think together with regards to Subaru's memories as well. Please, okay? Subaru, that persuasion makes my heart ache.
No, but well, listen to me for a second. It's not like I'm saying this out of self-abandonment. There's a proper reason behind it.
That was the excuse Subaru made against Emilia and Beatrice's concern. Following, Subaru raised a finger making sure everyone could see it and said, listen. Subaru, I do think that me suddenly losing my memories in this situation is regrettable, and it really makes me happy that everyone wishes to get them back. However, is there anyone here who thinks this memory loss is unrelated to the existence of this tower? Shaula, Master Summer hit his head in the toilet's urinal and lost memories before.
There's no end to it.
Subaru, outfielders to remain quiet for a second.
What you said certainly can't be ignored, but it's fine for now.
Irritated by the outfielder's disruption, Subaru brought the conversation back together by saying anyway, Subaru, what I want to say is that there's a relation between the tower and my memory loss.
In other words, Echidna, in other words, upon fulfilling the conditions for capturing the tower, the cause behind Natsuki-kun's memory loss or the key to it might naturally be obtained. Is that what you mean?
Subaru, yeah, that's right.
That's what I mean.
Subaru nodded several times upon Echidna's words, who had read into Subaru's thoughts. Hearing Echidna's view, Julius put his hand on his chin and said, I see. Julius, if the tower's mechanism has stolen Subaru's memories, we might get closer to the answer upon capturing the tower.
Or instead the occasion of Subaru losing his memories might have happened because he got too close to the answer. Echidna, it seems quite possible.
His insight at the time of capturing Taygeta, to say it clearly, he utilized knowledge we couldn't possibly ever have. Due to the knowledge only Natsuki-kun possessed, he went far too ahead of even us and resultantly had his memories lost. Subaru, wait, that would be way too much overestimation.
I'm just a shut-in, you know? My speciality is like, spreading bedsheets open cleanly and sewing, you know?
Emilia, look, Subaru.
The embroidery on these clothes, Subaru did it. Did you start remembering something upon looking at it? It's cute, right? It's Puck.
Subaru, embroidery of a cute cat. But, I don't really have an idea. Digesting the conversation, which required a great deal of thinking ability, Subaru denied Emilia, who was caressing the picture of a cat embroidered on her clothes, downhearted.
Perhaps a cat she had kept and even given a name to. It seemed she did not bring it along to the tower, so he wanted to hurry up and return safely, and make her reunite with her pet. Regardless,
Ram, Barusu learnt something there was no need for, and as a result, lost his memories out of rashness.
Certainly seems convincing.
Beatrice, Ram's way of saying it is quite thorny, but Betty generally agrees as well, in fact. Besides, Subaru's thoughts of the tower's capture being prioritized. The prospect seems repulsive, but it does have a point, I suppose. Subaru, Beatrice. Beatrice's dissatisfaction was perhaps directed towards the situation of not giving topmost priority to Subaru's memories, after all.
It made him happy from the bottom of his heart that she would think this way, but Subaru had his own reason for not prioritizing his memories.
If they leisurely search around for his memories, or they wouldn't make it in time to prevent the tower's tragedies.
What had happened? What was going to happen?
Subaru and everyone else must become one and prepare for those calamities. Subaru, and so, I want to prioritize capturing the tower.
I want everyone to understand for now as well.
Subaru, I don't think it's fine if things remain this way either.
But, my problem can be dealt later. If we postpone the initial problems, we won't ever reach our goal. I want to do what we should do.
So appealed Subaru to everyone, earnestly. He put in as many efforts as possible to cover the demerits of Natsuki Subaru not being here.
And that he wanted everyone to lend their strengths in return. Subaru's request had everyone at a loss for words, however.
Ram, truly, such a fool. Sighed Ram, turning her head and looking at everyone with her light crimson eyes. Ram, even after losing memories, your deplorable intellect won't change. In other words, even if your memories return, there's not much the present Barusu can contribute. Then, prioritizing Barusu's memories would only be wasteful.
Let's capture the tower, and subsequently anticipate their return. Subaru, subsequently you say, don't you have any other ways to put it?
Ram, no. You lost your memories subsequent to attempting to capture the tower, isn't it?
In that case, kindly find them subsequently as well, don't cause Ram problems. He promised Ram that he will remember, he will get them back, no matter what.
That is why he couldn't possibly weigh the impact Ram's heart must have received when he said he wanted to postpone matters regarding his memories.
However, precisely because of that promise, Ram had said this in the first place.
She had made the promise with Subaru, despite him being a habitual breaker of promises.
Echidna, progressively speaking, it's not like we have a way to recover memories.
I shall also agree with Natsuki-kun and Ram say. Speaking optimistically here, but there's also the possibility that the memories come back with time. Julius, I'd say a passive agreement for me.
I shall not give utmost priority to it. I shall prioritize the tower's capture. But should I find a chance to recover your memories, I shall prioritize that.
Emilia Summer and Beatrice Summer mustn't be made to make such a sad expression. Subaru gave a deep nod in response to Echidna and Julius' words. He then turned his eyes towards the two of Emilia and Beatrice.
Receiving Subaru's gaze, the two ultimately hesitated a bit but.
Emilia, this time, even if it's tough, I'll be patient.
But.
Subaru, but. Emilia, sometimes, do excuse me for worrying about Subaru the most. Subaru,
I'm sorry.
Noticing that it was equal to what he had said about keeping worrying about him later, Subaru turned his head down in response to Emilia's request.
Seeing the two, Beatrice let out a sad sigh.
Beatrice, Emilia said what Betty wanted to say, I suppose. That was supposed to be the most effective one, so do properly reflect on yourself, in fact. Subaru, yeah, I got it. Henceforth, gaining everyone's approval, Subaru once again firmed his resolve for capturing the tower. And what Subaru wanted to first propose thus forward was, Subaru, how about we all go and search, if there's Reed's book in the library of Taygeta?
Arc 6, Chapter 58, That is that, This is this. Let's search and see if there's Reed's book in the library of Taygeta. That was what Subaru suggested as a necessity for capturing the tower as well as capturing their immediate problem, the second layer. While sitting in a circle, everyone made a puzzled expression upon hearing that. Emilia, his book? Are you serious? Subaru, yep. Subaru looked at Emilia as she gave her reaction. Feeling a sense of bliss due to her cuteness and lovable nature, Subaru then turned to everyone saying, listen. Subaru, searching for Reed's book, I think that is the quickest and easiest way for capturing the second layer. Don't you all think so as well? Emilia, I asked this earlier too, but why? I'm not against searching for the book. But I just don't know why we should search for Reed's book. Besides, Julius, first of all, would Reed Astria's book truly even be in that library? Hearing Subaru's suggestion, Emilia tilted her head, and Julius conveyed the latter half of her words. Subject to everyone's gaze now, Julius looked upwards with his eyes and eyelashes which had an affinity with each other, as if glancing at the second layer which was perhaps above the ceiling. Julius, though indeed hard to believe, the hero who engraved his name in history, Reed Astria, takes the name of the trial upon himself and is awaiting our challenge in the second layer. There is no reason to doubt that he is a personage who existed 400 years ago, and still is that very same person. But now, there is room to question his death in my mind. Subaru, seeing how lively he is, did he really even die? I guess my supposition may have been wrong considering this point. The truth was that Subaru merely recognized the fact that he is a dead person from several hundreds of years ago after hearing about it from Emilia from the rest. Should he have been met unknowing of his respective circumstances, it would be truly hard to believe that Reed was a dead person. First of all, he had too much life in him. He's a far too energetic dead person. Subaru, regardless, I think things are at a level that we need not ponder over this point much. It's inconceivable that he'd live for several hundreds of years, and he should be dead. Am I right, Beatrice? Beatrice, despite everything, Betty has lived for 400 years, in fact. Emilia, around 100 years for me, I guess. Echidna, same here. I suppose if my birth would be considered then it would make around 400 years. Though the time I was conscious for was short. Shaula, me too. Me too, Master Summer. I've been waiting here in vain for 400 years. I was so lonely. I demand a hug for those 400 years. Subaru, so many characters who've lived long? Even Emilia Chan. His objective was to seek agreement but unknowingly brought objection, whilst he had his jaw hanging. He never thought that over half of his party members would be characters who've lived for long. The party's average age jumped up so much it wasn't even a joke. Especially when it came to Beatrice to Emilia, he was unable to shut his hanging jaw. He merely thought that he had to come to terms with it. Subaru, is that so? Emilia Chan is a half-elf. I'm also convinced she's an unparalleled beauty. The rule goes that half-elves are pretty and live long, after all. Emilia, MHM, yes. Subaru, even without memories, you aren't scared of half-elves? Subaru, when you ask about being scared, then I'm scared of that cuteness. It's seriously lethal. If I look at you when I'm half asleep and have my guard down, then my eyes might go blind. To be honest, I'm having to blink frequently even now. Emilia, geez, stupid. Scolded by the slightly pouting Emilia, Subaru got lost in thoughts of this ambience, feeling nice, but braced himself up to make sure he didn't make such a foolish misunderstanding. Emilia was extremely kind. One could easily get the careless impression that she had feelings for Subaru. His beating heart swayed away. Well, it was fine if it was beating at least. Subaru, Tilda. At such spots, you have a sense of relief like I've returned to my parents' home, Beatrice. Beatrice, that feels somewhat unacceptable, I suppose. But well, since you're patting Betty's head, you'll be let off the hook this time, in fact. After being thrown into disarray by Emilia, his heartbeats calmed down upon caressing Beatrice. It seemed that Beatrice's mood had also been restored, so it served both ends. And, upon the derailing of the conversation, Echidna said, "Would you mind if I say something?" and raised her hand. Echidna, it's not like I don't understand Julius' worry, but I want to earnestly endorse the supposition that Reed is a dead person. Though it's simply the impression I got when I got in contact with him personally. Subaru, and the reason for that would be? Echidna, first, just as what Natsuki-kun had said, I cannot conceive that Reed Astria belongs to a species which lives for long. He is a person who goes beyond norms in multiple ways, but he is still a human. Second, his personality. Emilia, personality. Like his really energetic nature? Echidna, energetic to an extent which is rather unheard of. I cannot imagine that the possessor of such a hearty and lively personality would quietly seclude himself in the tower for 400 years. The fact that he hadn't even met her, Shaola, would mean that he always remained in that one room of the second layer. It's very hard to believe. It's my arbitrary impression, but he would probably leave in 3 days. Subaru, In response to Echidna's views, Subaru responded with a voice filled with acceptance and reconciliation. Emilia and the others also thought back to Reed's bustling attitude. They all seemed to be convinced by the credibility of Echidna's views. Observing them all, Echidna turned her pale cerulean gaze towards Julius. Echidna, so, that is the impression I have. Julius, do you agree? Julius, it is impossible to not agree, certainly, considering Reed Astria's real impression, it does not seem like he would stay at the same place for such a long time. The reason behind that is because the tower's trials and his present self have strings of conditions attached to them. Is that how we should consider it? Subaru, the tower and him, have strings of conditions attached, huh? Hearing Echidna and Julius' conversation, he recalled the denouement of the previous loop. Within the tower caught in the flames of great chaos and mayhem, Reed was walking around freely and boasted about going outside. Without any diffidence he had descended from the second layer down to the fourth layer and even pushed the back of Subaru's head. To Subaru it did not seem like his freedom was constrained whatsoever. The truth was that had he not possessed the last bit of reluctance, he would have unmistakably left the tower full of life with his legs at the very same pace. The reason why, he did not do so. Julius? What is it, do you need something from me? Subaru, no. Julius, hair. I believe I also have eyes, a nose, ears and lips on my face, but is there any strangeness in that? Subaru, unlike Emilia Chan's they aren't cute at all, so they failed the screening. Regardless. The conversation had drifted far too distant from the main issue at hand. With that notion Subaru turned his gaze away from Julius. And once again returned the topic to Reed's book. Subaru, well then, now that we've all agreed that Reed's a lively dead, then let's go back to what I first said. Taygeta has books of the dead, am I right? Ram, that is the understanding as of now. Memories of the dead flow into the reader's head. Barusu and Julius have confirmed that much. Though unfortunately, it seems you lost memories of that as well. Subaru, I said I'm sorry, don't hold it against me. And, that is where the focus of this conversation lies. Subaru pointed his finger towards Ram. Perhaps finding that gesture unpleasant, Ram twisted his finger, making Subaru taste ache and scream gar-ah. Right beside their exchange, Beatrice raised a soft voice saying Beatrice, so that is what it is, I suppose. Emilia, Beatrice, did you get what Subaru wants to say? Beatrice, yes, in fact. So that is what it is, I suppose. In other words, it means utilizing Reed's Book of the Dead as an essential point for capturing Reed, in fact. Subaru, yeah. Caressing his twisted finger, Subaru affirmed Beatrice's words with a pained expression. Hearing that explanation, Emilia rounded her amethyst eyes and whispered, is that so, Tilda? Utilizing the Book of the Dead, and capturing the dead himself. To summarize, not only was the Book of the Dead a record of one's lifetime, but also elaborately recorded why that person had died, a capture guidebook. And should it be put in Subaru's words, who was a veteran player having already died 4 times, the cause of death isn't something which can be evaded easily. Subaru, that's why if we read his Book of the Dead we'll get to know of the cause of his death. That would serve as a great means of capturing. The books of the dead may be, in a roundabout way, for that purpose alone, you know. Echidna, that is. Something I didn't notice. But now that you mention it, certainly. They've gone out of their way to deploy a dead person as the trial taker. It wouldn't be odd if that was the aim. Subaru, well, you don't have to accept it that readily. Subaru rounded his eyes and gave a bitter smile as response to Echidna, who commended him far greater than what he had anticipated. Regardless, the situation was such that they could either find a way to capture, or become able to define a bypass to evade it entirely. Subaru, this is something I'm saying with personal conviction. Not my present self who doesn't have memories, but myself who had memories also tried to test this way of capturing as well, I think. Beatrice, that is convincing, I suppose. There's no way Subaru wouldn't test such a byroad, in fact. Ram, that being a road toward evil, not a road toward righteousness. Certainly seems like something Barusu would do. Ram is also convinced. Emilia, yeah. Things inequitable, that's something Subaru's really good at. Subaru, who says inequitable in this day and age? Emilia, HK. He distorted his cheeks in response to the unblurred assessment of Natsuki Subaru, and Emilia suddenly had eyes twinkling as a reaction. Subaru was surprised by her reaction, but Emilia immediately afterwards touched her cheek with her finger. Emilia, this won't do. Subaru is the one who has it rough the most, after all. I have to get myself together. Ram, Emilia Summer, your feelings are understandable, but your cheeks are flushed red. Taking Emilia's hand, Ram directed her attention towards what was happening with her. Emilia or Beatrice upon times had been giving overly sensitive reactions since a while ago, and the reason behind that was perhaps because of the vestiges of Natsuki Subaru they could feel. He truly felt guilty and apologetic. He wanted to return Natsuki Subaru to Emilia and the others as soon as possible. Regardless, in accordance with Emilia and the rest's impression as well, it was highly probable that the Subaru who was there until yesterday had arrived at a point of utilizing the Book of the Dead as a means of capturing. Hearing Subaru's thoughts, Meili then said with her hand on her mouth. Meili, this reminds me, last night I saw Oniai-san in Taigeta with lot of books scattered around. I wonder if that's what it was for. Julius, last night, Subaru was in Taigeta? Subaru, by the way, did you get to see what book I was reading? Meili, I don't know that ch. Really sorry Tilda. Meili closed her eyes as she remained sitting on Shaola's lap and getting her head caressed. Waving his hand gesturing don't worry about it, Subaru referred to my memories which were not his own, and arrived at the same conclusion. Amongst the memories of Meili he had confirmed with the Book of the Dead, despite seeing Subaru with multiple books scattered around him he had been unable to see the specifics of that point onward. That is why he had not been disappointed much by the answer to his question. However, at the point when he was in the library of Taigeta it was certain that there was some sort of abnormality in Natsuki Subaru. Before he scattered the books around, or perhaps shortly after that. Julius, what are the chances of that act itself having some connection with the loss of memories? Echidna, a lot of them were scattered around, Something like reading the Book of the Dead beyond the maximum possible limit filled up the entire place for storing memories and they overflowed out. That won't be possible, right? Subaru, I want to think that it shouldn't be possible, but I can't say it isn't possible. Anyhow, I have amnesia. Julius and Echidna sighed at the same time before Subaru, who had puffed up his chest and raised a single finger. They had come to a standstill when it came to discussing his memory loss, but Subaru did not doubt that the cause of his memory loss was in the book. That is why he thought of avoiding letting anyone else read Reed's Book of the Dead should they actually find it. If someone had to read it, then it must be Subaru, who already had his memories disappear once. It wouldn't be of much consequence should they disappear again. No, by now, Subaru also had too many memories he could not let disappear. The events of the previous loop, the events prior to the previous loop. Along with that, the things he had committed to his heart in these surroundings, or the promise with Ram, and what he pledged to Meili. What's this? Already hands full of stuff which mustn't be forgotten despite merely being here for a few days and repeating 4 times. This is why memories were valuable, priceless, and difficult to part ways with. They must not be forgotten. Emilia, Subaru? Subaru, I'm all right. Ahem. Upon Emilia's call, Subaru awoke from his silence and regained his composure. then glanced at everyone's faces. Subaru, with all that being said, I propose heading to Taygeta. That guy, hero of the past or the legendary so-and-so or whatever, will be handing down his achievements in his life hereafter. Instead there'll also be any failures or weaknesses he left behind, and will straightforwardly attack those points as a fame tax. Ram, you sure are confident, speaking of something you've heard someplace else. Subaru, hee, it's cause I never thought there'd be a chance to realistically use a way for capturing this tower. If the opponent can be traced down to his roots, then even the cause of his death and what he treasures can be ascertained. This is what you truly call a modern-day knowledge cheat. Emilia and Beatrice tilted their heads hearing Subaru's words, who had his fists clenched with strength. That was mere persiflage, so he did not get into its details, but it was unmistakable that Reed Astria, in this world, was a personage famous enough to have his name etched into history. Echidna, so in other words, that guy's cause of defeat is a fame tax. That's quite novel for a weakness, isn't it? Ram. Barusu's aim is understood. Ram is convinced as well. Though Ram certainly has some anxiety about it. Echidna, it's worth trying, huh? My oh my. Simply thinking about how difficult it will be to find a single book out of an amount of books that vast makes me feel heavy. Ignoring Subaru's frivolous comments, Ram and Echidna raised their hips. Emilia, Beatrice, Meili and Shaula followed shortly afterwards. Subaru also got on his knees and stood up, and then glanced at Julius, who was lagging behind. Subaru, what happened? Are you against it? Julius, no, there's no other breakthrough solution either. Also, considering that the proposal was initiated by you, I shall recognize its validity. Subaru, but, there's still something on your mind? Julius. That would be a problem of my own. I want you to disregard it. Shaking his head left and right, Julius stood up at that spot. Since it was impossible to disregard it even when told to do so, Subaru only got more concerned. Subaru, I'll disregard it, for now. By the way, with the exception of the Book of the Dead, just how famous is Reed? Feels like it'd be at a crazy level. Julius, seems like that was quite a strong memory. For memories that were spilled in bits and pieces, seems like some are left. Reed Astria is one of the 3 heroes who defeated the witch who existed in the past. Subaru, the sage Shaula, the divine dragon Volcanica, the sword saint Reed. Shaula, sage refers to Master Summer, not me. Subaru, going by your logic, I'm also several hundreds of years old. I've lived a time way too shocking between leaving the convenience store and waking up in the morning. Rather than simply taking Shaula's speech with a grain of salt, Subaru ignored it after tasting the flavor of only a small percentage of what she had to say. Subaru dug deeper into the legend of Reed, whereby he was spoken of as one of the 3 heroes. With respect to that topic, Emilia and the others' glances were directed towards Julius. Julius accepted their gazes, and whilst touching his bangs. Julius, certainly, there's no time to recite the legend Reed Astria etched into posterity in all parts of the world. Speaking of things he was famous for. The fight where he slayed 100 dragons, or his battle achievement of 6,000 undefeated victories recorded in the battle arena of the Island of Swordsmen. An existence called to be a fierce god, and the victor of drinking competitions, such varieties are also there. Subaru, all of that sounds so stupid, but after having met the real deal. Julius, it feels that they've not been exaggerated. After knowing that strength, unhesitatingly he would. No. Subaru? Julius, within what I'm aware of, all anecdotes regarding him retell his achievements and such. His personality, or records of humanly failures and defeats, there are no memories of things like those. Touching his bangs, that was how Julius brought the display of information to a finish. Hearing what he said made Subaru slightly tremble, due to the fact that he had no records of defeat. It would be fine if there were no such records left, it surely cannot be that he was simply never defeated. Subaru shuddered, thinking that him being undefeated for his entire life was a relevant possibility. Subaru, oh, we're here. Whilst they were conversing, they arrived at the room which had the staircase connecting to Taygeta. Further up would be the library filled with books of the dead, and the third layer Taygeta shall welcome them. Subaru, Ram, would you mind guiding everyone for a bit? There's something I want to talk about with Julius. Ram, with Julius? Ram furrowed her eyebrows in response to Subaru, who had halted his feet. Julius was also surprised to hear those words, but for the moment he did not object to it. Seeing them, Ram straightened her light crimson eyes and sighed, looking back into Subaru's black eyes. A sigh which revealed grief, or perhaps, understanding. Ram, kindly make sure you make it quick. It'll get completely out of hand if Ram and the others also lose memories like Barusu upon reaching there. Subaru, don't say such scary stuff. Though if amnesiac Ram becomes more meek and elegant, it'll sure be a sight to see. Ram does not intend to forget anything more. Subaru, you're right. Please make sure you don't get close to any weird book if you spot one. With that exchange done, Ram was the first one to start climbing the staircase. For the moment he did not worry about misjudgments should it be left to her. Amongst all of these party members, he assessed Ram to be utmost worthy of such trust. Subaru, Meili, be ladylike. Hold hands with Emilia-chan or something at least. Meili, that is really upsetting. You don't have to treat me like a burden like T.S. Naked Oni-san already has grabbed my hand, even though I don't want to grab hers. Pouting, with one of her hands taken by Shaula and the other by Emilia, Meili was taken to Taygeta. Behind her was Beatrice, and last in line was Echidna, who looked back upon stepping onto the staircase. Echidna, Natsuki-kun. Subaru, Echidna, please do be gentle. Leaving those words behind, Echidna headed to the upper layer. Subaru scratched his head whilst viewing her back. It seemed that Echidna had probably seen through the reason why Subaru had Julius remain here. And with the departure of all the females, the only ones left standing before the staircase were the two of Subaru and Julius. Julius, so, what did you want to talk about? You've gone out of your way to keep Emilia Summer and the others at a distance. Can I believe that it is something very important? Subaru, something very important? Well, I guess so, probably. Julius, what an unclear way of speaking. Subaru, it's the kind of thing difficult to speak clearly. Subaru scratched his black hair in front of Julius, who had his back turned to the staircase. The reason why he had Julius stop here was to confirm certain things. This also included what all he had been concerned about in the earlier conversation as well. Julius, Subaru? Subaru, just wait. I'm organizing my mind right now. Subaru pondered, pulling the thread of the problem which was tangled greater than expected. He had left the search for the book onto Emilia and the others and had told Julius to stop here. The main focus of it being, of course, read Astria. Along with that, floating in Subaru's mind was the previous loop, one of the acts of this great battle royale. Having gained freedom, Reed battles Julius one-on-one, choosing that to be the reason for his final bit of reluctance. Despite there being countless obstructions in the situation, that had been a scene truly deserving being called a one-on-one battle. However, the difference in their actual ability, perhaps including this aspect of being a psychological issue too, was absolute. On top of that, he had heard that Julius had already fought, suffered and swallowed defeat at the hands of Reed once. Adding that to the situation, Reed held some sort of attachment towards Julius. Whether that was towards the person named Julius, he couldn't help but feel that was the key to deciphering Reed. However, the problem was how to utilize it. Subaru, what do you think about Reed? Do you like him? Julius. What significance does that question hold, I wonder? Subaru, well, I just tried making the atmosphere less serious. The real one needs to be said just a bit differently. What I really mean is whether you have the intent to win against Reed. Julius, HK. What Subaru said with one eye closed, made Julius widen his yellow eyes. Witnessing vehement turmoil levitate in those eyes, Subaru took a short exhale. He felt this to be both expected and unexpected. Subaru, disregarding stuff, I'm not self-aware of myself. This is a situation where cowering away in fright is not allowed, you know. They say the habit of losing starts becoming difficult to get rid of. Julius, Subaru, you're Subaru, wicked, eh? The truth is that even I, after taking time and doing some stuff, do think that your daunted heart must be made to stand up again. I do think so, but we don't have such time. You get it, right? Receiving Subaru's question, Julius stiffened his cheeks and halted his breath. Subaru and Julius interpreted the implication of the words "there's no time" differently, yet he did possess identical unrest. And surely, this was something the Subaru, who was there until yesterday, was unable to do. Speaking the words which had to be conveyed to this wounded man who did not realize the restlessness of his own heart, and making him realize. Perhaps, Natsuki Subaru was doing what Natsuki Subaru couldn't, believing that this would be a certain strike, for breaking through the deadlock of this obstructive situation. Subaru, I'll say it clearly, Julius. If you ask why, then that's cause right now, I am invincible. Julius, invincible, huh? That is, quite a large thing to say. Subaru, I can say big stuff cause I've got no ties of obligations. I can't stand seeing you all curled up after you've looked at me in the eye, looked at Echidna in the eye, and have spoken about Reed. I've got a nature where I influence others, so I can't really say for the others, but I'll just close my eyes and say it clearly. Julius, I shall listen. Inhaling, adjusting his seated posture, Julius glared towards Subaru. Accepting that earnest gaze, Subaru resumed. Subaru, that is that, this is this. Julius, huh? Julius gave a dumbfounded response to Subaru's confident declaration. With that Julius before him, Subaru opened his arms wide and. Subaru, I know it got awkward since you were looking at me. The me until yesterday probably was responsible for doing something to you. What that me who was there until yesterday did will not disappear from this world, but it has indeed disappeared from my mind. Julius, I suppose so. That is correct. However, I am. Subaru, hear it till the end. Since I'm in that state, there's a need for us to establish our relationship from scratch. At the very least, that goes for the relationship with my present self. Forget about the me who was there until yesterday for now. With the tides of conversation taking a rather violent turn, Julius yet remained unable to recover from drowning in his earlier unease. A terribly overbearing logic. He had not managed to fully convey what he wanted to whatsoever. The truth was that Subaru was borrowing the strength of Emilia, Beatrice, Julius and the rest whom had been influenced by Natsuki Subaru, those being his achievements. However, right now he shall borrow merely the positive aspects of that influence, and discard the negative ones, because Subaru, in our party, you're the strongest. That's why, it'll be you who will be clashing with Reed. Even if we find the capture book all well and good, the fighting will still be on you. Of course, he had also considered Reed's attachment, the opponent's desire to have a one-on-one battle with Julius. However, Subaru did not intend to surrender this spot. Even if he ignored the fact that Emilia was trying to secure victory, Ram, Shaula, Echidna, Meili, Beatrice, out of everyone Subaru knew, surely nobody would be willing to surrender before that scene. Subaru, I understand you're scared. I also understand you're perplexed. I deeply apologize on behalf of the me who was there until yesterday. Consider all of that, switch over, and fight. Julius, I have already lost to him, twice. Subaru, I know. But, next time, win. The number of defeats was greater by one from what he had known. However, in this circumstance, it was unrelated and of little significance. Subaru, our calculations will eventually be that you will have to win. I thought of various matchups in my mind, but before having the girls do their best, we, the men, will have to do our best, or it'll be a disgrace to knighthood. Julius, disgrace. My current self, bringing disgrace to knighthood, ha. Before Subaru, who had his fist clenched out, Julius closed his eyes and whispered with a soft tone, lowering his head. Astonished, astrayed, wounded, defeated, and now finally by means of a logic akin to violently being grabbed by the collars, Julius was trifled by Subaru's words. That was something which made him change his elegant expression into one far unlike what Subaru had expected. Julius, just as how Miss Ram had stated, I've started to doubt whether you've truly lost memories. Or perhaps instead, are you pretending to not have memories in order to stop me from abandoning the sword out of fear? Subaru, I'd go so far, even making Emilia Chan's smiling face dull? You retard, I'd never do something so roundabout. Besides, above all, even without me doing that you'd still not let go of the sword and fight for everyone, won't you? Julius, that is contradicting. You're truly trying to put strain on my frightened heart right now, huh? Subaru, no. That's wrong. What you lack isn't courage. You've got courage properly packed up in here. What you lack is the determination to win. The spirit of rivalry, competitiveness. Subaru got closer, having his clenched out fist touched Julius' chest. Receiving his words and his fist, Julius inhaled. Subaru's words possessed no lies. In the earlier loop, despite being driven into a corner against the witch beasts and Reed, Julius did not let go of his sword, did not lose to despair, and conveyed the words "I'm leaving that to you" to Subaru. And should the other side of those words be seen, they couldn't mean anything else but "leave this to me." Under those circumstances, Julius had certainly said, to leave Reed Astria up to him. And witnessing him say so had been the end. That is why. Subaru, I have not seen the settlement. Neither my memories of everything until yesterday. That is why I've not been acquainted to you, losing to Reed, even once. Julius Jucilius, had not lost. This night, this man, had not lost even once, in front of Natsuki Subaru. That is why, no matter what anyone may say, Natsuki Subaru shall not surrender the settlement. He shall persist expecting Julius Jucilius to defeat Reed Astria. Subaru, I will leave Reed Astria up to you. Defeat that utmost troublesome enemy. In exchange, I will try my hand, using my own ways, at everything else. Subaru, can't you hear me, Julius? Answer your friend's expectations. Earlier was to put the weight of expectations on him, now was to forcefully drive hope into him. Subaru's fist prodded Julius' chest once again. That single gesture, and Julius touched his chest. Continuing to have his hand touch his chest, Julius stepped back, and took a deep breath. A deep, 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 deep breath, and... Julius, how come can you, having lost memories of everything until yesterday, are able to expect that much from me? Subaru, that's the kind of image I had. Kind of like my impression. Like your looks, the way you talk, the way you behave, what you wield, what you wear, the way you eat, the way you walk, it's the art of synthesizing from all that kind of stuff. Subaru replied without alluding to the previous loop, making him clench his chest in ache. Without even planning to, both Subaru and Julius faced each other whilst touching their chests. At the same pace, Julius corrected his posture whilst still having his hand at his chest, and slowly raised his hips. With elegant, beautiful, natural conduct, seemingly something a knight in some story would do. Julius, impression, huh? Subaru, why yeah. It's the way you appear, your everything, makes me expect this much. Julius, is that so? My appearance made you think that way, isn't it? The tone of Julius' voice changed, whilst he remained to have his head lowered. Until then, Julius' tone of voice gave the impression of being touched someplace difficult to touch, but now, though extremely slight, strength returned to it, softness lodged abode, warmth budded into it once again, that was the impression it gave. And Julius, forgotten by the world, forgotten by you, the only one who remembered me, failing to ascertain my master's existence, it became unclear where myself was. However, Despite being in that state, everything I have fostered until now has not disappeared. That is what I'd like to say, at least. Subaru, not so wise or collected, but that's what the nuance is. Julius accepted Subaru's shoddy and convoluted words in a wise, polished form. Subaru had thought that he hadn't been able to convey everything he wanted to just a moment ago. However, he felt that the listener had selected something close to the everything he wanted to convey. Subaru, well, it was kind of like a conversation on notions. I guess you could call it a psychological discussion, but it felt like the psychological problem was serious, so was I correct? Julius, why would you become timid with regards to that? Weren't you supposed to be invincible, I wonder? Subaru, well, even if Mario picks up a star, if he falls into a hole he still dies, you know. Though Julius furrowed his eyebrows hearing the illogical metaphor, he did not press further. It seemed like that was something also associated to Natsuki Subaru, and that it was an understood notion to ignore his meaningless persiflage, so it felt unquestionably strange. Regardless. Subaru, have you become a bit forward-looking now? Julius, well, I wonder. Ultimately, your words were of destitute concreteness and were more of psychological discussion, and it's not as if all of the various things which happened to me have changed dramatically. Subaru, you. Julius, but. Pausing his words there, Julius narrowed his eyes whilst looking at Subaru. And, suddenly loosening his lips. Julius, that is that, this is this. With unbefitting words, he concluded this exchange. Arc 6, Chapter 59, What Smiles in the White World? That is that, this is this. Ending their conversation with that, Subaru and Julius both experienced a strange sensation. The truth was, he did not know if he had managed to reach close to Julius' complicated heart. What he ended up thinking of was whether there could have been better words, a more perfect way of action, a further beautiful way of connection. A way of action which could have overwritten this absurd reality, instead of reaching a reckless conclusion like that is that, this is this. Julius, but, it is very befitting of you. Both for better and worse, you see. Subaru, is that so, eh? You know, how much of what befits me overlaps with the me until yesterday, actually quite concerns with my present self's identity. Julius, in terms of the establishment of oneself, my former self was very much greatly shaken as well. As one who's already tasted the same crisis, let me give you some advice. That is that, this is this. Subaru, oh shut up. Subaru howled in response to Julius' ridicule of their earlier banter. Julius shrugged his shoulders at his objection and seemingly had an air of composure. Indeed, seems like he seriously did manage to make his heart stand up once again a bit. Although they had been words quite immature and maladroit, it was all thanks to the listener being apt. Regardless, whilst the two of them interacted in that fashion. Shaula, Master Summer Tilda, are you done Tilda? Subaru, oh? Shaula? Behind them, peeking from the top of the staircase leading to the third layer was Shaula, calling out to him. With her black braid dangling down as she peeked down to the lower floor, she was looking at them with her voluptuous chest touching the floor. Subaru, why so well behaved? Were you that kind of a character? Shaula, well, when Master Summer's talking to someone one-to-one then that's when it's some real solid talk, isn't it? So I was told before to stay away cause I break the mood if I'm there, so I'm just abiding by that. Oh right, Master Summer has forgotten everything. Subaru, solid talk and breaking the mood, eh? Subaru furrowed his eyebrows in response to Shaula, who was laughing earnestly and openly. Seeing Subaru, Shaula then jumped and descended from the staircase in one breath. Jumping over 200 stairs, Shaula made a silent landing onto the floor. She then proceeded to stand beside Subaru and grab his arm into her chest. Subaru, I've told you several times already, stop doing this kind of stuff. Emilia-chan will misunderstand. Julius, Emilia-sama huh? Subaru, don't me. There's just that small possibility, you know. Even if it's a possibility as absurd as finding a needle in a desert, It's still a possibility. Saying so, Subaru forcefully unfastened Shaola's arms. Upon that gesture, Shaola said a H and pouted with a dissatisfied expression. Shaola, Master Summer is so mean. Treating me like this when I'm thirsting for warmth. Subaru, if you're thirsting for warmth then go hug Meili or Beatrice. Both of their body temperatures are pretty warm since they're kids. Beatrice, she's pretty warm for being 400 years old. Bringing that to light by connecting the shocking truth had been confirmed earlier and the truth he had confirmed several times, Subaru was shaken by Beatrice's little girl energy. The conclusion, she'll always remain a little girl no matter how many years she may live. Shaola, boo. I won't report anything to the cold Master Summer. It's the disciples' strike. The manager is to listen to the voice of the workers. Subaru, geez, I get it. I'll positively handle and improve the labor conditions, so let us hear your report. Did something happen? Shaola, it's suspicious whether you'll really improve them. But, I'm an obedient, cute disciple so I'll answer. Reed's book has been found. Subaru, huh? So said Shaola as she distanced her braid and shoulders away. Subaru widened his eyes upon how unexpected those words were. Julius also widened his eyes just as much. Julius, Miss Shaola, what did you say just now? Shaola, Li Kicid, I'm saying Reed's book has been found. Something like the book which has that scum's name on it. I personally think it'd be better to just burn it and throw it away. You think so too, right, Master Summer? Subaru, ha. Shaola, ha. Master Summer, is that a laugh? Lowering her hips, Shaola looked at Subaru's face from below. Looking back into her black eyes teeming with rustic simplicity and naivete, Subaru opened his mouth. Shouted. Subaru, that should be the first thing you say. Emilia, look, Subaru. We found Reed's book. Said Emilia with a wide smile and voice like the chime of a silver bell, noticing Subaru climb up the staircase. What she pointed towards with her hand was the bulky book Ram was carrying in her arms. It seems that was Reed's Book of the Dead. It got found rather quickly. The library, filled with a vast amount of books, no matter where one looked it was unknown from which age this existed, but if this recorded all of the dead in this world, then the amount of books was rather suitable. Subaru, good job finding the book we aimed for amongst all of this. While I was busy with Julius counseling. Therapy? Aromatherapy? Something like that. Emilia, counseling? I don't really get it but, isn't it quite something? But, I'm not the one who found it. Emilia, with her chest puffed up, stated the achievement wasn't hers. What that implied was immediately made clear by her subsequent actions. Emilia gently pushed forward the dark blue-haired young girl who had embraced her by the waist. Emilia, Meili is the one who found it. Isn't it meritorious? Subaru, who says meritorious in this day and age? But that aside, so Meili found it. That's certainly meritorious. Good work. Accepting Emilia's words, Subaru then automatically commended the achiever as well. With her arms around Emilia's slim waist, and whilst she was being caressed by her, Meili averted her eyes out of embarrassment in response to Subaru's words. Meili, not really. It was a book that just caught my eye, and I just happened to mention it. It got found just slightly quickly, so I don't think it's anything Greer-T. Subaru, don't be stupid. You can brag about what you did well just fine. Really good, Meili. You've nullified the negative of trying to push me back to zero right away, huh? Meili, by something this simple? Meili widened her eyes in surprise, as Subaru forcefully brushed her head. Meili didn't take a liking to it, saying my hair will get disheveled. But that simply made Subaru relax his cheeks. Subaru, it's fine. It was just an attempt anyway, and you compensated for it with a big achievement, let's agree to that. Subaru, so, Reed's book. Nobody has seen it yet, right? Meili tried saying something in response to the smiling Subaru, but remained with her mouth closed. Whilst keeping Meili's faltering within his vision, Subaru turned his attention to the book for the moment, which was the root subject. The book Ram was carrying the patterns drawn at its back cover. Those were characters Subaru couldn't read. Neither did it possess a bizarre feeling like giving Reed's vibes upon a single glance. Subaru, no matter how unconventional the actual person himself may be, the book recording that isn't like that, huh? Ram, if the binding was meaninglessly over the top, or if the title aggressively self-asserted itself, then it would have been easier to find. It's helpful that Meili made up for that and found it. Subaru, see, look, Meili. Even Ram is complimenting you. That one and only Ram. This Ram. You really can be glad about it. Gay GH. Ram, kindly shut up. With his side gouged by her fingers, Subaru collapsed in agony at the same spot. And after quietening Subaru, Ram lightly shook the book in her arms. Ram, there's what happened with Barusu. It'd be a disaster if one did something rash and lost memories like Barusu did. That is why, it's been shown to nobody. Subaru, we haven't confirmed if the reason for my memory loss is that book. Ram, ha. The comment, which didn't convince him alone, was slashed down by Ram's laugh. The truth was, it was nearly impossible that his memory loss and the Book of the Dead were unrelated. Even if they found the book they aimed to, it was only natural that they would have disputes over how it was to be utilized. Beatrice, so, the book has properly been found, in fact. What remains is using it, I suppose. So remarked Beatrice, having the same train of thought as Subaru. Receiving her words, everyone's joy for having discovered the book was then coated with nervousness. This one book was capable of causing memory loss should its usage be mistaken. That was the same as gulping down a medicine of unknown identity. Reluctance was natural. Echidna, so should we discuss and conjecture the dangers? Subaru, discuss and conjecture the dangers. Is that even possible, Echidna? Echidna, conjecture is possible only on the basis of events that have already occurred and bits and pieces of information, though, saying so, Echidna raised her hands and shrugged. Afterwards she raised her index finger. Echidna, first, the riskiness of the Book of the Dead. Just as what Natsuki-kun's present condition indicates, there exists the possibility of losing one's memories. From what Natsuki-kun said, the memories which spill and fall out are rather in fragments. Though I suppose, in this case it would be better to call the remaining memories to be in fragments. The portion which spilled over and the portion which remained, the amount of the former was overwhelmingly greater. What Echidna said was correct. However, what slightly deviated from the truth here was that Subaru used memory loss and its remnants as camouflage in order to hide return by death. The truth was, around the first time when he had lost memories in its truest sense, Subaru had lost memories of everything after arriving in the different world, rather. Henceforth, it would be better to think that the amnesia made no considerations. Right now, the only actual precedent set was that Subaru merely did not lose himself due to the memory loss. Had he lost not only episodic memories, but also his own self? When he thought about that, he shuddered. At the same time, why did he not lose memories of just the different world but those of the former world as well? That question also posed within Subaru's mind. Echidna, the reason for the amnesia is also possible to speculate about. First, memories are erased as indemnification for reading the Book of the Dead. That is difficult to consider, keeping in mind the differences in cases of Natsuki-kun and Julius, who've both read the books. Beatrice, don't really want to think about it, but there is also the possibility of losing a small bit of memories, in fact. If what's being read and the memories that get erased are proportional in amount, then that induction would also be logical, I suppose. Julius, I agree. In other words, the reason why Subaru's and my circumstances are different is due to the difference in the amount of books read. It would coincide with the Subaru whom Miss Meili had witnessed last night. Beatrice objected to Echidna's inference, which was then affirmed by Julius. Listening to his intelligent party members converse, Subaru nodded in response. Subaru, in order words, the voluminousness of the book's read possibly has something to do with the loss of memories? Echidna, it means that would also be a possible way of interpretation. In the case of this inference being affirmed, the ones who should force their eyes through Reed's Book of the Dead are us, who haven't read a single Book of the Dead before. It may be dangerous for Natsuki-kun and Julius, who've already read them. The view that the one with experience should read it and the view that one without experience should read it ran counter to each other. Both sides were logical, and it was difficult to conceive either side as wrong. However, what made him curious then was, Subaru, then, what about me, who's already lost memories once? If the condition for losing memories is to accumulate information from books of the dead, have I been reset? Or not? Ram, that is quite a grave issue, if Barusu's memories are lost again, and everything has to be explained again. Even the thought of it makes one shudder. Subaru, your language made me shudder too. Emilia, I'm also really worried about that. I don't want Subaru to forget all sorts of things, again. Emilia and Ram affirmed the concerns Subaru wielded in their own ways. To be honest, the questions had no end to them. It was unknown whether reading a large number of people made them disappear, or if a smaller number of people was dangerous. He couldn't say it openly, but Subaru also possessed the memories of reading Meili's Book of the Dead in the previous loop. Would that count as having read one book this time as well? Meili, Wati? Does that look in your eyes say that you're thinking of just making me read as expiation, That who arty? Subaru, there's no way I would be. If you say stupid stuff, you'll be grounded. Meili, it's Abuse. Isn't the way you treat prisoners even more mean than back when we were in the mansion, Subaru scolded in response to Meili's ill-humored joke which she had said upon accepting his gaze. Subsequently, Meili pouted her cheeks, grabbed Shaula and Emilia's hands and hid behind them. Though quite self-interested, that is how cute children should be. Subaru smiled wryly before Meili's attitude, and then turned back towards Echidna. Subaru, so, do you have any other ideas? Echidna, let's see. Whether we, who have the leeway of a single book more than Julius, are to read it, or if Julius, who's already experienced it, is to read it, or if Natsuki-kun, whose memories have already possibly overflown once, is to read it. Subaru, can I make a comment really convenient to me? I think it's best if I read it. Beatrice, Subaru. Echidna brought up the list of candidates, and Beatrice grasped Subaru's hand when he responded. Subaru winked whilst looking into her gaze, tinted with a deeper color of concern than one of unease. Beatrice, this is no time for bad jokes, in fact, his own memories, Subaru will. Subaru, no, I don't want to lose my memories, of course. But this is the appropriate judgment in terms of risk management. No matter how you look at it, I'm the person with the least possibility of putting everyone in danger by losing memories. I'm the weakest one out of all of us, after all. Well, he did want to say he wasn't weaker than at least Meili, but it was a well-known fact that he couldn't win against any of the others. He would be easy to subdue, and since he had already lost memories once, the way to cope with it would also be simple. The issue was, Subaru had already accumulated memories of 4 laps which mustn't be forgotten. That is why. Subaru, I'm not throwing down the gauntlet with the intention to forget. But, we are a team. Everyone needs to bear some sort of responsibility for the sake of everyone. Subaru, Julius is charged with fighting, Echidna is charged with intellect, Ram is charged with having a wicked tongue, Meili is charged with being cute, Beatrice is charged with being cute, Emilia-chan is charged with being the beautiful heroine, Shaula is charged with photogenic scenes. If you think about it that way, then I should be the one charged with this. Beatrice, for some reason, it feels like there are way too many useless positions. Shaula, not at all. When the plot takes a turn for the worse, romantic scenes are important. If it's for art and Master Summer, then I'll take off my clothes. Subaru, No, if you take any more clothes off then I'll pull out, so you don't have to do your best. Shaola, the ladder slipped. Everyone here knew that this was Subaru's way of comforting them. In response to Subaru's speech and conduct, whilst he presumed upon that, the first one to sigh was Beatrice, who still had his hand gripped. She took a deep inhale and then turned her eyes towards Subaru. Beatrice, geez, if things take this sort of a turn then Subaru will never budge no matter what, I suppose. That part of you haven't changed even after losing memories, in fact. That is already a well-known fact seeing what happened with Meili, I suppose. Subaru, but, you love me with all my qualities, right? I'll blush, Beatrice, don't get cocky, in fact. He spanked the blushing Beatrice around her hips. However, her words did not possess the nuance of denial. And it seems the same went for the rest of the members as well. Ram, you'll get mashed if you forget your promise with Ram. Subaru, what's that, right when I was having such a nice monologue? Ram, what indeed? Snorting her nose, Ram then turned the book she held in her arms to Subaru. Profoundly tasting the heavy sensation of the book with his arms, Subaru smiled bitterly. Emilia, even if we tell you to not be reckless, Subaru will still be reckless, isn't it? I think that part of you is really unfair. I'm always worried. Subaru, I have nothing to say but apologize for that. But, just as how much Emilia-chan is worried, I'm worried about you the same amount. What do you think? Would that be presumptuous? Emilia, it makes me happy that Subaru would think that way. That's why, I'm really complicated, come back no matter what. Even if we make a promise like that, Subaru will break it anyways, so I won't make that promise. Subaru, the fact that me until yesterday couldn't be trusted this much instead gets my heart throbbing. I wonder what the hell he did. Shrugging his shoulders upon Emilia's pleasant words, Subaru asked, am I right? To those surrounding them. And upon that, he noticed everyone but Shaola and Meili had all averted their eyes away. Regardless of Beatrice and Ram, who were in the same camp as him, it seemed that Subaru's breaking of promises had reached even Julius and Echidna. Regardless. Subaru, I'll read it, no objections, right? Echidna, in the end, I am unable to come up with any inference or suspicion. Though if possible, I wanted to opt for the eyes which would be the least endangered out of everyone here. Echidna apologetically lowered her eyebrows before Subaru, who was lightly holding the book. What she said was true, and the fact that she had been concerned for everyone was unquestionable. That is why, Subaru was able to respond earnestly to her saying, don't let it bother you. Subaru, well, for now, I'll dive into it. If I lose my memories, then put me down with ice and explain everything to me gently. Beatrice, nobody is going to perform such a violent act, in fact. Subaru, I know. Because you're kind. Caressing the perturbed Beatrice on her head, he gently pressed her wide forehead. Beatrice pouted with a discontent expression, and took a single step backwards. And with everyone's gazes focusing on him, Subaru sat down on the spot, crossed his legs, and took an immensely deep inhale. Atop his knees, read Astria's Book of the Dead. Upon being conscious of it, there definitely was certain ominousness being emitted from the book. A similar sensation also existed back when he read Meili's, her Book of the Dead, but the sense of intimidation this book had was far greater. Perhaps what the reader could feel changed depending on whose book was taken. Just what kind of a life would he be made to read, he wondered. And, would Subaru's memories be able to withstand it? Putting his hand on the front cover of the book, Subaru, for only once, looked towards everyone who was watching over him. Beatrice, Meili, Ram, Echidna, Julius, Shaola, were watching him. And Emilia, Subaru. Subaru, well then, I'll be leaving. I may get late coming back, so you can go ahead and have dinner. Emilia, stupid. Seen off by that smile of Emilia's, Subaru turned the front cover of the Book of the Dead over. Upon that instant, the characters written on the book glowed, and Subaru was made to undergo a hallucination as if information was being struck into his brain from his eyeballs. And in but a moment, his consciousness was taken in towards the book. His consciousness was detached from the library and propelled towards darkness. What he felt when he read Meili's Book of the Dead had become quite amorphous now. The spectacles he had witnessed, the life she had walked, the paths she had tread were distinct in their own ways. However, his memories of witnessing those spectacles, tangibly speaking, becoming one with whose name was the title of the Book of the Dead, and being made to personally experience those subjective thoughts, sights. To summarize, the journey of treading through the content of the Book of the Dead was to assimilate into that person. In those moments, the Natsuki Subaru witnessing the contents of the book was Meili Portrait. That is precisely why it could be believed that queer self-consciousness which bore the presence of Meili, as me, constantly shadowed Subaru's consciousness from close vicinity. If that was the potency of the Book of the Dead, then right now, what Subaru was supposed to be laying his eyes on was the life of Reed Astria, his subjective world within his incomprehensible thinking. What he thought, what he liked, what he disliked, what he loved, what he despised, what he achieved, he was supposed to become one with the philosophy of Reed Astria, and be shown his life. Thus, Subaru noticed the abnormality at once. The place where he was, right now, definitely was not that past of Reed Astria's. Subaru, He stood in a white location. His environs, unduly spacious, white, ambiguous space of no visible end stretched across, and without knowing where his self was, Subaru was exhausted of reason. He could see his hands. He could see his legs. Upon turning his neck, his torso and hips were also there. In other words, Subaru's body was here. This did not coincide with the phenomena that had occurred in Meili's Book of the Dead. Unable to concur, he was thrown into an unnatural circumstance. From what he could see, Subaru's attire was the same as when he decided to read the Book of the Dead. Whether that was due to Subaru recognizing that he would look like this in this present condition, or the will of something else, like the work of the library's will, hence reconstructing Subaru in that form, he did not want to consider that the moment he read the book, his entire body got captured in. Well. Oh Oniai-san, you've come here again. Subaru, HK. Suddenly, Subaru's shoulders sprang up upon hearing a voice which wasn't his own, but that of another. The voice came from behind. Subaru spontaneously jumped ahead and subsequently turned around, making a circle, remaining to be on his guard. In response to Subaru's spasmodic conduct, the personage behind rounded eyes. Subaru, who are you? Looking at that person, Subaru whispered openly, with perplexity and bafflement. That was his encounter with someone, completely unexpected and unknown to Subaru. The one standing there was a young girl Subaru had never seen before. Pale-toned, with hair lengthy, truly lengthy, like transparent gold threads. They spanned across the white floor, submerging underfoot her standing self like a sea of golden. Large, round, blue eyes, limbs like transparent porcelain. On the other hand, she wore unshapely clothes on her body, seemingly crude, pale cloths attached together, hurting her beautiful impression. A young girl he had never seen before. That was how it was supposed to be. However, before that young girl's form, Subaru narrowed his eyes and rubbed his eyelids with the back of his hand. A gesture to seemingly recover the field of vision from haze, but her visible form didn't change. Even after looking at her yet again, she remained a young girl whom he was unacquainted with. He felt his memories throb faintly. Did you calm down a bit, Oniai-san? Subaru, what's this place? No, who are you? Which one should I ask first? How covetous, Oniai-san. But, the quality of vomiting out the honest emotion of wanting to ask both is certainly not bad. We love covetous people, you see. Saying so, in response to the baffled Subaru, the young girl cleaved her lips sideways and smiled. Yes, she smiled, and that was the only befitting expression for describing that smile. The young girl was 13 to 14 years of age, but gave the impression of being even younger. Coupled with her well-featured physical appearance, unquestionably, a smile would suit the young girl, and yet, in Subaru's eyes, her smile seemed ominous. His instincts guessed, as if, the soul of this young girl had belittled a great number of lives. And whilst Subaru shuddered, before him, the young girl reported. This place is, Lonesome White, the final destination of the soul. The cradle of Odd Lagna. The Hall of Memories. Subaru, Hall of Memories? Yes, the Hall of Memories. And Subaru widened his eyes upon hearing the term unheard of. Whilst making a satisfied expression upon seeing Subaru's reaction, the young girl spoke. Whilst smiling, the malice, which had taken the shape of a young girl, said, Louis, we are, which cult Sin Archbishop representing gluttony, Louis Arneb. Louis, pretty sure it'll be for a short while again, but please be caring, Onii-san, Arc 6, Chapter 60, A Single Spot of Sunshine. The Hall of Memories and Louis Arneb. Yes, in front of the yellow-haired young girl who had responded to his query, Subaru remained silent. Within the unanticipated space of white, the happenstance meeting with the unanticipated young girl. And, the know-it-all airs of the young girl set up an ambience that she would be willing to talk about various issues. Subaru, first of all, which cult or gluttony, Sin Archbishop, what do you even mean by those? Louis, Awasu. At Subaru's remark, whilst he folded his arms and tilted his head, Louis put her hand on her mouth and smiled widely. If that moment alone was to be excluded, the lone girl standing still within the illusion-like spectacle of sheer white was a location capable of becoming a masterpiece, but the alarm of Subaru's instincts had been turbulently ringing since earlier. Subaru's survival instincts, which were highly likely to be of no avail, as a result of being brought up in the tranquil modern-day Japan, the reason why they were excited was a matter of course due to the heterogeneous sense of presence of this young girl. Along with that, this was the result of being visited with unforeseen circumstances, so it was halfway something which could not have been helped. But in regards to this existence wielding know-it-all airs, the knowledge Subaru was endowed with was seemingly insufficient. It was also the case with what she had said just now, which cult, Sin Archbishop, Hall of Memories and whatnot. Perchance, it may have been ordinary knowledge in this world, but unfortunately Subaru possessed no change of such ordinary general knowledge in his hand. Consequently, he found launching a progressive question to be difficult as well. Louis, the witch cult you see is, basically, a gathering of people loathed by this world. Subaru, oh? Louis, even Onii-san must have at least heard the name Witch of Envy, no? The witch cult has a deep connection with that witch summer. You can think of it as something like followers. Subaru, then, what you said just now, refers to Sin Archbishop, huh? Sin and Archbishop had quite a strong ambience of running counter to each other as a combination, but was a naming which suited Subaru's sense down to a T. For upon hearing it even a single time, Subaru, it can be understood it's the name of a villain. Louis, oh no, well no, no, as it's no, we're telling you no, even though it's no you know W. Horizontally shaking her head in refusal, Louis harbored her own petite body in Subaru's line of sight. With no signs of the smile fading away from those lips, her refusal was merely in appearance as well. It was a young girl with her true feelings beyond perception. No, perhaps it should be said they were vague, with no point to grip on. Louis, don't tease a tender young girl with such words, Onii-san. Even we get hurt, you know? Because we are the owner of a heart more fragile and easy to hurt than all others. Subaru, not convincing at all. Also, that way of first person, is it cause it's stuck to your character? Or is it a cool appeal like a one-man army? We or us, it's not stable, you know. Louis, you don't have to worry about that. It's just that, there are too many selves, so it's getting airy as to which one is to be the subject, that's all. At this point, we're getting sick of it actually, you know. Whilst saying so, Louis lightly oriented her gaze downwards, continuing her words saying but. Louis, it can't be helped, isn't it? They are gifts from Onii-chan and Ni-sama after all, must earnestly accept them or it'll be disqualification as a little sister. We're siblings so we must help each other out and cooperate, you know. Subaru, well, you're an adorable little sister, considerate of your elder brothers. I was the only child so I'm jealous. Louis, is that so Onii-san may have also gotten a little brother or little sister about now, no? Subaru, could you stop saying terrifying stuff? I don't want to imagine that. Regardless, his parents were an intimate married couple, so something like that actually meant no jest. If it's that father and mother of his, they would have another child upon Subaru's disappearance. No, inconceivable. Should Subaru disappear, they would continue searching until they find him. That's how Subaru's parents were. What must have his mother thought of her son, who did not even say any greetings when leaving? What must have his father felt, upon getting to know about that? He wished that Subaru's summoning into the different world was a reincarnation, is what his belief was. Must he make his parents taste the agony of searching for their disappeared son? Then Subaru wanted to say that he came to the different world after dying. That was much more comfortable. It had much more salvation. That is why. Louis, we understand, Onii-san. Subaru, HK. Don't joke around. He felt indignant for Louis, who was peeping at Subaru from below, carrying the hair which buried the floor in both of her arms. It was not as if she had spoken of his current uneasiness, it was merely that having his bitter expression observed, he had been told as if she understood Subaru's sentiments. Finding that to be terribly infuriating, Subaru shouted at Louis, and turned his back towards her. Subaru, as if you know anything about me. Saying things as you please. Louis, you're inexcusably apologetic towards Dad and Mom, aren't you? Without having said a single word of farewell, you're regretting how disobedient of a son you were. No, you were always regretting. Both now and earlier, isn't it? Yes, with the purport of being aware, whilst continuing the remarks of one showing to be a sympathizer, Louis softly hugged Subaru's back. A small, petite frame. Subaru halted his breath and stiffened his body. Not because of having been nestled with by the young girl. Because of the very content of the young girl's words. Those comments of one showing to be a sympathizer, had unmistakably, however, guessed the end of Subaru's heart correctly. Louis, why do we understand, you say? Isn't it obvious we'd understand? Because there's not a single person who knows about Onii-san as much as we or us do, after all. Subaru, don't touch me. Louis, ah. Louis had a sour look on her lips at Subaru, who swung his arms, raised his breath and took distance. What the hell? Do females of unknown character in this world have no hesitation at all in having physical contact with unfamiliar men? Too over-familiar. It was frightening to possibly abandon the heart weakened by the warmth of that body. Subaru, what's the deal with you? What do you want to say? Louis, we just want Onii-san to be relieved, we're telling you. It's all right, it's all right. There's a proper full stop on your feelings for Dad and Mom. Even if it may be one-sided, it's with the intention of facing them. Your heart got relaxed, we're telling you. Pretense, you see. Whilst deriding, Louis had the nails of her right hand stab into her left arm, with the sound of scratching. With vigor one would get flinched from pain by simply witnessing, she began wounding that thin, white arm. At Subaru, who knitted his eyebrows upon that deed, Louis unraveled her frighteningly scarlet, long tongue. Louis, pretense, is completely healthy. It makes it look as if there are no problems within one's heart at all. You're skilled at it, Onii-san, isn't it? It's sad that you're skilled at it, Onii-san, isn't it? Subaru distorted his lips, at the speech which seemingly terribly abraded the interior of his chest. Now on he must abide by the alarm bell of his instinct, which his way of ringing may undergo change should he go along with her any more. Subaru, I don't get what you want to say. I don't get it, But it'll become an injury, so stop. Well then, let's play the catch of conversation. No beamers allowed. Let's keep in mind to only throw curveballs. Louis, mutually. Subaru, mutually. Yeah, for example. Let's continue the conversation about Sin archbishops, from earlier. Without staying on board with Louis Wei, Subaru returned the topic to what it was just recently. If he got to know Sin archbishop was Sin archbishop literally, then he had some knowledge of the associativity between the word sin and gluttony. Subaru, if you are gluttony, then there must be 6 other similar people, no? Louis, if Onii-chan and Ni-sama are also included, then that would make exactly 6, we guess. But it got reduced by 2 people recently, so there may be 4 people now. If only those 2 could just die quickly as well, you know. Subaru, if that's what you say, then your sense of comradeship seems to be pretty low. Louis, it's obvious, you know. We may name ourselves as something like Sin archbishops, but we are just a gathering of people loathed by this world anyway. Just the way of calling us is different, but we're the same as the witch after all. Saying so, Louis flopped and knelt down at that spot. When she did that, she appeared as having herself sunken within hair of gold threads, an extremely peculiar ambience. Subaru scratched his head, settling his hips onto a position, making sure as to her hair did not get crushed underneath, and tilted his head, saying, "Which? Subaru, same as the witch you say, you mean same as the witch, which seems to be believed as being excessively frightening?" Louis, as one would expect, the nature of the witch of envy is worse than even us, so we don't want to be lumped together, you know. The rest is the same. Both witch and Sin archbishop are the same thing, which are just called differently. The good-for-nothings compatible with the witch factors are just called differently due to different eras and positions, that's all. Louis, the present Onii-san has forgotten about witches and Sin archbishops, and us anyways, so whichever one may be fine, you know. We get it, we do get it, we get it, you know, as we get it, but we got it, because we got it, because we had gotten it. Subaru, shut up, Louis, Mouthing off, intercepting the words assailing upon him like a wave, Subaru put his hand on his chin. Somehow or the other, it also felt like he was getting to hear things which were quite important. Though it was a speech Subaru couldn't make a single pinpoint at, it seemed he could remain without getting into an awkward situation of returning under Emilia and the rest without any harvest. However, Subaru pondering here was not due to the existence or non-existence of that achievement. Subaru was pondering here due to the unease he felt from Louis' responses, which could be avoided no more. No, it was sensation which should be labeled as one which he was already familiar with. With that as the reason, if there was anything that struck his mind. Subaru, could it be, you're a lineage of gods? Louis, lineage of gods, you say? Is it this? Something like reincarnation into different worlds? Don't really get it, but us and that are unrelated. Certainly, this is a place which can feel weird, though. Chuckling and mocking, with her yellow hair underneath her buttocks, Louis turned her body around once at that very spot, and denoted the white world possessing nothing with her lightly fluttering hair. Louis, this is a place just as how it appears. A place where everything disappears, that's why, a place with nothing. We're standing here all alone, that's why we may seem like the guardian deity of this place, isn't it? Subaru, the cradle of Old Lagna, was it? Including the name Hall of Memories as well, nothing at all got into my head from head to toe. Louis, tilde, guess so. Basically, this is the place where souls are filtered. Subaru, filtering, souls? At the expression difficult to be accustomed to, Subaru had question marks float within his mind. Filtering, in other words, had the same implication as saying sieving, but it was rare to hear it being utilized with regard to souls. However, Louis, with a happy expression, pulled her knees towards herself and said yes, yes. Louis, you use a dust cloth which had been used once again after washing and drying it, no? The same goes for souls. By clearing the dirt stuck onto it, it is used once more when in a clear state again. Subaru, that dirt stuck onto it. Does it mean memories or experiences and stuff? Louis, if that's what you can understand, then let's keep it that way, all right? Oni-san, do as how you'd like. Distorting his cheeks at Louis, who had her tongue out, Subaru turned his head around towards the environs. As ever, white space in the Hall of Memories, existed nothing novel to the eyes. Within the endless white world, any easy-to-understand exhibit was not present either. For argument's sake, if this place was indeed how Louis spoke of it, then there could have been levitating disembodied souls, or the filtered memories or experiences rendered visible in some form. Louis, it's not something so easy to comprehend, you know. Subaru, that god called Odd Lagna is pretty malicious, isn't it? Louis, it's not an article so great as to be called God, that thing. That thing has nothing like such splendid ideology, after all. It's just a mechanism, you know. A mechanism for keeping the world from breaking is what it is. Subaru, a mechanism. Louis, whether it's witch factors, or divine protections, or sword saints, or witches, it considers nothing, you know. If there's something nice about Odd Lagna, it's just that it's uninterested, equal, impartial, and favors nothing. Narrowing her eyes with seeming disinterest, Louis interposed her own face in the space between her knees which she had pulled towards herself. Sidelong glancing at her, who had her cheeks curved by her white kneecaps, Subaru took a short inhale. She was a young girl who had continued conversing quite obediently till now. He could think that perhaps, she had not spoken any seemingly false lies either. That is precisely why, Subaru inhaled. Inhaling, exhaling, inhaling once more, and then, he looked at her. And, asked her. Subaru, the one, to steal my memories of everything till yesterday, is it you? Louis, yeah, so? The offender responded to Subaru's question, too swiftly. With his doubt readily responded to, Subaru closed his eyes. He felt that he would not be denied much. She must have done something like that. That is why she had judged so much about him with the dialogue they had in this meager time, is how he felt. Louis knew far too much. She was deeply, far too au fait with the emotions of Subaru's heart. Also including precisely that which the present Natsuki Subaru could never be aware of, Louis Arneb was thoroughly informed regarding Natsuki Subaru. It was not something which could be falsely classified with words like it being a type of observation seldom seen. That is precisely why Subaru had gone ahead and asked with complete honesty, and attained its affirmation. Mysteriously, what was welling up in his chest was not rage, but understanding. In other words, Subaru : so the me of yesterday, did indeed come here as well, huh? Louis, speaking strictly, the way of arrival was a bit different, you see. But the purpose was the same. The result was slightly different. That's all. But, how amazing. How wonderful. After how many times, did you manage to come here? Louis, hey, answer, Oni-san. We answered, you know. After having gotten eaten by us, what count of Oni-san are you, Oni-san? At that question of Louis, chills ran through the muscles around Subaru's spine. Her eyes, questions, were clearly in the way of one aware of the conviction of return by death. No, it was a matter of course. It was but a matter of course. If she had stolen the memories of Natsuki Subaru, and had the ability to freely read those memories, then there was nothing odd about her knowing of return by death. Return by death was not a power wielded only by the Subaru who had lost his memories, but must have unquestionably been the power which Natsuki Subaru wielded prior to losing his memories. Certainly, Natsuki Subaru had made free use of that power, and sailed across a great number of difficult situations. The result of that was the trust he gained from Emilia, Beatrice, his comrades, the testimony of cheat equals foul as it were. Subaru did not intend to find faults in that. Whether it be cheating or foul play, if in a setting where someone's life was on the line, there mustn't be any hesitation in utilizing it. The choice Natsuki Subaru made was correct. That is why Subaru must do the same now, when Natsuki Subaru was absent. And, accepting their being worth in its application, he gulped down the power of return by death. However, contrary to that resolve, there existed a queer uneasiness, anxiety, in the interior of Subaru's chest. Louis Arneb was infringing that difficult-to-repel fear, that taboo, that was. Louis, about how nobody must get to know? If it's about that, then it's too late already, Oniai-san. Us meeting Oniai-san happened yesterday, no. Louis, the rule about how nobody must get to know, has already been broken way long time back. But, happenings of the Hall of Memories don't leak outside easily. That's why the scary which won't make a move. Quickly, with her limbs on the ground, Louis drew her face closer to Subaru, who was sitting cross-legged. She expressed a bewitching smile unsuited to her age, whilst having her scarlet tongue peeking out. Louis, hey, Oniai-san. Which time is this? At that tone of voice which seemed as if her tongue was directly pecking at his brain, Subaru tasted a numbing pain. And then, having his tongue and throat tremble faintly. Subaru, it's the 5th time. Louis, Sue. Amazing, how amazing, so amazing, it's amazing, isn't it amazing, we're telling you it's amazing, because it is amazing that we admire and yearn for it. Gluttonous drinking Sue. Gluttony Sue. Subaru, Gar HK. Louis, we irresistibly want to taste Oniai-san so much, that our stomach would be filled to bursting. From our experiences, we think appetite and sexual desire are similar. Sexual desire in other words is love, right? In other words, Oniai-san, we. Thrusting away Subaru, Louis, who was in the position of riding a horseback, breathed out warm sighs with an aroused face. With blood rushing to her cheeks and eyes spellbound, Louis had her tongue crawl on Subaru's neck, lacking any hesitation. At the same pace, the words she tried to continue on to, his thoughts finally caught up to what they would be. Love you. His heart exploded, reminded of the words of love fired at Subaru countless times in the previous loop, wherein he had desired death under circumstances which took a hopeless turn. Subaru, let's see, you tiny damn sexologist HK. Louis, oohy. Opening his eyes, Subaru seized the nape of the young girl who was pressing him down, and at the same pace violently, coercively pushed her down onto the white floor. Exchanging their stances, this time it was Subaru in the position of riding a horseback atop her, a slender, light figure. The long yellow hair stretching out on the floor, like a golden bed she was lying sprawled upon, whilst Subaru kept a check on her neck and bared his canines, seemingly in a position of having pinned her down. Subaru, did you let your guard down? How unfortunate. In this position, I have an overwhelming advantage. If you don't want to get your neck strangled like this, my memories are to be. Louis, returned, you say. You'll strangle the neck if they're not returned? Our neck, a feeble little girl's? With her neck arrested, in the state of having gotten the right over her life and death seized, Louis gazed at Subaru, who was breathing roughly through his nose, and loosened her lips with the earlier excitement in her eyes not dimmed in the slightest. And, from her loosened lips, she asked with an imitative voice which felt as if it were a curse. Louis, is Oniai-san really going to do something like that? Subaru, do you think I can't? Louis, not really think, we actually know, isn't it? After all, look, it's such that the current does know more about Oniai-san than Oniai-san himself anyway. Whilst saying so, Louis repeatedly nudged her cheeks with the index fingers of both her hands, and tilted her head as if provoking. Holding his breath at that attitude of hers, Subaru looked down onto his right hand which had grasped Louis' neck. Should Subaru want to show his seriousness a bit, all he had to do was to pour strength into his arm. Should he show his seriousness, Louis would certainly reconsider her ideas as well. Were he to be asked whether he would kill her, that would certainly be difficult. Arduous. Even for a just cause, like being a suicide assistant, Subaru was unable to smash consciousness out of his comrade's mind. So even if he knew it was an enemy of his, powerfully strangling the neck of the young girl before his eyes was no, at least strangling he was capable of. It was a necessity. He called back to Emilia, Beatrice, Ram, Meili, Julius, Echidna, Shaula, Patrash, everyone in his mind, and Louis, strength has faded away from your arms, isn't it, Oniai-san? Louis, we really had no intention of resisting, you know. After all, over here we are just as how it appears or a weak young girl. Unlike Oniai-chan or Ni-sama, we must take the form of eaten people or we can't put out any powers, isn't it? With the finger that had been nudging her own cheek, Louis nudged Subaru's right hand which was gripping to Louis' neck. With that frail strength, Subaru's palm let go of her neck far too swiftly. Subaru, shit. HK. Louis, don't feel down anymore, Oniai-san. It was a good performance, a good performance. After all, to be honest, it's such that we didn't even think that Oniai-san would come back here. Subaru, do you think that's any good consolation? Continuing to remain in the pushed-down stance, Louis, who was lying sprawled on the ground, made an expression suggesting already being over with the worst. Destroying that expression, he searched for words in order to convey his demands, but was unable to find anything precise. That is why, looking at Subaru, who ended up making an utterance like that of a poor loser, Louis raised her voice saying ah ha ha, similar to observing fish swimming inside an aquarium. Louis, but it turned out nicely, did it not? If something like the memories of Natsuki Subaru are regained, the current Oniai-san will end up dying is what that means anyway, stay without doing something idiotic like committing suicide, you know. Subaru, ah? Louis, huh, what's with that weird reaction? It can't be, did you not notice? If memories return, the current self will get overwritten, and its existence will get terminated. That's the same as dying, no. Subaru was petrified at that attitude of Louis, as if she were asked the solution to an obvious riddle. He shall die. He shall disappear, vanish. So was he distinctly told, so he was told, upon the return of the memories of Natsuki Subaru, the consciousness, the memories of the Subaru present right here right now shall get overwritten, and will disappear, vanish. Should it not be named as death, what should it be? Louis, right now, Natsuki Subaru is dead, isn't it? He's nowhere, after all. But, if Natsuki Subaru comes back, this time it'll be Oniai-san who will die, isn't it? He won't be able to go anywhere, after all. Louis, does Natsuki Subaru really have the worth to go so far and be recovered, eh? Oniai-san must also be capable of doing the same things, no? Oniai-san must have also come to love the people around him in the same way, isn't that right? The people around too will also come to love Oniai-san the Sami way. What's so wrong with that? Subaru, what's so wrong with that? Should that be asked, then certainly there was nothing wrong with it. Certainly there was nothing wrong with either Natsuki Subaru or Natsuki Subaru. Subaru was a human possessing numerous flaws. Filled with flaws that he would be repulsed by himself. Should he be asked whom he hated the most in this world, he would answer it was himself without being perplexed for even a second. That was how hopeless, insufficient Natsuki Subaru was. However, there present were no errors in Subaru with regards to this particular question. What was present was merely the hopeless truth, a single spot of sunshine. Subaru, to Emilia-chan and the others, I wanted to return Natsuki Subaru back. That is why, he intended to prepare a resolve within himself should he find a chance to recover memories, he shall take it without any hesitation. However, he had completely averted his eyes away from the disappearance of his own existence. Speaking of sheer conveniences, the two memories blending together, or some part of Natsuki Subaru being left within the current Subaru, he had thought if something like that could not happen, he had thought if it could all not be settled in a nice shape of some sort, he had expected the occurrence of such a miracle, Such uncertain expectations of Subaru were. Louis, what would it be like? Never seen a person who had their memories returned before, so we have no idea. Louis unveiled her teeth, as if ridiculing Subaru's conflict, with the expression in her eyes being that of a cat tormenting a mouse. The offender who heisted these memories, even irresponsibly, was pleased to say that she knew nothing of what would happen thereafter. That was not a lie, but certainly the truth. Louis Arneb would never do something like returning what she had stolen away from others back to the original. That is why, she truly held no idea what would happen to Natsuki Subaru as a consequence of having the memories returned. Louis, Oniai-san, you got this life by being born and everything, it won't do if you don't celebrate it. That irresponsible usurper continued to gaze intently at Subaru's face, which was right next to her. Louis, as a result of us eating the memories of Natsuki Subaru, Oniai-san is here. In other words, we are something like Oniai-san's birth parent, isn't that right? To try and choose the option of having yourself die in front of that parent, isn't that what's called lack of filial piety, Oniai-san? Subaru, something so absurd is HK. Louis, memories are what shape people, Oniai-san. Becoming deeper, becoming colder, Louis erased all expression and said only those brief words with a serious tone. Without thinking, Subaru inhaled the acuity of those words, and quietened. Alongside, he also felt that this had not been the first time he heard those words. If not mistaken, then that resonance, those words, immediately before facing the second death as well had been. Louis, the present Oniai-san, has relationships which the present Oniai-san has created. Why don't you try living again anew, facing forward? We think that's also an option, you know. Louis, on top of that, don't know how we should feel saying this, but Natsuki Subaru didn't really feel like the image of an ideal man, you know? Closing one of her eyes, Louis smited the emotions of Subaru's heart with an expression as if finding what she was going to say to be difficult. All the more, she linked her arms in front of her chest while remaining in a position of Subaru riding a horseback atop her, and gazed at his dark pupils with eyes like that of a dreaming maiden. Louis, pitiable Emilia. A miserable girl who is avoided by everyone, just because of having her birth being the same as the former witch. Ah, how kind must be myself, to still remain by her side. Subaru, wah. Louis, weak, fragile Beatrice. Without anyone to rely on, a lonely girl who spent a time of solitude all by herself. Myself must pull her hand through the dark and dangerous path. In front of the astonished Subaru, what Louis sonorously continued saying were the names of two young girls who prayed for Subaru's safety and showed him out, and terribly elliptical mental images of them. Even Subaru understood whose mental images they were, and what Louis intended to express. Though he understood, that was Louis, devoted and tries to dedicate gratuitous love, Rem. Foolish and beautiful, how pure. Surely she is an incomplete existence who gains the real feeling of living by becoming frantic for the sake of someone else, other than herself. Precisely that, must be led by the existence known as I. Subaru, what are you? What are you trying to do? Louis, speaking for what Natsuki Subaru used to think, we're telling you. Wanting a sense of superiority. Not thinking it was for the sake of someone else all of the time, you know. Flocking only convenient people around, getting drunk on the pleasant feeling of offering a hand. Not even throwing any feed to a dog which won't get emotionally attached. Keeping those away. Louis, do you really intend to hand yourself over to that Natsuki Subaru? The question, having overlapped twice. That was a requisition of confession for Natsuki Subaru, by Louis, by gluttony. Speaking his true feelings, that is what Louis demanded of Subaru. Whether he did want to die, whether he did not want to die, if he, for the argument's sake, were to die, whether would it be for the sake of someone like that? No, Subaru's death would not be for the sake of Natsuki Subaru. No, from the very beginning, Subaru did not have the intent to die. Even if he thought of returning Natsuki Subaru back to Emilia and the others, for it to mean his own death. No, could he however, truly trust Natsuki Subaru? At the very least, Natsuki Subaru had killed Meili, and even carved incomprehensible characters on the wall. Louis, we LL, what do you want to do, Oniai-san? Subaru, HK. Whilst saying so, Louis grasped Subaru's hands with her slender arms, and fastened them to her own neck. Once again, though this time through her own incitement, Louis' slim neck lay vulnerable to Subaru's arms. Should he pour strength in both of his arms, it will surely fracture easily. If not, the conclusion will get established. However, to not do that meant either choosing to kill Natsuki Subaru, or the same happening to himself. At the very least, that was what Louis was saying, for the argument's sake, for just the argument's sake. If he broke this slim neck, and if Natsuki Subaru was to return and the present Subaru was to disappear, would not be able to witness even the result of his actions. If that's the case, then what was the meaning of Subaru mustering up meager courage and undertaking action here? Louis, we LL. Louis, what? What will you do? What is it that you'll do? What are you going to do? What are you going to do, huh? What do you want to do? What do you want to do it like? Whatever you do, it'll all right, you know. Whatever it ends up as, we'll forgive you. As if tormenting, as if ridiculing, as if cursing, Louis' words struck Subaru's eardrums. So did Louis Arneb, so did gluttony, so did the Sin Archbishop, so did the slim young girl, so did the abominable existence, so did his birth parent. The choice of what he shall do with Natsuki Subaru drew near Natsuki Subaru. Louis, we LL, well. Louis, what do you want to do? Oniai-san. Arc 6, Chapter 61, Stand Up. A choice, that too a cruel one, was eating into Natsuki Subaru. He heard the sound of something being abandoned and burnt away within the interior of his chest with a sizzling sound, slowly and steadily. That was his human nature, his emotion of trusting himself, his sentiments for Natsuki Subaru, various entities of such kind, were being abandoned and burnt away. With his hands on the young girl's throat, whilst being ridiculed by the young girl pushed down, Natsuki Subaru was made to stand in a setting of determining his own destiny, Natsuki Subaru's destiny. Heartbeats, inaudible. Though his breath was rough, his lungs were probably dysfunctional. A situation packed to the hilt to such an extent, yet not a single drop of cold sweat appeared on his forehead. That was certainly because Natsuki Subaru's flesh body present here was not a part of reality. By reading the book, he did not have his entire flesh body transferred, but merely his mind had been hauled to make such considerations unfitting the situation, would also only be a deed of evading reality. And, by firing his considerations over to the other side, trying to secure transient peace with Subaru's heart. However, neither time nor space nor his opponent would pardon this escape route of Subaru's. Louis, we LL, what'll you do, Oniai-san? The young girl, which had been pinned down by him, laughed sadistically and looked up at Subaru, petrified, having lost his way in the choice. Whilst peeping into Subaru's dark eyes, the young girl flickered her tongue in order to lick those eyeballs. Louis, pinning down a feeble young girl, and placing your hands on that thin neck. Gets you shivering with thrill, no? Or perhaps instead, if it's a predisposition like that of Oniai-san's, such experiences become commonplace, is that right? Subaru, HK, Louis, you're trembling, so cute. In this shape, can you make such an important choice? Inclining her neck, Louis, facing upwards, kissed Subaru's wrist. That shuddering gesture and the ardor pouring from her flirtatious glance, her inhumane words made Subaru recall a certain spectacle. That was the spectacle of the callousness Subaru had acted upon once. Provided that his way of having observed it was the reverse. Not something Subaru had witnessed from his own perspective, but the field of vision of a young girl who had gotten into a confrontation with Subaru. The spectacle of Subaru pinning down, with a wicked look, and strangling the neck. Exactly the same as the present situation, the spectacle of Natsuki Subaru strangling Meili to death. Subaru, ugh. The instant he realized this to be approximate to that spectacle, Subaru's entire body, cheeks, tightened. Louis, so after all, there really is an occasion which comes your mind? Subaru, nonce HK. Nonce. Louis, we're no tea speaking nonsense, you know. Instead, the one not being serious is Oniai-san, no. With more seriousness, earnestness, solemnity, you should love yourself. Louis, yes. Love yourself. See, love. Similar to how the people Oniai-san wants to cherish hope for that, Oniai-san should also love himself, you know. With a superficial verbal tone, and words fitting that description as well, a cosmetic wave of words was formed. Did she intend to persuade him, or instead, was her faculty of making others sympathize simply dead? Was she aiming, or was it simply her nature? Was she jeering at him, or was she consoling him? It was vague. Louis Arneb's way was vague with regards to everything. Vague it was. Louis' words, her words were unsteady from the foundation, like leaves instably afloat the water's surface. All of them of arbitrary nature, bent and distorted. If they preferably came to a clear disposition, then this indecision itself would surely be cleared up as well. No, to consider keeping her words as the premise from the very beginning, just how dangerous would that be? Subaru, do you have the proof? That everything should be done as you say, and everything will happen as you say. Louis, proof. Subaru, do you have the proof, that if I regain Natsuki Subaru, the me present right now would disappear? Louis, we don't. We don't, you know. Apparently we don't. As we don't. We don't, we're telling you. We don't though. Even though we apparently don't. Apparently we don't as we're telling you. Even though it means we don't, you know. Will that be of any comfort? Louis, it's just going around in circles, Oniai-san. Even we can't speak of what we don't know. If we or Oniai-chan, ni summer die, then will what was eaten come back, we wonder. To be honest, never return something which we ate so we don't actually know w. After all, we've eaten it up, you know. Saying Louis opened her mouth, arraying her frightfully sharp cuspids and scarlet tongue, showing until the interior of her throat to Subaru, appealing a certain zilch. Others' memories, the memories of someone within others. If heisting things of such kind was to be taken under the name of eating, it was impossible for physical vestiges to remain there. However, Subaru felt the words eaten it up to be terribly weighty. Louis, what will you do, Oniai-san? Once again, Louis questioned Subaru. In the interval between the questions and answers, Subaru's hands remained on Louis' neck. Unable to pour strength, or otherwise, completely withdraw his hands, Subaru continued to cast aside the question regarding his own existence. Subaru, GH, HK. Dying was frightening. Terrifying. However, that was a fear differing from what Subaru had tasted by return by death 4 times till now. The proposition pressing down Subaru's soul right here and now, was the death comparing and contrasting the choices regarding forfeiting oneself. By nature, that is how what is called death is supposed to be. Upon dying, the consciousness of that existence is lost, and something like an opportunity to redo is never granted. That is why, Subaru, who continued to take advantages of having opportunities to redo upon making blunders, may not have any right to complain. To simply be given the choice to disappear or to not disappear, and having the time to be troubled over it may itself be a luxury. But, it was his own life. He must himself choose whether he would blow that flame out or not. Subaru's heart, who had been placed in such a situation, developed a crack by each passing second. Subaru had already died 4 times in this different world. All of them, affairs within a short time frame. Thrown into a world he was unacquainted with, meeting people he never would have met, and an instant later having to suffer circumstances difficult to avoid, chased Subaru into death. The time he spent when he was in a conscious state, when totaled, would not fit in even 2 days. It was a short time. However, Natsuki Subaru also had the time of 10 years he had lived in the world he was previously in. Aside from the 2 days of this different world, he had a father. He had a mother. Friends too, though scarce, his relationship with them was a delicate matter and it was uncertain whether he should call them friends, but he had people whom he would at least exchange greetings with. Upon glancing back onto the past, in elementary and middle schools he had people whom he got along with, and he was also acquainted with many who resided in his neighborhood. Though it did not go well. Subaru was incompetent at life. However, in a way of not going well, there had been a time of trial and error. Though he had never been in a setting where his life was on the line, Subaru still intended to struggle upon his own stage. Was he going to abdicate these various times and accumulated memories? Should Natsuki Subaru return, the fact that they existed would not disappear. However, his current self, who certainly thought of those times, will disappear. Exchanging promises with Ram, swearing to protect Meili, carving Echidna's forgiveness in his heart, learning to fight from Julius, affectionately trusting Beatrice, and Emilia. His self, who fell in love with Emilia, was he truly going to disappear? Subaru, no. That realization made the flesh body of Subaru present here on this spot develop cracks, this not being a metaphorical expression. Crevices emerging on his cheek, fissures like a spider's web emerged on both of his hands which were on Louis' throat as well. He felt no pain. Neither did he bleed from those crevices. Mysteriously, present within the crevices was darkness. Not the sort possessing flesh or bones, unnatural, unending darkness. It was according to what he had conjectured, he had not carried over his flesh body of reality. The body of the Subaru present here was not real. And since it was not real, the current sentiments of his heart were reflected directly. Subaru's body developed fissures, and was shattering. The crevices expanded, the surface came unstuck and fell. That was certainly the body of deceit called Natsuki Subaru, which Natsuki Subaru had been wearing. Alongside that detaching and falling in large drops, even his bluff came unstuck and fell. Subaru, no, no, no. No tilde. HK. Louis, that's right. It's natural, you know. Shaking his head in refusal, he denied the fear of the death awaiting him. No, the fear of forfeiting. Why must he vanish? His self, who had just recognized that he was in love with the person he loved. Subaru, no. Louis, we get it. We quite do get it. As we get it. We do indeed get it. Subaru : I refuse. HK. Louis, it's Onii-san's life, after all. Why must you surrender it to others, you know? Subaru, everyone. More, with everyone. Want to stay longer with everyone. He was in love. He had fallen in love. Even though in the time which would not even be a total of 2 days, he had been engulfed in doubting them, thinking of killing them, thinking of running away from them, and being suspected by them. Subaru had fallen in love with them. Right now, he thought lovingly of them. If he were to stay with them, if they would cherish Subaru, then he might even grow to love himself, whom he utterly loathed. That is what he thought. Facing forward, that is what he thought. Even though in Subaru's life, of always facing backward, this was, at long last, an illuminating spot of sunshine. Why must he relinquish it? That was something he. Subaru, I refuse. Louis, that's right. That's how it is. Then, what do you think you should do? Subaru, just as myself. Louis, yes, Onii-san will be, just as Onii-san. That is correct. It got plundered once. It's a game of musical chairs. The guy sitting on the vacant seat is the king, you know. Louis, the opponent who got pushed away, must exit. You have to recognize your own existence. You have to shout loudly that you are real. Hey, isn't that so? Directly below him, at a distance such that their breaths intertwined, widening her eyes shining blazingly, Louis roared. With vigor like that of snarling no, as a matter of fact, she gnawed Subaru's wrists which were on her neck, etching admonition and a striking pain upon Subaru. Staring at the wavering dark eyes, Louis Arneb shouted. Louis, recognize. Natsuki Subaru is, the closest person to Oniai-san Su. The hull called for him, telling him to establish oneself. Telling him to stop doing something so foolish as dying for the sake of someone. Why must there be a need for him to sacrifice himself for the sake of someone or the other? That too, for the sake of having his self who wasn't himself, who named himself as him, meet the people he loved, whom he won't be able to meet anymore. All for the sake of him ceding the time he spent with them, the priceless days difficult to ever obtain. As if he would allow himself to do something so foolish. Louis, well kill him. Let's kill him. Let's go ahead and kill him. You have to kill him. You kill him. If you kill him, let's end up killing him. Just kill him. End up killing him. If you can only kill him. If you kill and crush him. Subaru, Natsuki Subaru will. Louis, Oniai-san is this universe's one and only, not a substitute article for anyone, Natsuki Subaru. Subaru, HK, this universe's one and only, not a replacement for anyone, Natsuki Subaru. Holding hands with Beatrice, striking persiflage with Ram, making Meili pout, being astonished by Shaola's frankness, exchanging smiles with Echidna through frivolous conversations, entrusting his back on Julius, receiving Patrash's gratis love, attaining the right to live, with Emilia. If the one who possesses those is Natsuki Subaru, then at Subaru's hands, that man shall. Tears building up, his field of vision was blurred due to the feelings welling up inside of him. His mind had a direct impact on his flesh body. The beating of his heart, his breathing through aching lungs, he could unmistakably feel them vividly right now. However, what he could feel the greatest right now, were his irresistible tears wielding no answer. Whether that was rage or grief, envy or jealousy, guilt or fear. Just, what was the cause of this violent emotion, Subaru did not know at all. There was lots he did not know, however, with his field of vision blurred by those tears, Subaru looked. Someone was overlooking Subaru, Louis. Staring at the teary-eyed pathetic Subaru, who had pinned Louis down and had his hands on her neck. Whom that could have been, within what all Subaru's mind could grasp, it could have been only one person. Subaru, did you appear because you got scared of me, Natsuki Subaru? The blurry shadow of a person said nothing. Standing on the white floor, the white world behind its back, the form getting misty with white, was watching Subaru. Subaru, with his face soggy, informed the existence who had panicked and appeared forth suddenly. Subaru, I will not disappear. I don't want to die. That's why, Subaru, want to stay together with everyone. I love everyone. That's why, I am. Subaru, that's why, I am. As if an excuse, his complaints stockpiled, same as when he had put his hands on Louis' throat. Subaru had concluded that he didn't want himself to disappear. That's why, doing he now was conveying that to the shadow of a person which had appeared. That also meant that he would, with certainty, kill the opponent in front of his eyes, who had the same face as himself. After all, he is, Natsuki Subaru is, the closest person to him. That is why, Subaru must be possessing that right. Natsuki Subaru shall kill Natsuki Subaru, and the single spot of sunshine shall be Subaru, that's why, I am, not you. You and I are different, he tried to convey that clearly, and sever the possibility. That had been the moment, he had tried to do so. Louis, who are you talking to, Oniai-san? Dumbfounded, with widened eyes, Louis questioned with an expression as if her conversation had been stalled. She inclined her neck and glared in the same direction as Subaru, and tried to look at that shadow of a person. However, she knitted her eyebrows in doubt and grimaced, and as her sharp canines quivered. Louis, nobody's there, but still, who are you talking to, Oniai-san? With her fangs rattling and trembling, Louis whispered so with an expression of disbelief. In refusal, she erased her expression until then, and made a face like that of being frightened by something. Louis, this is our place. No hindrances are supposed to get in, and yet. In this place, talking to someone aside from us. Just stop. Only I-san is our. Sue. Louis words, as they clung onto him, however Subaru's awareness did not move a bit. Subaru's awareness had focused all concentration of the yet present shadow of a person, the field of his vision, not having vanished. His field of vision blurred with tears, the wavering shadow of a person, its contour and features became ever so slightly clear. Who it was, he had no idea whatsoever. That shadow of a person whose contour and features gradually got clearer, to Subaru seemed like it was smiling, shaking his head, blinking with strength. He tried to look at that diminutive smile with further clarity. Why, are you trying to choose only one of the two? A question was raised towards him. With a voice he had never heard before, with the voice of someone who was not supposed to be here. Whom he had never seen smiling. A young girl of blue hair had been standing there, smiling. That smiling young girl, whilst continuing to smile, towards Subaru, who had sunk in silence. Stand up. Her commencing words. The young girl, with the utmost relentless voice in the world, shouted at Natsuki Subaru. Stand up. The voice vanquished the cracking Natsuki Subaru, scourged him, and knocked him down. Without mercy, without hesitation, the bellow shattered Natsuki Subaru, and accelerated his cracking. As if, talons artlessly stabbing into his naked heart. Stand up. The young girl of blue hair raised her voice facing Subaru. Glaring at Subaru, the young girl, with a loud voice, howled. Howled. She was howling. At Natsuki Subaru, who remained on his knees, who had pinned a young girl down, and had fissures emerge on his dumbfounded face. Stand up. Her bellow, repeated. Limitlessly and endlessly, callously and inconsiderately, it knocked Subaru's heart down. Why must such words strike him? It was painful. It was hurtful. It was excruciating. It was sorrowful. His heart was about to shatter even now. Never in his life had he been struck with such agonizing decisions from next to next without even having prepared his heart beforehand. He had somehow stopped lamenting that crisis. That is why, at the very least, he had formed a conclusion. That is why, was it not just fine anymore? Stand up. The young girl before his eyes, by no means approved of the complaints, the obstinate conclusion, the heart afraid of forfeiting, making Subaru's heart cower, laded with a resolute purpose of rejection. She piled up the potent words. He had made the decision. Could she not just affirm it? At the very least, show being troubled over it. It was all right, was it not? He had been troubled sufficiently. Yet, the young girl went so far, all for the sake of having Subaru be. Stand up. As his heart continued to shatter into pieces, she did not pardon Subaru, who had made the decision. Stand up. Was she still going to say that? Why was this young girl, this voice? Despite it being so hurtful, so excruciating. Stand. 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 Stand up. Just who was this young girl? Just where in his reminiscences was this young girl? Never had he exchanged words with her. Even her reminiscences were not present within the current Subaru. Who was she? What kind of a person was she? He had known merely her outward appearance. Their relationship was one such that he would not even bother giving up for her sake. Yet, why was his chest so warm? Why was there a fever rising from the interior of his chest? Stand up, Natsuki Subaru. Stand up. Rem's hero. The tearful voice of the young girl not present in his memories, shouted to be a hero by that voice. His heart trembled. Subaru's heart trembled, in such a good condition that he almost wanted to laugh, with the notion of something so absurd as that being possible. The cracks, the fissures, continued to accelerate. That was, quite literally, the spectacle of Natsuki Subaru tearing apart the shell of Natsuki Subaru. However, what slept within that shell, only faintly varied from what was there just previously. No, If it was to truly change, it was from now onward. Continuing to be wished to stand up, gnashing his teeth at his frightened heart, he stood up. If you've stood up, then please go. Go, and save everything. Everything, what does that mean? Everything, just what did it mean? A way of speaking far too absent-minded. Just what did everything even refer to? Everything is everything. Anything and everything. All, everyone, yourself, and the closest person to you as well. What's that? As if something like that is achievable. Does this girl truly believe he was capable of that? His self, who lacked in much, who can't even save himself. For the sake of the people Subaru fell in love with, for the sake of the people who cherished Subaru, for the sake of the people Subaru wanted to cherish, for the sake of his reminiscences with the people he did not want to disappear. Does she truly believe that the Subaru, who had tried to let go of merely one, is also capable of it? You can do it. After all, what? Give me the strength, the answer. If you're going to give them, then give them through those words. I pray that the blue young girls, your words, give me. Subaru-kun is Rem's hero. Subaru. Something fell in the interior of chest, that which had stagnated in black, as if had been purified by the echo of the young girl, seemingly a confession of love. No, not seemingly a confession of love. That had been a confession of love. Though once again, his reasons for not wanting to give back the place where he belongs to Natsuki Subaru increased. Subaru, At the same time, what had increased was not just that. Purified by the words of the young girl, that which had stagnated in black gave rise to radiance and altered its very form. And commenced pulsating from what was the strongest desire stemming from the core of Natsuki Subaru. It pulsated. That which had lost anything and everything, and had been deserted by entirety. Yet furthermore, wishing, desiring, wanting to fasten and secure everything, wanting to not lose anything at all from these hands, wanting to not let go of oneself, from oneself's own hands. Concording with the cowardly greed which implored so, it bloomed by becoming a power which granted this wish, the factor wandering and jolting, connected together with existence. Subaru, come, Corleonis. Within Subaru, the seed of the greed which had lost its destination budded. And, standing firm, his form was Rem. Merely the diminutive smile of the young girl of blue hair blessed that moment. Louis, Oniai-san? Looking up at Subaru, who had slowly stood up at that spot, Louis called out to him. Pulling the hand that had been on her neck, Louis, with bafflement remaining on her expression, woke her body up from the golden bed her hair had been blanketing and blinked in seeming perplexement. Louis, what happened? Look, continue the one from earlier. Continue it? Louis, continue it. Being told to resume, Subaru moistened his lips with his tongue. When contemplating as an existence of mere mind, both this and temporary peace of mind were naught but meaningless actions closer to habits. However, by that single action, he had come to notice something. He was clear-headed to such an extent that even he himself would be surprised. The incomprehensible chaos and frenzy until a moment ago, just as both of them had been pulled away by waves, he felt at peace as if swimming in the middle of a calm sea. That is why. Subaru, you don't need to say anything anymore. I'm fed up of your gut-wrenching explanation. He had managed to recognize how the clod of malice which had taken the form of a young girl before his eyes twisted and distorted Subaru's will and use it as per her own conveniences. At what Subaru had pointed out, Louis said no and shook her right and left. Louis, gut-wrenching you say? How harsh. Even though we had, in our own way, properly thought of Oniai-san, and just given advice. Subaru, also stop using words I know for purposefully making me hear sarcasm about myself like this. Even if you try to shake me like this, it's of no use, the present me will no longer waver. At those words, Louis straightened her eyes. Surely she was unaware of the details of what changes had occurred in Subaru's self. Even Subaru did not specifically know. However, the greed which shall not waver by anything had decided upon Natsuki Subaru. Subaru had also defined himself into the form wished by the young girl, who had shouted at none but the Subaru of that moment. Subaru glanced at not Louis, but the side opposite to her. There no longer was the form of her, who had not too long ago faced Subaru and struck him with relentless words. The moment Subaru stood up and faced forward, she disappeared. But, perhaps, that was fine. The reunion with the young girl was not to take place here, and neither with Subaru. No, that was not exactly accurate either. Merely, the one to reunite with her must be the Natsuki Subaru who has recovered his memories with her, his feelings for her, and there was no need to form a distinction between that Natsuki Subaru and Natsuki Subaru. Subaru, I was told. Time and time again, still He had been told that even after losing his memories, Subaru was Subaru. When he stubbornly used to think that there was a precise, distinct disparity, that he must differentiate, those had been Subaru's encumbrance, chains of curse. But, so what? Right now, from Subaru's perspective, who had ascertained what he must do, that was a guidepost, a thread of hope. It will surely light Subaru's path until he pulls it in, reels it in, gets closer, and reaches the place where the people whom he cherishes, who were holding the front of that thread were. That is why. Subaru, put away your knife and fork, you food-thieving escaped fugitive. There's no noodle soup for you here. She widened her eyes. Louis Arneb widened her eyes, staring at Subaru who had a finger pointed towards her. And perceiving the absence of even the slightest sympathy in Subaru's expression, she cast her eyes down. Louis, Her eyes cast down, she leaked out a husky sigh. That had been a sigh conceived with emotions highly difficult to delineate. Louis, who got her body up, had her shoulders shake, drew her knees towards herself, and curled up atop her golden carpet. And, slowly elevating her face which had been cast downward. Louis, shit. A single step more was left, and yet. With a gaze filled with abhorrence, Louis glared at Subaru and wrung that out with a voice as if casting a curse. Louis, a single step more was left and yet, Why, how come, did it fail, Who, tricked Oniai-san, That was a tone of voice which reached a murky conclusion, hatred towards isolation like that of the dead from the depths of hell envying the way of being of the living celebrating paradise above ground. With a voice filled with such resentment, Louis resumed. Louis, with a single step more, Natsuki Subaru and Natsuki Subaru could have been completely torn apart and yet. Subaru, what's up with that, why'd you do something like that? Louis, isn't it obvious, because we can't eat the same human twice, Sue? Subaru, HK. Painting out Subaru's dubious voice, Louis screamed with a cracking voice as if vomiting blood. She had her limbs on that spot and then stood up, and with an expression completely changed from had been until then with a countenance like that of a beast which had lost its human kindness, she glared at Subaru. Louis, it each had to be separate. The Natsuki Subaru who got eaten once, and the Natsuki Subaru left to be eaten each had to be separate. For that, we had concentrated attention on this plan or that and yet. It was all stupidity. Laughable, isn't it? Subaru, I won't laugh. It's not funny, not one bit. Louis, is that so? Is that really so? But, Oniai-san also hates us, isn't that right? Isn't it fun to see our hated self being sad? It must be feeling good, right? Even though Oniai-san would have. Only you would have fulfilled us, who've gotten sick of eating. Why only you, us of satiation could have Sue. At Louis, who had bloodshot eyes, Subaru whispered satiation within his lips. If he had not made a mistake hearing her, the title she had named herself as was supposed to be gluttony. Why would that now turn into something like satiation? In front of Subaru, who was perplexed in that manner, Louis shouted, saying to begin with, whilst looking up into the white sky. Louis, both lay of gourmet. And Roy of bizarre eating. No absolute telly nothing. From one to the next, thoughtlessly unbridledly eating messily like a bunch of idiots. For our sake, who are locked up here and don't have the freedom to choose. Don't make us laugh, useless sibling Sue. Embracing and bringing her yellow hair close to her, Louis disheveled her body and began spitting. Her words, Subaru, whilst standing straight, was unaware of all what they meant. Lay or Roy, those which she had brought up, could they be names, perhaps? However, the existence of gluttony, memories, there were certain things he could discern from them. Subaru, you, get together with your comrades and things like people's memories and names. Is it fine to notate it as that? At any rate, you go around stealing things like that, go around eating things like that. Isn't that right? An instance of getting his memories eaten, and forgetting who his own self was would be Subaru. An instance of getting his name eaten, and being forgotten by the surroundings and lamenting would be Julius. And, probably getting both sides eaten, forgotten by the world and falling into a slumber never to wake up from was Rem. All of them were deeds of gluttony, of Louis, and her comrades whose names got brought up earlier. Subaru, why the hell are you all doing something like that? What is the goal, of all of you? Louis, it's to become happy. Made to hear the immediate reply, Subaru halted his breath. Paying no heed to his reaction, Louis resounded her teeth by clattering them with seeming instability of mind. Louis, it's to become happy. What other goal is there? To become happy is the goal of living, isn't it? Or, did you think that our loathed self had twisted and distorted away from that? Wrong, that's wrong. It's wrong anyway. As it's wrong. Certainly it is wrong. As it's too wrong. Apparently it's wrong. As we're telling you it's wrong. Our soul hurts. Subaru, what's the connection between the goal of becoming happy and stealing others' memories? Louis, why only I-san, have you ever thought life is unfair? Subaru, I have. Louis, Awasu. Whilst having her tooth into the back of her white hand, Louis questioned Subaru. When Subaru nodded his head in agreement as a matter of prompt judgment, Louis loathsomely laughed, saying of course. Whilst deriding, she had her hand which impressions of her teeth crawl up her slim chest. Louis, we have, too. Rather, life is unfairness itself. Can't choose birth, can't choose parents, can't choose the environment, can't choose the future, not a single thing can be chosen. Always, it's made to be a system of that kind. It's being atop a belt conveyor. Louis, what if that wasn't the case? In front of the silent Subaru, Louis tilted her neck. Louis, what if birth could be chosen? What if parents could be chosen? What if the environment could be chosen? What if the future could be chosen? What if all options were as per imagination? Everyone would choose a better life, isn't it? Is that wrong? Subaru, that may be true, but what was the associativity between that and Louis and the others' crimes? Subaru pondered. However, Louis clanged her teeth at that doubt of Subaru's. Louis, that's it. Subaru, Louis, if birth could be chosen, if parents could be chosen, if the environment could be chosen, if the future could be chosen, if all options were as per imagination, everyone would choose a better life. That is why we are taking time and making utmost effort and searching the greatest life for us. Louis, surely, it is somewhere, where we can live with our head held high, like us. A future filled with roses, such that we'd think we were glad to have lived this life. Until the time of fortuitously meeting that destined life, we'll eat, crunch, chew, lick, suck, indulge, gluttonous drinking Gluttony Her eyes dazzling blazingly, Louis Arneb shouted her lovely ambition out with a roaring voice. She truly believed, from the bottom of her heart, that this was pursuit for happiness, that this was the sole way for her to grasp the supreme future for herself. Louis had not discovered any hopes, any expectations for her own life. For in her mind, the life of the young girl named Louis Arneb had been inferior in its initial disposition. The starting point had been incorrect. That is why she wanted to negate that. She wanted to win and gain herself, who was abound in birth, parents, environment, future, talents, everything. She had defined precisely that to be an indispensable condition for enjoying life to the maximum. That is why. Subaru, for that, you steal the memories of others and eat them. Louis, once the desired life is found, by affixing the memories and name, we will live that life with our head held high. Unfortunately, as of now, everyone's been omitted from being selected. There had been lives which were on the right track, but, we won't be satisfied by a few meager experiences. Speaking enthusiastically with a trembling voice, Louis had her finger gently crawl on her petite body beneath her patchy clothes, and made a charming gesture unbefitting her age. No, that was not the case. If Gluttony's words were true, then she had eaten the lives of innumerable people until now, and through that had procured an amount of resources of experiences beyond what any ordinary man can physically experience. Men, women, children, elderly, possibly leaping over the fences of even races or species, having her fill of the experiences of every possible existence, tasting them till finishing, a person who performed the satiation of lives. It was just as how Louis had called herself. She had grown tired of eating the lives of others. For her, who continued to snitch and eat the delicious parts of the lives of all kinds of people, all possible happenings were stale articles, the same hackneyed events with nothing novel to them. But, just as when he understood Louis' mental state, he also discovered something he could not understand, that was. Subaru, then why did you, who practices such an unbalanced diet, go as far as to use that pain in the butt measure to try and chew me? Is it your obstinacy as a food fighter, something like never excusing what was left to be eaten? Louis, it's not such a silly reason. It's because Onii-san is our destiny. Should it be accepted at face value? And it seemed as if he was being made fun of. With those thoughts, Subaru glared at Louis with rage and vigilance. However, Louis' eyes which were looking at Subaru, there present was no falsehood in their ardor. She truly was deeply in love with and yearned for Subaru, precisely, Subaru's life. The reason being, Louis, men and women of all ages, all kinds of humans, races, positions, anything and everything, leaping above it all and having eaten all kinds of things are us, but there's a single thing, which is unknown to us. Do you know what it is? Subaru, what might it be? I don't know. My good-for-nothing self's way of grieving or something. Louis, it's the experience of death. Subaru, with one of his eyes remaining shut, halted all movement. Whilst intently watching that Subaru, Louis lifted up her slim arms and pointed both her palms towards him. Louis, no matter how many of others' memories are eaten, it's impossible. Only the memories of death can never be obtained. After all, isn't that the way it is? Memories are the record of the period of living after all. That's why, something like the memories of the time of dying don't exist. Only Onii-san is an exception. Louis seemingly envied, jealous, deeply loved, yearned for the power of return by death from the innermost depths of her heart. The young girl who had grown tired of this world, was deeply in love with and yearned for the man who conferred to her the soul-fresh moment. Louis, hey, what does death feel like? It's surely rough, right? It's agonizing, right? It's terrible, right? It's painful, isn't it? There was also a time when it didn't hurt, isn't it? Some say it feels good, is that true? When dying, do you actually always feel delighted? Or, do you stop caring anymore? An easy victory? Hey. Subaru, if you have my memories of everything till yesterday, then shouldn't you be knowing all that? Louis, as memories, you see. But, on second thought, that is old, as it's not real. We want a more raw experience. We can't be satisfied by a reused stale ingredient. What will satisfy us is a new, fresh and juicy state of mind nobody is aware of. Sue, resuming her words, saying that is why. Louis, the sole special memories in this world, which nobody else can experience. Not just that, but the simplicity of just quickly dying and redoing upon making a mistake. Even upon finding the greatest life for oneself, there's always the possibility of ruining it by some sort of failure, isn't that right? But, if it's Onii-san's life, then that isn't there. It's all right, we'll do it well such that nobody will find out. Louis, neither Emilia, nor Beatrice, nor Ram, nor Meili, nor Julius, nor Echidna, nor Shaula, nor Patrash, nor Petra, nor Otto, nor Garfield, nor Frederica, nor Louis, nor Roswell, nor Clind, nor Arnrose, nor Felt, nor Reinhardt, nor Grandpa Rom, nor Tun Chin Can, nor Crush, nor Ferris, nor Wilhelm, nor Ricardo, nor Mimi, nor Hetaro, nor Tivi, nor Priscilla, nor Al, nor Schult, nor Heinkel, nor Kiritaka, nor Liliana, nobody, no one, nobody, no one, nobody, no one. Deceiving them, we will live happily. Making both of her hands, which had been pushed out, project so that they were holding out to him, Louis adorably tilted her head. Louis, that's why, please. Let us eat Onii-san's life, such that we fill our stomach. As if pleading, the young girl, from the multitude of memories possessed by herself, must have unmistakably chosen the plead, the dependency utmost befitting of this place. It was the proof that no matter what kind of ingredients are gathered, should the cooking skills be poor, it'll amount to nothing. There had been a wise saying which Subaru liked: it's not that the ingredients are bad, it's merely the cookery that is bad. Never had he realized that to this extent. Innumerable, multitudinous, numerous experience points ordinary humans can never possess. Never had Subaru come across an existence who was so wasteful and squandering. Subaru, you won't get a third chance. My anguish, my death, my life, everything belongs to me. There's not a single thing which I'll give you. Subaru, starve to death, bloody bastard. If you can't choose but a single way to die in life, then that's what I'd suggest to you: suffer the most, in this whole world. Gesturing a slash on his own neck with his thumb, Subaru asserted so. In response to those words, Louis rounded her eyes, then looked at both of her hands. And then, covering her face with those hands, looking up into the white sky, she groaned "Ah." Louis, we failed. We did fail. We ended up failing. So we did fail. We did end up failing. We quite indeed ended up failing. We ended up failing, isn't it? As we ended up failing. Ah. With teeth clattering and knees quivering, Louis sunk down to the floor at that very spot. Her seriously being shocked was the testimony to her coaxing Subaru with equal seriousness. Since the result of that seriousness was that wording, the style of failure of her spiritual nature held no need to be pronounced. Subaru as well remained without pulling down his attitude, suggesting serves you right at all. Subaru, I won't become as you wished. My name is Natsuki Subaru, the name given to me by Natsuki Kenichi and Natsuki Naoko, nothing else. I am myself. Louis, even though it may get overwritten and disappear? Subaru, I'll teach you a magic spell. That is that, this is this. The magic spell he had struck Julius with, this time he shall face himself and strike it. Should Natsuki Subaru be recovered, the Subaru of this moment may disappear. However, it's also possible that he may not disappear. There may be a way to not erase him. He may somehow find a way to share the single spot of sunshine. Subaru, I, who enter into others' hearts with shoes on through speaking bluntly, have no need to be mannerless and occupy the spot of sunshine either. That's my answer. Cut your hair, stupid. Declaring a remark suggesting an act of abandonment, Subaru turned his back towards Louis. He directed no vigilance towards the young girl sunk down to the floor, holding her head. Right now, a way to return from this incomprehensible space was more important than that. As quickly as possible, he must return under Emilia and the others, and once again tackle Reed's Book of the Dead. To begin with, why to this place would Reed's Book of this Dead? Louis, enough. So there's no choice but to leave the rest to Onii-chan and Ni-sama, who h. Behind the pondering Subaru, Louis revealed as if grieving. Hearing that, Subaru, who had his ears on the floor and was knocking the ground, turned around. Louis was lying sprawled atop her own golden hair, covering her face with her palms, flapping her legs. Onii-chan and Ni-sama. By names Louis had often mentioned. If that was just as how Subaru imagined. Subaru, Lei and Roy. Gourmet and bizarre eating? Louis, we can't exit this place. That's why, unless Onii-chan and Ni-sama kindly eat, we can't choose what to eat either. That's why, we made a request. Subaru, request. Ruminating the words of a bad premonition, Subaru prompted the other side of those words. He felt Louis took awfully long to vomit out the continuation of those words. Before long, as if tracing Subaru's impatience, Louis' red lips quivered. Louis, isn't this the second time Onii-san has come here since last night? That's why, both Onii-chan and Ni-sama, both of them have noticed. About where Onii-san is. It was made clear, those two menaces now drew near Pleiades' watchtower. Louis, both of them, said they were keenly interested in Onii-san, you know. That's a matter of course. Because you know Onii-san is abundantly doing experiences which they have never tasted before. Subaru, sh, et. U. Hk. Louis, how unfair are. Louis casually whispered so, upon Subaru's shivering, having gotten to know that truth. Louis' whisper, possessing no chain of logic, even Subaru immediately understood what it meant. Subaru, is this an outlet? Behind Subaru, who had turned back, a fissure was generated in the white space and its other side was visible, though flickering. A clear physical disorder, an inconceivable leap through space was originating within it. Inspired by Subaru's purpose, that he must return to the library. Louis, you cannot. Onii-san can never. Though we wanted you to, you know. The existence of the outlet, before he could sail across it, Subaru wavered over Louis' treatment. Whether the sequence of events of him strangling her neck, and thereafter, also including her attitude once her ulterior motive had been made clear, it was perhaps true that she possessed no combat power greater than what her appearance suggested. That is why, Subaru ending Louis in this place should physically be possible. Thinking about that, for naught but a single instant, the moment he directed his troubled gaze, his true motives got seen through. Louis, even if you suspect, even if you despair, you can't kill yourself, others, or even those whom you loathe. Spineless coward. Even though we licked you gently. Subaru, well, your teeth must have gotten spoilt. Get them remedied, stupid. Subaru declared with his middle finger raised, at Louis, who made a provoking expression. Without seeing through until Louis felt ashamed at those words, Subaru tried to insert his body into the fissure in space. At that moment, that lone instant, he yielded faltering. It was not as if he felt sorry for Louis. He felt relieved at the thought of not having to see that face again. What Subaru felt sorry for was not his parting with Louis, but the voice that made Subaru stand up. For that instant alone, the young girl who had appeared, only to enliven Subaru. Having gotten her memories and name stolen, the sole young girl who consequently called out to Subaru at the extremity of the world. Subaru, it's all right. I remember, the promise. Natsuki Subaru, shall certainly never forget that. That is why, certainly, they shall meet again. Ruminating that he would like to hear, not merely her stern voice, but also her tender voice then, enthusiastic for that, Subaru had his body leap into the fissure, in order to return under his comrades. Louis, God damn it. Not even turning around, what a man, Sue. Louis, won't excuse you. Won't let you escape. Absolutely, absolutely. Sue. Louis, don't think it's over with this, Natsuki Subaru. Sue. Louis, your life belongs to you, Sue. Arc 6, Chapter 62, Tremors of Collapse. As the white world peeled away, the Harlequin world which lied beyond to the other side was slowly reformed. The enormous, rough and overwhelming paintbrush of God daubed colors to the world. It was an exotic sensation, as if witnessing the world being painted with colors from a confined, colorless space. He had heard the legend of God creating the world in 7 days, but it did not seem like God had necessarily assembled the building blocks of the world within 7 days. It rather felt as if God had painted it out on the colorless canvas, the cradle of Odd Lagna. Or, the Hall of Memories. Natsuki Subaru's existence was being extracted out from a seemingly different dimension. Being separated from that unfamiliar space into the former world, the fragments of his consciousness gradually tied up, and bit by bit, his self was being reconstructed. Subaru. Subaru, mile per hour. Hearing that voice, Subaru opened his eyes and was immediately struck upon by thirst. As he blinked over and over again in this world with unclear vision, he realized that his back and hips felt something hard and cold. He was perhaps lying against a wall somewhere. Immediately after that, he noticed signs of an existence before his eyes. In front of Subaru was an anxious girl with a peculiar pattern in her eyes. It was Beatrice, with a flamboyant dress and a cute appearance. Subaru realized that he had returned from the Hall of Memories to the former world, to the watchtower, to despair and apprehension. Subaru, Beatrice, how's your consciousness, in fact? Are you all right, I suppose? It should be confirmed that you didn't accidentally lose your memories, in fact. First up, do you know Betty? Blinking her eyes, Beatrice touched Subaru's face and chest in the weighty environment. Though she knew that it wasn't something she could confirm by touching him, to someone who's worried, it served as reassurance. With his cheek being touched, Subaru answered and said, I'm fine, I'll be all right, adhering to the mood. Subaru, no problems at all. I do remember. My memories are safe, you. Beatrice, I haven't forgotten about you. Of course, that goes for everyone else as well. Beatrice, you'll get praise for calling Betty's name the first, in fact. Having touched Subaru's cheeks, Beatrice let out a sigh of relief and relaxed her eyes upon witnessing him call her name. At her reaction, Subaru also loosened his lips and stroked her head without any hesitation. As he felt Beatrice accept his palm with narrowed eyes, he took a deep breath and Subaru reaffirmed his memories, their safety. Although he had asserted I remember before Beatrice, it was something difficult to affirm. The encounter he had had immediately previously with the Sin Archbishop of Gluttony, Louis Arneb. She was unquestionably a monster who had eaten countless names and memories, but to Subaru that ability of hers of apparently eating memories yet remained undetermined. It was uncertain whether actually biting was needed, or just to declare eating, or if it was a further complex procedure. The greater the constraints and commitments, the more complex the requirements, the greater the power granted to one's hands is how it goes. He wanted to deduce it. Regardless, Subaru had no idea whether or not those conditions had been fulfilled in the Hall of Memories in the first place. The truth was he did indeed make physical contact, was bitten in the arm and had gotten licked. If they were the conditions, then he had completely been swept away by the mood and been defeated. Therefore, the possibility of his memories being worm-eaten despite showing no conscious symptoms was sufficiently probable, but Subaru, it's probably fine. The promises and feelings of love are all still within this heart of mine. His heartbeats rose when he thought of Emilia, and felt the desire to caress Beatrice upon being worried. It was proof that he wished for the safety of his comrades, and dubiety disappeared from his mind. He need not proceed alone, at the very least, and he shan't experience those horrors again that way. Natsuki-kun, have you come back? A voice stroked Subaru's eardrums whilst he reaffirmed the presence of his memories in his mind. Raising his face, he saw Echidna with her light purple hair fluttering, with Beatrice beside him. After seeing her step up, Subaru made a laggy realization. Subaru. What about Emilia-chan, and the others? Echidna, good, Seems you haven't lost the ability to look around. Do you remember what you had been attempting to do just previously? Seeing Echidna ask pompous queries, Subaru glared back into her pale cerulean eyes and looked at the shadows he sought at the other side. He comprehended that a few of his comrades were missing. It couldn't possibly be something cute that they were hiding behind the various bookshelves within the library. Touching the thick black cover closed on his knee, Subaru exhaled. Right now the members present here were Subaru, Beatrice and Echidna, and Meili. Meili, Onii-san, so you're finally UP? You really had us on the edge, it seems you even oversleep. Subaru, oversleep you say? Whilst Meili had her hands on her hips and reprimanded him, Subaru scratched his head. Calming his heart down, Subaru tried determining the situation. He could not see Emilia, Ram, Julius or Shaula in this room. Only the aforementioned three were here, and all four of them happened to be non-combatants. Plenty strange in this situation, but what was further strange was Subaru, it can't be that I woke up right after opening the book, right? How much time was I unconscious for? Beatrice. About an hour, I suppose. Till now the books got finished in a few seconds, so there was concern whether something happened to Subaru, in fact. Subaru, 1 hour. Thanks to Beatrice's answer, Subaru figured out the time lag between the Hall of Memories and reality wasn't large. The challenge he faced now truly was different from what would have happened had he read the Book of the Dead normally. That Hall of Memories really did exist somewhere, and the time he spent there seemed to be legitimate as well. He encountered Louis, had his heart tormented, licked by Louis, and tried strangle her throat and deny Natsuki Subaru and was made to refuse that with gently harsh words. There was nothing wrong with the thought that all that time could have been some convenient dream seen by Subaru. However, it couldn't be ignored that a finite amount of time had passed as a matter of fact. Subaru, why are Emilia-chan and the others not with you? Echidna, while you were, quite literally, immersed in that book, some abnormalities came up here as well, you see. The four not present here are going around, dealing with them. Subaru, abnormalities? Echidna, the first one to notice the abnormalities was Shaula. It could perhaps be said that it was expected of the one who holds the position of defending this watchtower. Although the content she spoke seemed calm, her tone wasn't. Echidna responded to Subaru's words with a voice into which her repressed sense of urgency was getting leaked. She pointed to the entrance of the room, the staircase which led downstairs. Echidna, Shaula said that something was approaching the tower from the outside. She was being quite sharp then. In order to confirm the reason behind the abnormalities, she rushed out, giving nobody the time to even stop her. Meili, the cool Onii-san, then went after her. Meanwhile, the silver-haired Oni-san and the maid Oni-san went to see the sleeping younger sister. Subaru, so that left all four of us in this place. To be honest, though it makes me feel a bit lonely, it was the correct answer. Especially in this situation, I don't want anyone amongst us to have unknown whereabouts. Responding to Echidna and Meili's report, Subaru sighed in response to this situation of utter disarray. Subaru was thankful to Shaula, who noticed the concerning matter, to Julius, who followed her, and to Emilia and Ram for their actions as well. If the body of the blue-haired girl, Rem, could be safeguarded, then he could crush all his worries one by one. In face of the emergencies that shall occur hereafter. Echidna, that reaction, Natsuki-kun, do you happen to be aware of something? Echidna asked the abrupt question, seeing Subaru's subtle expressions. Targeted by that mindful gaze, Subaru tried to respond that very second. As he shook his head, there was no need for him to mix up or complicate matters further. All he had to do was to speak those vexing words as they were and let his comrades worry. Subaru, I'll tell you what happened starting from the conclusion. The plan of reading Reed's book and seeing through his past failed. I couldn't see his past, and there's no time for that now. Beatrice, you could not see his past, I suppose? What in the world does that mean, in fact? Subaru, something got in the way. The Sin Archbishop, of Gluttony. Beatrice, HK. Finally he managed to convey those words. Hearing the words that came from Subaru's mouth, Beatrice blinked her eyes in astonishment. Though Subaru had heard of the word Sin Archbishop for the first time by Louis, it perhaps wasn't the same for them. Echidna, though it's quite difficult to conceive, the Sin Archbishop of Gluttony is in the book. In this situation, saying that it was in the book has room to be doubted, but you're saying it was in it and? Echidna furrowed her eyebrows and folded her arms, pondering with a strained face. In her eyes levitated doubt, but even greater unease. On top of that, unease directed toward Subaru. It was obvious that her unease directly pointed towards Subaru's memories such that it could be ascertained without words. Subaru, though Beatrice had said the same earlier, I didn't lose my memories. That's what I mean. I haven't forgotten the faces of my friends, and my love for Patrash is still genuine. Meili, I don't know why Dragon Chan's name was mentioned there. Toak. Puffing up her cheeks, Meili expressed irritation upon the mention of Subaru's dragon. Her anger was befitting. The truth was, Subaru had the criminal record of losing his memories once already. The presence or absence of his memories was uncertain, and nobody could prove the unconscious, asymptomatic loss of memories. However, only the Subaru present here at this place, instead declared that wasn't the case. Subaru, it makes me happy that you're all so worried, but I haven't forgotten anything. I give the stamp of approval. Echidna, I am very doubtful of the existence of that stamp of approval right now. But if you possess such confidence, then I'm sure you must have some basis for it, yes? Subaru, because when I was completely cornered by gluttony, Rem saved me, you see. The potency of the name he had mentioned echoed merely within Beatrice. That's why, whilst Echidna and Meili remained to have a puzzled expression, Beatrice on the other hand was completely astonished, with her eyes twinkling. Subaru nodded in response to that. Beatrice. No matter how trivial a memory, the only reason Subaru could boast around having not gotten them stolen by Louis was solely her existence. In that place, when Subaru's heart was on the verge of shattering, the young girl encouraged him and made him stand up. Her existence did not allow for such an opening to be given to gluttony, was what he believed. Beatrice, Subaru, let's have a detailed explanation, I suppose, that too. Looking directly into Subaru's black eyes, Beatrice asked for a detailed explanation. However, by the ending of the young girl's words, a deathly quake shook the tower, and the shaking sensations repeated. Though it was obvious that the bookshelves would shake, the shaking of the tower itself was obviously unnatural. This was probably because of the emergency that Shaola went to take care of. Henceforth, Beatrice blinked merely once. Beatrice, as briefly as possible, in fact. Subaru, when I dove into the Book of the Dead, I was brought to a white, empty place instead of Reed's past. That's where the girl who's the Sin Archbishop of Gluttony was. She named herself as Louis. According to what that Louis said, that place was something like Odd Lagnar's cradle. The Hall of Memories is how it seems. Inside the tower, with continued tremors pursuing the soles of their feet, Subaru commenced explaining what he had seen in the Book of the Dead, the reality of his encounter with the girl in the white space, and that place being called as the Hall of Memories. The interposition of a supernatural existence possessing overwhelming strength, Odd Lagnar. Though they were just an unknown bunch of words and phenomena to Subaru, they must be worthwhile information for those who were aware of both the common knowledge and absurdities of this world. In response to what Subaru had explained, Beatrice thoughtfully muttered Odd Lagnar. Subaru, Louis, said it was a mechanism to keep the world from breaking or something. Do you have any idea about it? Beatrice, Betty isn't well knowledgeable regarding that either, I suppose. But, just that it is the core point of this world. The place where all the mana returns to, is what it said, in fact. Shaking her head in response to the doubt, such was Beatrice's response. Putting her finger on her sliding drills, she continued fidgeting with her soft hair. Beatrice, all mana returns to Odd Lagnar, and gets circulated. In other words, Odd Lagnar is an existence heavily tied with the death and resuscitation of spirits. That's why, it can't be stated as something unrelated to Betty and the others. Echidna, however, we are special due to our origins. Our existence does not go by way of odd lagna. In that sense, unlike other normal spirits, we are able to hold an objective view at odd lagna, I suppose. Subaru, unlike normal spirits, you say. Is that so? So I guess that's behind you all living for long despite your appearance. Echidna took over Beatrice's words, and Subaru was convinced by what she said. Though the topic of conversation itself had gotten deviated, it seemed it was true that Beatrice and Echidna had lived for several hundreds of years. The reason for the longevity of their lives was perhaps their origin of being spirits. Subaru, if you ask me, I think Beatrice's cuteness makes her more of a fairy than a spirit. Beatrice, that, Subaru said that once before too, I suppose. It seems stupid Subaru doesn't know, but fairy is not a compliment here. In fact, that's why, Betty can't feel either straightforwardly happy or be angry for being insulted, so it's just weird, I suppose. Subaru, is that so? Apologies for my rudeness, then. Certainly, he had heard that in foreign places home to fantasy, the image of fairies deceiving and harming humans was quite common. If that thought applied to this world as well, then it was natural that calling someone a fairy won't be considered a compliment. Subaru, sorry. I meant that you're so cute that I want to eat you up. Beatrice, the feeling of wanting to eat being complimentary to cuteness is what is strange, in fact. Subaru, is that so? Don't you kinda just feel like putting cute stuff inside your mouth? Meili, that reminds me, bad animal chans carefully take their babies in their mouth and then crunch them to death, isn't it? Beatrice shivered in response to Meili's unnecessary remark. Regardless, the topic had deviated once again. What was crucial here was Echidna, that cradle of odd lagna. What kind of a place is the Hall of Memories? Subaru, the place where souls are filtered. It's even been given that rank, did you know? Echidna, filtering souls. In the sense of filtering and cleansing them? Thinking that the role odd lagna played was to circulate mana isn't even a laughing matter in front of that. Subaru yet again agreed to Echidna's views. Having witnessed that actual space, Subaru couldn't laugh at it and call it an exaggeration. All of the souls of the dead arrive at the Hall of Memories and get circulated. Afterwards, the soul is washed off of its indelible stains like memories or history collected over the stretch of life, becoming a pure existence and gains a novel life once again. Subaru, I actually think it's a pretty good explanation. The system reuses the souls of the dead. And the memories which get washed over there, become books called the Books of the Dead in this library. Echidna, so you say that they don't disappear to someplace, but instead as a matter of fact the world keeps the dead in memory. Looking at these bookshelves, it's not possible to jokingly call you a budding poet either. These bookshelves, banished by this world, recorded everything that reached the Hall of Memories. In other words, the Hall of Memories was a place for compiling and creating the Books of the Dead. A system whereby the memories, having been prepared in the form of books, got placed as Books of the Dead in these bookshelves. And gluttony was acting selfishly with respect to how the memories and history of individuals should originally be, thus putting evil to work. That was precisely the identity of the power endowed upon gluttony. Subaru, if that's true, then the function of filtering souls that odd lagna was originally supposed to do, is arbitrarily being done by them on their own. That way, they gulp down the chipped-off memories into their stomachs, and have been literally eating the lives of others. When put into words, it could be understood how viscous a deed that was. Much less, Louis had declared it to be the trial and error for becoming happy. That she would snitch and eat every possible life, and select a joyful life suitable to her from them. It was the equivalent to continually attempting to win a lottery till ultimately hitting victory. As a result of having gained the right to draw the lot boundlessly, Louis, her elder brothers chose the path of turning others into food and thus forth grasping happiness. That was frightening and dreadful in Subaru's perspective. Not Louis and the others' judgment. But the fact that their thought was not something special, something abnormal. Should one gain the right to draw the lot boundlessly, anyone would draw until hitting victory. That's why the actions of Louis Arneb were a desire exceedingly, respectably, wholly human. Beatrice, even if that's the case, you're not supposed to continue drawing the lot knowing others will be sacrificed, I suppose, Subaru, Beatrice. Beatrice, knowing that there will be sacrifices but still continuing to draw the lot, is not the way a sane person would think, in fact. That's why there exists no room for sympathy for a sinner archbishop, I suppose. Reading into Subaru's idea, Beatrice declared flatly. That was an extremely clear distinction. Being trapped in the thought itself was unworthy of compassion. Beatrice was well aware of Subaru's true thoughts and had merely said the words Subaru himself was unable to say. Yes, there was no room for sympathy. The persons themselves may not be responsible for the situation they were placed in, or for lacking a place to belong. Even so, misstepping the very first step and thereafter continuing to travel down the wrong path is the person's choice. No matter who, they must get the fruit for their actions. Meili, but it's pretty strong, eh? Why did the book, despite knowing the details of when he was alive, connected to that unknown place, who H? Subaru, that's because the soul of a dead person is recycled in the Hall of Memories, so the book sold in wholesale connected directly to its producer. No, that explanation is incomplete. Subaru was unable to clearly clarify Meili's doubts. Why did Reed's Book of the Dead connect to the Hall of Memories? At the very least, the Subaru prior to losing memories was supposed to have read a Book of the Dead at least once. He had heard that Julius also read one at the same timing, and he had even already experienced reading Meili's book in a former loop. But within those experiences, there was no record of the reader being thrown into that space. Then they should perhaps consider it to be Louis' interference. Subaru, what? It looked like Lutney didn't intend to summon me. It felt like my arrival was out of calculations for even her. So she's not supposed to have used some tactic on Reed's Book of the Dead. Beatrice, Betty has one hypothesis, in fact. In front of Subaru, who was drowned in his thoughts, said Beatrice with a finger raised. Looking at her fingertip, Subaru said hypothesis. And asked her to continue. Subaru, tell us. What possibilities can you think of? Beatrice, the books of the dead in the library record the memories that get stripped away from souls in the Hall of Memories, I suppose. The normal mechanism is to read them in the form of a book. But, what do you think will happen if that record will be used for other purposes? In fact, Subaru, using the memories of the dead in a way other than books of the dead? What? How else can they be used aside from being books of the dead? Echidna, I see, is that so? Intelligent indeed, Beatrice. Subaru furrowed his eyebrows in response to Beatrice's words. But Echidna interjected with seeming comprehension. Not just that, following up with Echidna, even Meili put her fingers on her mouth, and said, Meili, could it refer to that? Subaru, wait, don't make a face as if you understand. You really hate losing her. It's nice finding a new part of yourself like that, but just honestly saying you don't understand what you don't, like a child, is perfectly forgiven. That's the position you're in. Meili, isn't Onii-san the one here who hates losing, who H? Even I can properly understand when I put my thoughts to it and then say that I do tilde. The redhead Onii-san above, is like that, isn't he tilde? Brushing Subaru aside with her hands, Meili confirmed to Beatrice. Subsequently, Beatrice let out a sigh. Beatrice, Meili's idea is correct, I suppose. Reed is, like that, in fact. Subaru, that means? Echidna, Reed's past could not be referred to through his Book of the Dead. That is because there is no record of Reed Astria actually in it. Reed's record right now is being used differently, in order to reconstruct Reed Astria in this tower, as the trial taker. Subaru, Hearing Echidna's explanation, Subaru finally came to understand as well. It was convincing if that were indeed the case. It did not contradict what all happened as a result of Subaru reading the Book of the Dead. Beatrice, Reed's memories are being utilized not for being read but for reconstruction, I suppose. It can be conjectured why Subaru couldn't read them earlier, in fact. Subaru, along with that, it also explains how the me of yesterday got memories eaten by Louis at the Hall of Memories. It was beyond doubt that the Subaru who was there until yesterday had noticed the same way of capturing Reed as the current Subaru. The fact that as a result of trying it out, he read Reed's book in the library, and was sent to that white world, as well. The truth was, Louis herself had said that this was her second meeting Subaru since last night. She ate Subaru's memories upon their first contact, and tried to consume even the leftovers when they met the second time. Subaru, what? If you take that into consideration, then this book can never be used as Reed's capture book, huh? No, forget about that. This is a dangerous book that would send you straight to an unwished one-on-one confrontation with gluttony. Echidna, I suppose so. Regardless, though unexpected, it is fortunate that we figured out the reason behind Natsuki-kun's memory loss. Taking memories away was not a function of the tower. Because for the moment, the tower likely didn't aim to create a trap which led to contact with gluttony. Subaru, I guess that's true. It was unknown whether the creator of the tower had taken into account the transition to being before an instantaneous death. It was perhaps only incidental that it ended up like this, is what he'd like to believe. Otherwise, the personage who prepared the installations in this tower possessed an extremely destructive way of thinking, or possessed a personality nasty like a demon. Though Subaru had no memories of it, Shaola referred to them as Master Summer and claimed them to be the same person as Subaru, so he currently feared greater damage caused by gossip. Subaru, Reed was reconstructed, the book was one which was empty. That's why that Book of the Dead connected directly to Odd Lagna. Would that be correct? Beatrice, that's the only hypothesis as of now, I suppose. It's still a mystery why one of gluttony was hidden and lurking in there, in fact. But, the one thing that can be said is the series of inexplicable events that happened around Reed's Book of the Dead. There was one hypothesis around that. Naturally, questions whose answers were yet undiscovered remain unanswered. However, unfortunately, Subaru and the others did not have the time to ponder over that question. Its proof being Echidna. Is everyone all right? Rushing up the stairs, a solitary knight arrived in this archive of Taygeta. Echidna quickly turned her head backwards and rounded her eyes. Echidna, Julius, you seem in quite the hurry, don't you? Julius, unexpected matters have come up. I want to hear everyone's thoughts, as soon as possible. The good-looking young man, Julius, approached them whilst answering Echidna's question. He had stiffened his cheeks with faint nervousness and vigilance, but upon seeing Subaru eye to eye sitting on the floor, his yellow eyes slightly widened. Julius, so you have woken up, Subaru. That is indeed very fortunate. Do you know who I am? Subaru, I guess so, that worry comes first. So you are? Julius, I knew it. Subaru, I'm lying. I'm joking. You are Julius Jucalius. What's up with that I knew it with that serious face of yours? I came back all well and good. Julius, humph. I was also joking. Think of it as payback for your incurable childishness. Now I shall be telling you something which slightly isn't laughable. Subaru made a strained expression, having gotten cornered in the argument. Snorting in response to Subaru's reaction, Julius subsequently braced his expression without any delay. Just as what he said, he perhaps intended to report something which wasn't something to laugh at. Julius, while I would like to hear Subaru's report back from the Book of the Dead, this is an emergency. The abnormalities Miss Shaola noticed have been confirmed outside of the tower. Subaru, I can't see that Shaola anywhere though. Julius, she is dealing with the threat from the outer wall of the tower at this very moment. However, that will surely not suffice. Subaru glared at Julius, gesturing the roundabout nature of his words. Receiving that sharp gaze, Julius let out a short sigh and commenced by saying apologies. Julius, you all must have also noticed that there are slight tremors. They are footsteps. Subaru, footsteps? Julius, yes. Subaru and the others tilted their heads upon the unexpected word, and seeing them, Julius inhaled for a second and resumed. Julius, the witch beasts which existed in various parts of Augria sand dunes are charging towards this tower all at once. Although Miss Shaula is fighting them back, it is only a matter of time before they manage to break through inside. Arc 6, Chapter 63, 5 Obstacles. Upon Julius' report of the witch beasts of Augria sand dunes making a collective charge inside, Subaru and the rest's cheeks stiffened and a hue of seriousness dyed everyone's eyes. What they could feel at the soles of their feet were tremors faintly jolting the tower's floor and rumbling upon hearing that they were literally the footsteps and neighs of witch beasts echoing across the tower. It was impossible to not feel unrest. Subaru, though I barely know about this desert, aside faintly knowing how humongous it is. Back when he attempted to escape the tower upon being impelled to be suspicious of everything, and the desert's severity which foiled his plan to flee at the first step, was something Subaru hadn't actually experienced. Merely the sight of unending sand spreading as far as the eye could see was difficult to forget, so he was able to make suitable imaginations. Regardless, it was also hard to imagine that the desert was overflowing with living organisms. Julius, Augria sand dunes is a place where witch beasts live en masse, you see. Such that the witch beasts targeting any human that may enter the sands is a bigger issue than the severity of the environment. Echidna, formerly, there was a military contingent dispatched with the plan to annihilate the witch beasts. Though, the result of that should be obvious from the sound of these footsteps. Julius and Echidna gave their respective responses to Subaru's question. In other words, Subaru's hope of the rumbling earth being naught but mere paper tigers and that the number of enemies coming was at best at the level of a zoo had been an immense miscalculation. To be precise, it was rather at the level of an entire savanna of witch beasts. Understandably enough, it was sufficient to make one despair. However, Meili, so, you realized that you should call me Tilda? Raising her voice, said Meili whilst fiddling with her braid. The only one to not show any signs of anxiety upon the report of the witch beast's arrival, was her. Though her reaction did not intend to imply that this wasn't an abnormality. Her reaction was the kind that she didn't perceive the witch beasts to be a threat. Julius, although it is quite pathetic, it's just as you say. I want to borrow your strength. Cheek stiff, Julius nodded in response to Meili's question. Leaving the witch beasts charging in great numbers up to Meili, who possessed the ability to command witch beasts. Julius' idea was understandable. The first thing Subaru came up with had also been this. However, a queer sensation caused the alarm bell to ring depths of Subaru's chest. Beatrice, Subaru. What happened, I suppose? That's a somewhat strange face, in fact. Subaru, having a strange face, has been my destiny ever since I was born. Beatrice, that goes just for your eyes, I suppose. Immediately beside him, Beatrice noticed his bitter expression and looked at him in concern. He sighed a large amount of carbon dioxide out, along with something shapeless like unease. That was indeed something ambiguous and vague, with no tinge of concreteness. Julius, Subaru, are you concerned about something? Subaru, don't come at me asking questions one after another. That being said, I guess it's my fault for making a face that'd give that impression. On top of apologizing for it, I have something else to say. An exclusive scoop I picked up from the Book of the Dead. Beatrice halted her breath and widened her eyes, having already heard those words. In all honesty, the reaction could be anticipated, but he couldn't explain without stating it. The reason behind the sudden change in situation, why the witch beasts were charging towards the tower in such great numbers. Subaru, it's gluttony. The gluttony sin Archbishop is sending the witch beasts to the tower. Julius, HK, why? Subaru, I'll have to apologize for that. I met one of gluttony in Reed's Book of the Dead. To be exact, I reunited with one of gluttony. It seems I met last night as well. That is. Julius, The reason behind your loss of memories is what it means, huh? Subaru nodded in response to Julius' immediate arrival at the conclusion. Though difficult to say it was as per expectations, Julius' ability to understand was immense. Associating the name and power of gluttony, using that knowledge, he immediately reached the desired conclusion. Julius, I cannot say I'm not unsettled. I ask again, did you truly not get anything stolen away from you this time? Subaru, fortunately, aside from my whole life being stalked and shared, I'm still complete. Though, I just explained all that to Beatrice and the others. Julius, I see. Beatrice Summer? Beatrice, Betty is also anxious about what you fear. In fact, for the time being, no abnormalities were present, I suppose. Subaru, you really can't trust me, can you? With a convinced expression, Julius immediately turned to Beatrice for confirmation. Though Subaru understood that it was a matter beyond helping, he still found himself at a complex state of mind. Regardless. Subaru, it seems like, due to the incident last night, the enemy grasped that we are over here, after about half a day. They've come here to meddle along with their pets, is that what this means, huh? Echidna, considering the normal speed of traveling, arriving at this tower in half a day is hard to conceive. Especially considering the obstacles which beasts pose as during the course of the journey. However. Subaru, however? Echidna, unlike the difficult journey we had, if gluttony holds the power to make the witch beasts abide command, then the issue would be merely the speed of traveling. Subaru crossed his arms with a strained expression upon Echidna's comment, whilst she shrugged her shoulders. Gluttony possessed the power to make the witch beasts abide command. It would be appropriate to assume that as minimum. At the very least, there was no room of doubt in that the witch beasts were advancing towards the tower due to the enemy's direction. It should be kept in mind that they possessed such means as well. Subaru, what about the issue of the speed of traveling? Echidna, the vast sandy terrain, even if the witch beasts were to not pose as an obstruction, the speed is bound to fall should one tread through sand. I would like to believe that it would still take a couple of days even if the path taken is straight to the tower and one never gets lost. Subaru, but, are there any other possibilities? Echidna, it would be a totally different story if an aerial route is used in case the overland route will cost time. Subaru, aerial route. Subaru openly expressed his astonishment with his black eyes widened, upon the presentation of the unforeseen possibility. An aerial route, if that was a feasible way, then it would certainly reduce travel time drastically. A flying bird is faster than a walking man, that is how it usually goes. Subaru, due to my arbitrary preconceptions, I thought means of flying would be an exception. Magic exists anyway, so something like flying in the sky is pretty normal, huh? Beatrice, that is not the case, I suppose. Flying is a complex variety of magic, its procedure is very complicated, in fact. Considering the danger of crashing, normally nobody would be willing to take the risk and do it, I suppose. The one who would do it would either be an idiot or a genius, or otherwise an idiotic genius, in fact. Julius, though it was commonly said that Margrave Mathers makes attendance to the royal castle through the skies. Beatrice, that would be the idiotic genius, I suppose. It seemed that Beatrice didn't particularly like this Margrave, whom he hadn't met. Whilst looking at the cutely pouting Beatrice, Subaru tilted his head upon being told that flying magic wasn't usual. Subaru, if it's not magic then, a huge bird. Ah, a dragon. They must have ridden on some flying dragon's back or something. Echidna, in fact, the technique of riding flying dragons has been established as a secret in the southern empire of Wallachia. Though the empire has full monopoly on that technique, with the evil techniques of gluttony then simply usurping it would be simple. Subaru, they could just get it by someone who knew that technique. By taking away their memories with a lick, huh? Should that be considered, the enemy owned far too powerful methods when it came to intelligence. By eating the memories, everything regarding what was intended to remain secret could become one's own, and by eating the name, that very happening, as a matter of fact, along with the opponent's entire existence, could be written off. It is often said that memories are what shape people. Subaru thought that a person's worth, path, is etched into memories and history. Possessing the sense of values where he especially thought so right now, Subaru truly despised the power of the foul-playing gluttony from the very bottom of his heart. Ruinsome. Gluttony's power, of plundering the memories of others, was evil that blasphemed against everything and brought ruin. To use it for one's own joyfulness, for one's own pursuit of happiness, was absurd, with mistaken methods, illogical ways, distorting and twisting fate. Well, is Oniai-san, who uses return by death, going to be saying that? Subaru, HK. Beatrice, Subaru. Beatrice called out to Subaru, who subconsciously bit his lip with force. Feeling his arm being pulled, his line of sight and her deep blue eyes then intersected. He could feel a sharp ache at the edge of his mouth, and it was pathetic that this painful wound had been inflicted by his own bite. Licking the blood exiting the wound with his tongue, Subaru lowered his head, saying sorry. Subaru, for a moment, her ridiculing face came up in my head, you see. Making that thing have a thoroughly tearful and sorry face is one of the biggest bowls, but the problem which comes first are that thing's big brothers. Julius, it is already known that there are multiple sin archbishops of gluttony, but did you grasp something? Subaru, it's really confusing cause of the incomprehensible first person, but, probably, there's one rolled up in the Book of the Dead, and that one has two big brothers, I think. In the Hall of Memories, Louis had frequently mentioned the bynames Oniai-chan and Ni-sama. If that was to be taken at face value, then it would mean that Louis had two elder brothers. Whether that were to be exactly taken as proof of gluttony being three siblings was a separate issue. Subaru, at the very least, she was not the type who'd use such a tactic. Not that I, who slightly lost to the force of her personality, can say that. What would have had happened had he gone as per the enemy's plan, and strangled that slender neck? If it wasn't for the voice of the young girl of blue hair that had appeared then by now he would have surely. Meili, so Tilda, what does Oniai-san want to say? Why? Making stopovers here and there and beating around the bush is Oniai-san's bad habit, really. Seemingly interrupting her drowsiness, Meili jolted her body and made a dissatisfied expression. The young girl, who was supposed to have already gotten her role assigned to her since the beginning, seemed to be incredibly discontent due to being made to wait as is. Comprehending her displeasure, Subaru said I know and commanded with his hand. Subaru, I understand how you feel, but this is the minimum necessary conversation. Beating around the bush is certainly my bad habit, but think of it as a part of my charm and be charmed. Meili, do you want to get chewed up? Subaru, sorry. It's just that, a ton of witch beasts have come. Then, let's request Professor Meili, who is an expert in witch beasts. That kind of a flow is normal, right? I must have said. The enemies are the ones who stole my memories. Meili, that Mayor NS. Meili lowered her tone once again, seeing Subaru speak cautiously. The true meaning of what Subaru wanted to convey had been conveyed to her as well. And the same went for his comrades around them, who had changed their expressions. Taking an extensive view of the faces of his party members, Subaru resumed whilst scratching his head.
Subaru, I'll introduce by saying it's my fault, okay?
But they have my memories. They will lay traps knowing the strengths of our lineup. We will have to beat them at their own game. The one who controls intelligence, controls the battle. Natsuki Subaru, who had grown up in modern-day Japan, poisoned by various game cultures, recognized that this saying was a formula of victory in modern-day warfare. Even if that were not the case, victory in a game of poker in which the opponent has already seen one's hand was impossible, a logic obvious to even children. Henceforth, Julius, if the opponent has seen our war potential, then I shall agree with your concern. Whilst leading the way, Julius narrowed his eyes and conveyed merely the caution in his words behind. He shared the cognizance that it was dangerous to not know the opponent's move, as well as explaining the situation only briefly. Regardless, The thought of the balance being destroyed on top of not knowing the opponent's move did not prevent him from keeping his head raised. Beatrice, keeping important information a secret and it being found out later is much more scary, in fact. Subaru's current idea is correct, I suppose. Subaru, really? It's all right? You all don't hate me. Beatrice, why are you so uneasy, in fact? It's all right, I suppose. Nobody hates Subaru, in fact. Rather, everyone Lee. Subaru, I get it. It's all right, I'm relieved. I love you. Whilst holding hands and walking side by side, Subaru nodded at Beatrice as she tried to somehow encourage him. In fact, the speaker got far more embarrassed than the listener. Words of love are much lighter on the one telling than the one being told. There is no need to doubt one's own feelings. Subaru, so, where's Shaula? Julius, just a bit more. Over there. Dashing in front of everyone, Julius pointed towards a stone passage. Though the passage appeared to be a dead end, a hidden sideway path was present on the right. Lowering his hips, Julius passed under the wall and his body then arrived outside of the tower, welcomed by vehement winds filled with sand and sounds impossible to get accustomed to. That sounded like an innumerable amount of glass shattering on Subaru's ear all at once. Question mark, tilde. That place was a space like a balcony installed on the wall of the tower. Though it was something he knew thanks to the enormous spiral staircase connecting to the lower floors, but the fourth layer existed at a height far above several hundreds of meters. Amidst the parched winds, dancing about in the lofty balcony was a stylish beauty with a long, lustrous braid. Subaru, Shaula. Shaula, Master Summer, you've come here. I'm so happy. My world stage, it feels like a workplace inspection. Since my esteemed master has come for inspection, take a good look and feast your eyes. Shaula replied to Subaru's shout with a dazzling voice, whilst he covered his eyes with his arm to protect them from the sand. What she did with the same energy was a fantasy difficult to believe in its own way. For about the balcony's width, countless gunports had been deployed horizontally that had been generated in the air. Gunports would be a slight bit of exaggeration, but there were no other words befitting it that he could think of. Gunports, muzzles, shooting portals in any case, they were openings for firing something for sure. The white, great gunports, which had been deployed through forming something akin to a magic square in the air, their aims were tilted diagonally towards the ground. And Shaula, Infinitied Hell's Snipe. Subaru, what the? That's so cool. Upon Shaula's casting shout, the white gunports glimmered brilliantly. The sound of shattering glass then repeatedly echoed through the sky of the sands, crushing Subaru's hull. At the same time, the gunports lost their form and dissolved into the atmosphere. This was the true identity of the high-pitched sound that had welcomed Subaru and the others upon their arrival at the balcony earlier, and there was only one reason why Shaula was utilizing them. Firing bombardments as much as possible, the coronas approached the ground with the speed of light. Upon making impact on the sand, they released a violent luster and blew away the ground. The same impact was also placed on the backs of the savagely rushing witch beasts atop the sand. The witch beasts, which were aiming for the tower and gave rise to a plume of sand, received the coronas on their backs, their blood and flesh scattering across the sand subsequently. The thirsting sand sipped their flesh, the scattered corpses were trampled by the other witch beasts, the coronas carpet bombing heartily and unmistakably reduced the total number of the approaching witch beasts. The number of coronas was close to 100, and each aimed for and struck down 2 or 3 witch beasts. This was what Shaula had fired in rapid succession within a short period of time. Also considering the interval when Julius went to call Subaru and the others, just how high a number would be the total shots fired by her. However, against the horde of witch beasts which submerged the environs of the tower like an army of ants, even Shaula's carpet bombardment only provided resistance eventually bound to fall short. That was how large an obstacle were the numbers of the witch beasts gathering from the sands. Subaru, hey, hey, hey. I don't really want to hear about it, but could it be? Echidna, from this footing, only a single direction from the tower is visible. However, the same scenery also spreads on the other side of the tower as well. That chain of thought is not wrong. Subaru, it's also possible that, just this side of the tower has been painted with luring sugared water, you know. Beatrice, if there's someone who actually did such an idiotic antic, then Betty will slap them with full force, I suppose. Unending tremors, and wriggling black lumps underneath. Hearing that they were approaching the tower from all directions, Subaru got on the verge of collapsing due to this overwhelming reality. Digressing, he also wanted to object to the appearance of the witch beasts visible from afar. Far too grotesque, ominous, inexplicable, a C-grade design by God. Shaola, what do you think, Master Summer? Did you see my great service? Also, that angle from behind was an appeal for Master Summer. What did you think about that as well? Subaru, you, such an unwavering nature even in this situation, it's amazing, I ordinarily admire it. Since you seem the type on whom complimenting the process instead of the result works better, well, what can I say, it was totally great. Nice bulk. Also, no matter which angle you decide on, I don't have the leeway to be looking around, so keep concentrating and let's go.
Shaola, okay Google.
Defense. Offense. The truth was, he bowed before Shaola's unwavering spirit. Whilst throwing words rather iffy for being encouragement, he also felt guilty seeing Shaola respond gallantly. He wanted to reward her once this battle ends safely, but Subaru, first comes overcoming this place, that's top priority. Meili. Meili, I know, no need to shout like that, but. Subaru, but? But what? But, would you be fine if I fully annihilated the witch BSTS? Is that what you mean to say? It's completely fine, rather, I request you. Meili, don't have such cocky expectations, oh kawaii. Even I won't be able to cope with TS many bad animal chans. Meili looked down from the balcony with both her hands clenching her ears with a sullen expression. Alongside, she ignored Subaru's irrational hopes and touched her lovable, young side profile. And, licking her somewhat glossy lips. Meili, that's why, I'll make the children I had prepared move and strike them hard. Tilda Haran. With that declaration Meili pointed her hand towards the ground and simultaneously, a huge mass jumped up, seeming as if the sand dunes had exploded. From a point quite distant such that even the enormous witch beats appeared to be tiny specks, the existence which had broken through the ground was clearly visible. In other words, it meant that it was an appropriately gigantic existence, with the overall size of about 20 or 30 meters. A gigantic earthworm appeared and crushed the surrounding demon beasts with its frame. Subaru, that one is. Meili, I figured that it may be needed, so I kept aimed and prepared. To be honest, I was intending to silently run away, but running away in this kind of a place would be a failure. With the gigantic earthworm before their eyes, Meili showed her tongue whilst Subaru inhaled. Unfortunately, Subaru's astonishment was not directed towards the earthworm itself, but to the fact that he had memories of that earthworm. That was the witch beast which Subaru had encountered once when he had tried to escape from the tower. Thinking back to it, Subaru had also been victim to the earthworm, which jumped out altogether from the underground. What was also in the nook of his memories was that the earthworm had been blasted away by a white luster. So Meili had been behind the earthworm and Shaola had been behind the luster. Tasting surprise and startlement upon the delayed convincement, Subaru, with a bitter expression, caressed her head with his hand and patted it rather forcefully, which she was unable to dodge for how sudden it was. Meili, why? Subaru, I don't know if it's just your nature or your habit, but you don't have to act villainous. I'll never believe that you tried to run away leaving us all behind, anyways. Meili, MGH, how can you say something like that? Subaru, that's, 'cause I am you and you are me, everyone's different and everyone's nice, probably. Meili, huh? Meili stood with an expression of failing to comprehend, and neither did Subaru intend to make her understand. Ultimately, Subaru, at the present stage, was able to see through all of the deceit in Meili's words. For he had once inspected and read through the memories of her dead self as something which was his own. Considering herself who was in the tower while she didn't have a change in her sense of values at the very least, he could surely speak to her like he understood her, and, while keeping his hand on Meili's head, who groaned in displeasure, Subaru directed his consciousness towards the outbreaking situation at the present point in time and the commonness of the happenings in the former loops. The witch beasts advancing in great numbers perhaps coincided with the situation of burning centaurs inside the tower whose invasion had been permitted last time. In other words, the incident of the witch beasts being allowed to invade the tower itself had also happened last time. It had been Julius who put up a fierce fight in order to drive them out. In that case, had Shaula been dealing with the witch beasts from the exterior of the tower like this time? And since she was unable to suffice, the result was the witch beasts' invasion being permitted. However, the same shall not happen this time. They now had an advantage at their side which made a huge difference compared to last time when it came to this large horde of witch beasts. That was the existence of Meili, the very girl who had lost her life unintentionally at the hands of Subaru last time, was the existence who possessed the key to open through the deadlock of this situation. But Subaru, if Meili fights the witch beasts alongside Shaula, then the situation will change. Does that mean Julius' hands will be open? If that's so, then it would be possible to use the war potential named Julius to deal with a separate problem. The instant that thought dawned upon Subaru, he understood that it was essential to direct various people to needed deployments for dealing with the various problems that have repeatedly occurred in this tower. The large horde of witch beasts covering the sand dunes. The Sin Archbishop of Gluttony, who will launch an attack on the tower. The titanic scorpion which will wander around the tower with an expression as if it owns the place. The colossal black shadow which will swallow not only the tower, but the sand dunes as well. And Reed Astria, who will eventually start freely walking around the tower. Subaru, our war potential would be me and Beatrice, Emilia Chan and Ram, Meili with Shaula, and Echidna with Julius. Echidna, additionally, 2 ground dragons and the healing spirit of the green room, how about counting them too? It will only be an advantage to think of them as choices, I believe. Echidna shrugged her shoulders before Subaru, who was counting the strength of their side and the enemies. Nodding in response to her words, Subaru decided to include Patrash and the large healing spirit of the lower layer to the cards in their hand. Just as Echidna had said, it was not a situation in which they could afford to keep any hands free. Subaru tilted his head. Since the inclusion of all available cards was necessary, it was also necessary to fulfill their conditions for victory. Even in that sense, he wanted to have a grasp on all of his comrades' positions such that he could reach them. Subaru, hey, wait a second. No matter what, this is way too late, isn't it? Subaru, Emilia Chan and Ram went to the green room just to see Rem and the others, right? Subaru tasted the sensation of having his throat parched, upon the delay in uniting with the 2 female comrades who were not here. The green room was on the 4th layer, the same layer Subaru and the others were on. The possibility of them not knowing about this place and going astray in the rest of the tower was also probable, but Julius, it's this situation. If they don't know our location, then Miss Ram would surely use some way and find us. In fact, Emilia Summer is supposed to have broken the wall and shown herself. Subaru, Ram aside, the hell is with your evaluation of Emilia Chan? There's no way she'd break a wall with those adorable, slender arms of hers. Even if she does, she doesn't have that kind of a personality, right? Beatrice, loss of confidence is good proof, in fact. But Betty also has a bad feeling about this, I suppose. Subaru, HK. Shaula. Meili. Can I leave this place to you? Gaining Julius and Beatrice's approval, Subaru called out to Shaula and Meili. Upon hearing that, Shaula, who was busy piling up the deployment and firing of even more gunports of light smoothened up, and Meili brushed away her braid and puffed her chest. Shaola, leave this place to me and go on ahead. Meili, if this keeps up, I'll do whatever I can. I won't let it pass by if you don't come back with Oni-san and the others all Safei. With Shaola saying the line he's always wanted to say at the best possible moment and discovering a side of Meili which allowed them to rely upon her, Subaru nodded towards Beatrice and the rest, subsequently sprinting. Diving through the wall, he slid onto the aisle. Subaru, even though Meili and Shaola are holding out, what's the possibility of the witch beasts penetrating into the tower? Echidna, it's not as if it's not possible, but the underground sand chamber we fell into. Right, Natsuki-kun does not remember it. There was the possibility of entering the tower from there. But, thanks to Meili-kun, that is. Subaru, when the earthworm was raging about, the underground collapsed. Echidna, the subterranean tunnel had so many fork roads. I doubt it would have managed to withstand it in terms of strength. Subaru clenched his fists upon Echidna's affirmation. In other words, the doubly beneficial existence of Meili had held the witch beasts' stampede back. It was possible to have plenty of defense to ensure they didn't enter either from the ground or the underground. If the large horde of witch beasts had been dealt with, then that would largely leave 4 more problems. Even though they were a sufficient matter of concern, there was still one left, one which must be overcome with certainty. After overcoming those 5 perilous paths, Subaru, by us, this tower must be captured, immediately subsequent to him having that word on the tip of his tongue. Barusu. Subaru, HK. It's Ram? Dashing towards the green room, he raised his face towards the voice which had reached the other side of the aisle. Upon observing, rushing fiercely towards the 4 composed of Subaru and the others was a black shadow, it was Patrash. The ground dragon with sharp looks, clinging onto its back was Ram, who had the sleeping Rem's body tightly embraced in her slender arms. Subaru, Ram. Along with Patrash and Rem, are you all right? Ram, yes, somehow, you see. Ram had a mountain of problems in the time Barusu was dozing off. How can you even sleep in this situation? Kindly stand up immediately. Subaru, I'm sorry. Both of you sisters, don't reproach me. Look, I'm properly standing. I'm running. Nimbly dismounting from the ground dragon's back, with Rem still on the saddle, Ram's cutting eloquence struck him. Since her words happened to be similar to those of Rem's when she had gone off like an explosion in his dream, a queer thought appeared in his mind that they were sisters not just by looks. Ram? While Barusu's odd attitude is concerning, now is not the time for that. Upon hearing Subaru's words, Ram briefly furrowed her eyebrows, but immediately turned her head back and diverted her attention towards the rear. That was, the aisle she just came from, the direction in which the green room was. Subaru also felt uneasy about Ram having brought only Patrash and Rem with her, and not Emilia, who was supposed to be with her. Subaru, I also have things I have to ask about and tell you about. You were supposed to be with Ram. On the other side of the aisle, Ram came across the opponent who named himself the Sin Archbishop of Gluttony. Declared Ram with absolute clarity, slashing down his question. Daunted by the strength of those words, Subaru, along with Beatrice and Julius, sealed their mouths right. Thus the one to react the most differently was Echidna, who had been disturbed the least. Subaru, you just said the Sin Archbishop of Gluttony, right? That, on the other side of the aisle? Ram, yes, that's right. And, someone is battling that Sin Archbishop of Gluttony. Subaru, someone? An explanation exceedingly unusual in impression. Ram's words did not change, brimming with ambition and confidence, and the existence of unintelligible portions itself yielded a terribly far-reaching unease. When Subaru pressed those unintelligible portions, Ram nodded with a yes. She nodded, and said, Ram, an unknown person of silver hair, is clashing with the Sin Archbishop of Gluttony. Even right now, after telling Ram and the others to escape. Arc 6, Chapter 64, The second obstacle. An unknown person, of silver hair. Subaru, huh? Ram's unexpected expression yielded a faint gap in Subaru's consciousness. Had it been simply a person of silver hair, it would have been wording quite dubious, but it surely would have allowed Subaru to not embrace any feelings of oddity. There was no question that Emilia was a possessor of beautiful silver hair. Her amethyst eyes were also beautiful. Her face and all other parts constituting her body were so cute, seemingly a piece of art made by God himself. However, merely that one unnecessary unknown largely changed implications of what was stated. Subaru, an unknown person, of silver hair. Ram, yes, that's right. Someone who had never been seen in this tower before. At the very least, that person did not seem to have hostility towards us. Seeing the situation, Ram retreated for the moment. But Julius, no matter who joins in as reinforcement, if the opponent is gluttony, then it is an entirely different issue. Nodding in response to Subaru's whispers, Ram turned her eyes towards the direction she came from. Taking over Ram's words whilst making a grim expression due to the unrest caused by the echo of gluttony, was Julius. Tightly pursing his lips, he touched the night sword attached to his waist. Julius, though it is an unforeseen encounter, now that they have shown themselves here as enemies, they cannot be allowed to escape. Our goal was to find a way to negate the damage brought about by the sin archbishops of gluttony and lust in the first place. If they themselves have appeared, then we simply need to hear it from their own mouths. Ram agreed. Ram, too, has no intentions of letting him return alive, for they must be made to regret coming here so carefreely. Subaru, wait. Wait a second. I understand your eagerness. I understand, but HK. Whilst the two displayed their hostility towards gluttony, Subaru thoughtlessly called for a pause. Julius, who had had the existence known as himself erased from the world, and Ram, who had gotten her beloved younger sister thoroughly devoured away from her own heart, he understood the two's motivation for defeating gluttony. The truth was such that Subaru felt opportunities both good and bad had arrived at the same time. But the problem here was, Subaru, in your entire conversation, there was no mention of Emilia's name. What about that? Feeling a bad premonition about it, Subaru fired his doubts straightforwardly. Ram's unnatural manner of speech, and the lacking response from Julius and Beatrice with regards to Emilia. Upon turning his line of sight, he noticed even Beatrice and Echidna did not wear expressions which would come from sensing something odd. They had accepted Ram's comment about an unknown person of silver hair as is. Ram, who is Emilia? Subaru, HK. As Ram tilted her neck without concealing any of her doubts, Subaru's throat was parched in surprise. Upon observing Julius and Beatrice, even Echidna were looking at him with an expression of incomprehension in their eyes. The impact he felt by that was not faint. Subaru, I mean. Things were at a level which would make one think just what had happened in the interval of a single minute. Prior to things reaching this level, Subaru had been talking about Emilia with Julius and the others. First of all, the reason why they dashed from the balcony into the interior of the tower was due to the concern caused by Emilia and Ram not joining up with them and wishing for their safety. How did that, in the matter of a single instant? Beatrice, Subaru, could it be? Suddenly Beatrice, who was holding Subaru's hand, changed her expression as if having noticed something. The first one to notice was Beatrice, but the rest of the members all subsequently had their expressions changed as if having guessed correctly as well. They immediately came to realize that the name Subaru had mentioned, the name which did not exist in their memories, was a name that held great significance to them. Beatrice, Emilia. Is that the name of that silver-haired girl? Subaru. That's right. If there was a girl of silver hair, then that is the girl named Emilia, a comrade of ours. That's why she told Ram to escape and stayed there herself. She's fighting even right now. Julius, L believes something like that is possible to occur. Not anyone else but I myself have tasted that feeling. Responding to Subaru's strengthless answer, Julius touched his bangs as if having heard something difficult to believe. Julius made no effort to conceal his astonishment, but Subaru also once again felt the extent of the reach of gluttony's power, its immediate effectivity, its atrocious and fiendish nature, and sensed its true fearsomeness. Speaking honestly, though Subaru was aware of the fact that his memories had been stolen, his experience of its real feeling was rather weak. Of course, upon the disappearance, memories, misunderstandings, and suspicions were yielded forth. His negative emotions towards Emilia and the others were difficult to forget, an act of dark history which, if possible, he would like to forget for eternity. But, even still, his real feeling of it was weak. The act of searching for something which never existed upon feeling that it did was an uncertain battle akin to fishing in a wide ocean on a night with zero visibility. That's why, his real feeling of it was faint. But, that was not all. Forgetting Emilia, the person whom they remembered a moment ago, the comrade whom they had undergone numerous hardships with. Was there anything at all more fearsome than that? Usurper of memories, trampler of reminiscences, devourer of bonds was gluttony, and these were its habitual crimes. Having finally witnessed it personally, Subaru came to understand. Gluttony were villains who only cared for their own joyfulness, who trespassed and raided into territories which should never be laid a finger on. Ram, Uk, Kh. Subaru, Ram? And, Subaru somehow digested the astonishment. In front of him, amongst the members shocked regarding the theft of the memories of a comrade, Ram suddenly knelt down on that very spot. Beside Patrash, leaning against the feet of the black dragon, Ram exhaled out a rough breath. Subaru, what happened? Are you all right? Ram's head just hurts a bit. Upon thinking about that unknown person. Subaru, about Emilia? Subaru wrinkled his forehead with his eyebrows in response to Ram, who had her hand on the head and made an expression faced with adversity. Possibly, if gluttony had robbed away the memories of Emilia, Ram must have witnessed that scene with her own eyes. Subaru wondered if that was having its effect. However, Beatrice voiced out Subaru with stiffened shoulders as she shook her head. Beatrice, it's better to stop trying to remind about it anymore. In fact, it's too absent, I suppose. Subaru, too absent, you say? Beatrice, the sloven part of the authority of gluttony is showing itself, in fact. The parts where the stolen person has not been established as absent from memories are too many, which leads to parts of discrepancies, I suppose. Hearing Beatrice's words, Subaru had been rendered speechless for a moment. However, he immediately swallowed its implication and understood its meaning. The authority of gluttony was exercised, and Emilia's memories disappeared from Ram and the others. Ram's position was Emilia's caretaker, otherwise said, a master-servant relationship. In their bond, though difficult to explain, there was a certain warmth which both of them felt for each other. With that erased entirely, born was a vacuum in the place where the existence of Emilia should have been within Ram. Memories are akin to something like articles of reminiscences kept inside a drawer. Normally one isn't conscious of their presence there, but upon opening the drawer and trying to remember, what one witnesses are a variety of things. If that isn't so, then life shan't come into existence. In other words, should Ram search for Emilia's name within herself here, she shall be doing something equivalent to the fatiguing work of opening the drawer endlessly and failing to find it. Echidna, I shall look after her. Subaru, Echidna? Beside Ram, who had distorted her expression in agony, Echidna stood in a row and stated with her hand raised. Subaru looked at her with surprise and subsequently Echidna shrugged her slender shoulders. Echidna, right now, we do not possess the time to be arguing and discussing. All the more when gluttony has arrived, and one of our comrades has gotten their name stolen and is continuing to fight. We mustn't halt our feet. Julius, Echidna, please take care of Miss Ram and her younger sister. Please distance away from the battle along with Patrash. Echidna, yes, leave it to me. Julius, this is a do-or-die situation, but make sure you don't heat up. Julius, I know. My fighting spirit has grown cold quite a bit. Just like this sword. Julius immediately accepted Echidna's suggestion and turned his dignified gaze towards the front. He brimmed with such keen fighting spirit, enough to make Subaru be at a loss for words. Subaru, Ram. Ram, though frustrating, even if Ram goes, Ram will only get in the way. Kindly leave Ram behind and go. However, kindly spare Gluttony's life. Rest is all on Barusu. Subaru, sounds like you're talking about beef or pork, but anyway, don't worry. We'll go. Ram, yes, kindly succeed. Leaving behind Ram, who had a frustrated expression, Subaru nodded towards Echidna, who was going to stay with them. He then caressed Patrash's neck before commencing his sprint and looked at the side profile of the sleeping beauty atop its back. Unchanging, silent, breathing so faint as if she weren't breathing, Rem's eyes remained closed, witnessing an eternal dream. For now it's fine this way. He had already received the words he should have from her. What remained was, Subaru, just you wait, Gluttony. I'm fed up of letting you eat any more. In all honesty, that doubt continued to come to his mind ceaselessly. Why did the effect of the authority of Gluttony not show on Subaru? Even after Emilia's name was robbed away and she disappeared from the memories of Beatrice, Ram and the others, Emilia's name, form, voice continued to exist clearly within Subaru. The fleeting feelings he held for her were still present within his chest, unforgettably. Subaru, because I came from a different world. Because of that, this world's rules may not affect Subaru. If the memories of this world were records of life which get chipped away from the souls of the dead in the Hall of Memories, then the fact that Gluttony's power of snatching and usurping them does not apply to Subaru may be because he is an exception who came from a different world. That was perhaps a possibility. In that case, the memories of Natsuki Subaru would also be etched into this world's Hall of Memories if he was treated as a temporary dead. Otherwise, Subaru, am I returning by death, because I can't do that? That was the cold conclusion capable of making one shudder which he arrived at. If that was the answer to the question why Subaru was returning by death, then Subaru's life would follow an endless spiral of living in this world. To summarize, it meant that he would spend decades and decades in this world, unable to die from even aging. If Subaru was going to complete his life without being applied to this rule, in other words, it must be in a world where Natsuki Subaru could truly deposit his memories. Ice Brand Arts. Subaru, HK? That instant, his consciousness, drowned within thoughts, was slashed up by the sharp voice of a silver bell. What stretched before the rushing Subaru, who was sprinting with his head raised, the aisle which led to the green room was frozen white, and he was welcomed by a dreadfully icy wind feeling upon his skin. And as its origin was a fairy of snow moving her body as if dancing within the fluttering diamond dust, so it seemed, but it was actually Emilia, with her silver hair fluttering. Emilia, yeah. Hiya. Hi. Yeah. Swinging around the twin swords of ice in her hands, Emilia unleashed a fierce attack whilst raising her voice. Her yell somewhat had a sense of dejection to it, however her velocity was not lacking whatsoever, as she sprinted with swords of ice. The blades evidently launched a blow onto the confronting enemy, and tried to end it with a single strike. Subaru, that is. And the environs of Emilia as she fluttered and danced about with the ice swords in her hands, the isle which had become her battlefield had been frozen a bluish-white, a transformation which gave the impression that this was an entirely different world from the tower in the desert. Perhaps this was the effect of the ice magic utilized by Emilia having stretched onto the environs. As if this was an extraordinarily powerful power even in this world, Beatrice and Julius inhaled upon laying their eyes on it. However, greater than that was. Ahaha tilde. You're doing it, you sure are doing it, aren't you doing it, you're really doing it, it seems you're doing it, because you can do it, because you're doing it. It's something we've eaten too tilde. Confronting Emilia, whilst warding off the hurled ice swords lightly and easily, the laughing and sneering existence was pronounced and prominent. That had been a young boy, with long, dark brown hair waving about freely, expressing a smile dyed with melancholic insanity. His age in his teens, his outfit shabby, it had even started losing color in some spots. He did not appear healthy or clean whatsoever, but what was utmost repulsive about him was the glint in his eye, having limitlessly scorned others, turning them into food without any hesitation, a glint which had caught a glimpse of the despair and longing for life. It could be understood at a single glance. There was no need to even mention it. The reality that there was an existence aside from Louis Arneb with such eyes was intolerable. Subaru, Sin Archbishop of Gluttony. Gluttony, haha tilde. Customer. Well nope. It's the main dish, Oniai-san. We had also been eagerly waiting to meet you. Seems like you looked after little sister, isn't it? Hearing Subaru's roar, having brushed off Emilia's sword strikes, Gluttony intensified his evil smile. Alongside dreading that ominous smile, Emilia also noticed Subaru and the others in the rear, letting out a surprised voice saying Emilia, everyone. You may not know about me, but that's the enemy. The bad guy. Leave this place to me. Though you may not know about me. Emilia had correctly grasped the situation she had been placed into with respect to the existence of the comrades behind her. Of course, she must have received a shock, having gotten her memories vanished from others. Thinking of only having gotten forgotten due to that impact, she had not taken Subaru into account, who had never experienced forgetting like this. However, not only did she firmly let Ram escape, she was looking out for Subaru and others who had rushed to this place whilst continuing to battle Gluttony like this. A flood of emotions, and Subaru shouted. Subaru, it's all right, Emilia-chan. I've not forgotten. Subaru, I won't forget you anymore, I swear. No matter what happens, I will not forget you. Tossing his fist up, that is what Subaru conveyed to Emilia's back. The instant upon hearing it, Emilia's eyes twinkled wide, but then straightened a moment later. Subaru was unaware what emotions must have bloomed within her mind at that moment. However, it was certain that those emotions were not related to anything negative, judging from her minute smile. At the same pace, Emilia clashed with Gluttony head-on, heaving the ice twin swords and then drawing out a lance of ice from the floor, dancing about with moves of ice and pursuing the enemy. Julius, surely you do not realize the extent of the affect your words had on her just now, Subaru, He heard Julius spill those words with a smile right beside him. His words sounded like they possessed an extremely deep meaning. Julius refrained from responding to Subaru after he turned around. However, he drew out and assumed the sword on his waist, having sketched a clean path. And Julius, there's no need to even ask, but she is on our side, isn't she, Subaru? Subaru, yeah, that's right. No way she'd be our enemy with that cuteness. Julius, I understand. Julius' form, as he responded with a nod, faded from the edge of his vision. No, that was an illusion. The very next instant, accelerating with a single step, Julius flew into the melee of ice and his piercing strike captured Gluttony, who had both of his arms crossed in front of his chest, as he took a gigantic leap behind. Gluttony, Wu PS, Oniai-san is. Julius, I had been eagerly awaiting this moment, Gluttony. Julius' sharp sword strike forcefully drilled into the faintly smiling Gluttony. However, Gluttony killed and nullified the impact by jumping backward on his own volition, and knelt his throat after positioning his feet on the frozen wall, a gesture filled with gloom and sadness. After that, Gluttony let his lengthy tongue peek through provocatively. Gluttony, hey, don't charge and bump in like TS. Sorry, but we and us don't share everything that got eaten, you see tilde. We don't remember seeing Oniai-san. Doesn't that mean that not us, but Roy is the one to blame? Julius, HK. Gluttony, well, guess you can also possibly think there's not much difference. Regardless, Roy aside, we don't really have much interest in Oniai-san, Feels like it doesn't match up to our eating standards. Julius, eating standards, you say? Gluttony, yeah. That's Hanging both of his hands down languidly, Gluttony had repaired daggers attached around his wrists. Viewing Julius, he tried to recite in a terribly ominous style, however. Emilia, higher HK. Gluttony, Sue. Over there, smashing an ice floe by swinging both of her hands down, was Emilia. Her soul strike mercilessly submerged the isle easily, with a range seemingly unsuited for battle, paying special attention to make sure that the strike allowed no way to escape. Sensing it in the midst of the conversation, Gluttony changed his expression and dove under and through the ice floe and succeeded in picking up his life. Gluttony, TCH Sue. It's something we knew as we ate it, but you really aren't hesitating, are you, Emilia? If you attack like that, what if you start being thought of as a scary person? Emilia, it's fine, so keep quiet. You must be aware that I am used to being thought of as a scary person, isn't it? What's important is how I think of everyone. Besides. Emilia plunged her fair knees towards Gluttony's face, who had dived through the ice floe and roughened his breath. Gluttony accepted that with his arm, and jumped backwards upon the nullified impact. At the same pace, Emilia looked back onto Subaru whilst finishing her words with a valiant smile. Emilia, the person I wished would remember the most did remember. I'm feeling really good right now. Gluttony, this is why, the type which moves by feelings isn't our strong point. It's the type we don't go well with the most. Julius, is that so? However, I am in agreement with her. Gluttony distorted his cheeks in annoyance, and Julius's tall figure slid behind him. A decapitating strike slashed down, and Gluttony accepted that with his arm, which he suddenly swung behind. However, the arm, which was yet growing, was unable to fully intercept the decapitating strike. Receiving a slash ahead of his elbow, it started bleeding. The consecutive strikes resumed upon Gluttony's rumble of ache. Julius, completely forgotten by everything once, I also felt like by losing my own footing I had been denied life, but from the very beginning I had no need to be puzzled over the place where I stand. Gluttony, TCH. Gear tilde. Putting his quiet determination into words, the sword strikes Julius was firing increased gradually. Unable to fully accept them, Gluttony's wounds gradually increased, and finally receiving a decent blow on his chest, he let out a shriek. Beatrice, Subaru. Subaru, I know. I won't jump into it. Beatrice, it's all right if you know that, in fact. Julius resumed his fierce attack, whilst Emilia also launched a merciless strike towards Gluttony. On the other hand, Gluttony was on defensive, intercepting the two's attacks. Of course, had it been possible, then Subaru also wanted to join in and assist in cornering Gluttony, but it was extremely clear to him that he did not have the ability to do so. Right now, right here, he had no choice but to watch and believe that there will come a moment when the combination of Emilia and Julius will defeat Gluttony. However, Gluttony, you're quite doing it for a hurriedly constructed combination, Sue. But, how about TS? Emilia, what? Gluttony, Ice Brand Arts. Despite continuing to bleed, Gluttony did not erase his smile of leeway, and whispered so whilst facing downwards with a sorrowful tone. Upon hearing that whisper, Subaru and Emilia raised their eyebrows in astonishment. Unable to comprehend its meaning, Beatrice and Julius furrowed their eyebrows. However, all four of them stood stunned at the spectacle which followed. The following moment, a lance of ice shot up from Gluttony's feet, and Julius evaded it by turning sideways at once, whilst Emilia transformed the lance of ice in her hands into an ice hammer and blocked it through forceful destruction. However, even if they had avoided a single attack did not mean that they had not been surprised and caught off guard and had to switch from offense to defense. Gluttony, ha Sue. How does it feel to have your own signature move be eaten, How is it, how does it, just how is it, well how is it, how would it be, how will it have to be, how must it be, how does it have to be is what we're saying, how does it feel is what we're saying, gluttonous drinking Sue. Gluttony Sue. Emilia, HK. Suddenly. Julius, his movements changed? So voiced Emilia and Julius in astonishment, whilst before them Gluttony drew out weapons of ice from the floor. Upon witnessing the armament of ice difficult to model, Subaru inhaled. For that was Subaru, Excalibur? Gluttony, even if ice brand arts itself is Emilia's move, the one reconstructing it is us, who ate Onii-san, you see tilde. Knowledge is weaponry. We are intellectual sin Archbishop. Whilst saying so, Gluttony lunged down the holy sword of ice he had reconstructed himself, and struck the brilliant decapitating slash into Emilia and Julius. Of course, by its appearance it was a weapon which had reconstructed only through ice, and nothing like light energy was being released from it. However, keeping up that energy, Gluttony produced weapons which do not exist in this different world in succession, and cornered Emilia and Julius into disadvantage, who had been stabbed with surprise. Of course, Emilia immediately took her stance again, abandoning the initial impact and tried to counterattack Gluttony. However, Gluttony changed his battling style as if a different person entirely, and the war situation where they tried to cope with that but were cornered into disadvantage again continued. Witnessing that offense and defense of Gluttony's Subaru learnt the menace that was the memories of a plurality of people being taken in. Emilia's move of successively producing weapons of ice was sufficiently strong by itself, but once the user's power of imagination was appended to it, it transformed into a move which appeared to be completely different. Especially the knowledge of another world which Subaru brought in, the weapons reconstructed from that were extraordinarily problematic. Although not in this world, there existed a mountain of armaments which had suitable utility. This was the fault of Subaru's guilty history, as when he was in junior high school he had been absorbed in reading books about weapons of the past and the present, the East and the West. On top of that, Gluttony had likely captured a large number of warriors within oneself amongst all the lives until now, and resultantly was in a form where he had ceaselessly, incessantly installed the fighting strength of countless combatants. Henceforth, by merely hauling out the optimum memories from the stock, he transformed into an expert of that weapon instantaneously, piling up offense and defense at will. And there was one more cause behind Emilia's inferior position. Emilia, Julius. Not there. Julius, HK. Julius' painful stepping overlapped with Emilia's shriek. The cooperation between them for taking down a single menacing enemy was artless. Emilia and Julius, their compatibility with each other when it came to cooperation was not good. It was also largely impacted by the fact that Emilia's fighting style relied on senses, therefore she was on the feeling side, whilst Julie's was on the technique side, having stacked training and discipline. However, if the problem came to even the two's power, then the problem would be how plausible would it be for them to know and amend each other's habits. Yes, should they establish a relationship between each other's habits, if they got to know them? Gluttony, it sure is sad. Did you really think you could cooperate? Knowing, and trusting the partner for the time being, may be in the same direction when it comes to results but are totally different things. No. Don't know the thoughts so can't adjoin, don't know the habits so can't amend. At last, collide with one another and get in the way. Ha ha tilde, that won't do tilde, you too. Emilia, KH. Gluttony, knowledge is strength. Memories are bonds. Sacrificing reminiscences, we're high above. We are strong. We can flap wings to the highest, to the utmost is what it means, you know. Jumping above, the kick unleashed by Gluttony captured the two at the same time. He yet had a petite build and his legs weren't too lengthy, but his soles and heels placed a firm, powerful hit on the two's shoulders with absolute perfection, and instantly blew off both of them far backwards, sending them flying as they screeched in pain. Meanwhile Gluttony somersaulted agilely, landing with his limbs on the icy floor, utterly dominating the battlefield. Gluttony, troubles. Impertinence. Greatly difficult fighting. What do you think of these skills of ours, eh? Onii-san, who's just watching from there too, are you satisfied by just tasting feelings of vexation, eh? Subaru, you bastard. Gluttony, you said something or the other about not forgetting or whatever boo-tea. How much can someone with that worth even manage to save? In the end, experience ultimately determines everything. Accumulating excellent expertise is precisely what enriches life and turns people into winners. In other words, it's us who is the greatest is what it means. Opening both of his arms, Gluttony laughed, saying whatever he wished to as per his convenience, whilst unraveling his sharp fangs. And precisely the words which Gluttony had recited were, indeed, his philosophy. Though slightly different from the philosophy to attain joyfulness which Louis, who was supposed to be his younger sister, had recited, it was the worst kind of ideology, envisioning and intending to use the lives of others as a stepping stone for rising above and fattening oneself. Subaru thought of it as an ideology which deserved to be utterly despised from the bottom of one's heart. You, the hell are you getting all fired up for? Gluttony, wah. Until that point, Gluttony had been laughing loudly, enjoying his heyday, but the instant upon hearing that voice he widened his eyes. And his surprise was shared by Subaru and the others. That had been a scene of carnage, far too unexpected, trespassing onto this place without any shame. Steadily, firmly treading on the Isle of Ice, casually dressed with one side exposed, the tall figure of a redhead. With a fiendish smile, he revealed his form from the other side of the aisle, from the direction such that he directly faced Subaru and the others, and interposed Gluttony in between. And no goddamn way the greatest'd be a twisted with willpower kinda brat like you. That's cause the greatest, the strongest, the best and the utmost are all words saved for me. Saying so, standing there with a wicked smile was Reed Astria, having descended from the second layer despite not being supposed to. Arc 6, Chapter 65, the second, the fifth, followed by. Majestic and undaunted, the red-haired great man who had appeared in this place, Reed Astria. The unforeseen entrance of the man, his sharp blue eyes lacking any consideration for the other side's surprise, his very presence caused everyone, even Gluttony, to be at a loss for words. Reed, hey, the hell you spacing out for, you all? Is me bein' here something so surprisin', huh? It's a matter of course, aye? And seeing Subaru and the others completely petrified, Reed slammed his left eye covered under his own eye patch, and struck the sandals he was wearing onto the floor. A gesture implicitly referring to the entire tower. Reed, I wasn't even able to take a nap cause of all the damn noise happenin' both outside and inside. It's so boring that there ain't even drinks here in the first place, and then this happens. No way I'd tolerate it. Subaru, that's completely your own convenience, isn't it? As you can see, we're busy here in our own way. Don't make things more complicated. Reed, You said something, young fish? Sorry, but your voice is so low I couldn't hear a thing. Well, even if I could hear it, I'd still say I couldn't hear it. Subaru, nasty stubborn. And what was nasty was not merely his stubbornness, but also his timing. Too weak to blame him, not enough substance to protest him. Subaru, stumped by the violent and relentless words, realized that he was feeling afraid of Reed and tightened his fists. His soul remembered the sense of defeat pertaining to Reed's existence. That was not simply because of what all Reed had made him experience back when he used to be filled with suspicion. He had faced his repulsive audacity even in the previous loop. Subaru's heart was not supposed to have feared Reed this much back then. But now, at this moment, why could he feel it peculiarly, unusually severely? That was. Subaru, because my soul clearly recognizes you as an enemy, huh? Reed, nice, young fish. Don't mean to raise your status from a young fish, but I'll commend you for not misunderstanding that I ain't any convenient support. Subaru, even if you said, rejoice I'm your support, there's no way it'd be possible to fully accept such words by you. Reed, sure said something. Unraveling his fangs in ferocity, Reed laughed like a shark whilst Subaru concealed the chills it sent down to his spine. Reed's proclamation just now was also a hopeless pronouncement of a certain kind. However, Subaru had never thought of Reed as something like an ally from the beginning. That had merely been affirmed. He had not been mistaken. And upon the arrival of Subaru and Reed's exchange at a point where it paused. Gluttony, well sir, why, Reed Astria? Yes, the personage who had promptly returned to his true spirit, Gluttony called out Reed's name. Right in the center of the frozen are the Sin Archbishop of Insanity was standing literally in the middle of Subaru and the others and Reed, and upon being glared by that line of sight glinted with vicious emotions, Reed looked towards Gluttony and snorted his nose in displeasure. Reed, oh, what is it, midget? What a filthy midget. What is it, filthy midget Chan? Gluttony, you're the first-generation sword saint, aren't you? Then why is that here again, who H? According to our memories, you, the trial taker, shouldn't be able to come down from the upper floor, isn't that right? Ignoring his humiliating nickname and provocative efforts, Gluttony fired the question at Reed. The memories he had spoken of were clearly Subaru's memories, which was quite infuriating, but Subaru and the others also shared the same question that he had raised. The trial taker of the second layer, Reed Astria's arrival onto the fourth layer. This was something Subaru had also witnessed in the previous loop, and had considered it as one of the 5 obstacles which must be cleared. The trick behind the phenomenon of him freely walking within the tower was entirely unknown. However, that phenomenon only occurred at this stage of the game. Should it be said that he had been able to walk around all this time but simply chose not to, then the issue would be entirely different. Gluttony, whether there's a peculiar trick behind it, or whether the rules of the tower itself changed. Either way, you doing this is out of calculations, and we have no choice but to re-NK the full course in a lot of ways. After having the appetizer is the main dish and then the dessert, that's standard, you know. Right? Reed, don't ramble bout such incomprehensible bullshit, filthy midget bloody bastard. Reed, I can't come do WN. Brace your eyes and look, you. You can understand the stupidity you're talking bout by taking a look, you. Hey you over there. Whilst speaking, Reed pitched forward towards Gluttony in displeasure. His form, with his white fangs unraveled and glaring with a single eye, was indeed like the natural style of a delinquent. However, the pressure his self exerted was incomparably more than those of delinquents who gather in front of convenience stores, enough to make one feel threatened for their life by simply its aftermath. Should it be equated, then what was standing there was a beast which was the mixture of a tiger, a bear, a lion and a dragon, all in a single body. Clad in every possible hint of violence, Reed bared his fangs. Reed, don't joke round, you. I'm doing whatever I want to however I want to. No way I'd accept someone's instructions, you. Don't be joking round, you. First of all, right back at ya, the hell bout you. Whose permission did you take to be making a racket here? Hey, you over there, you. Gluttony, ahaha tilde, how amazi how unbearable, it's impossible to get talki Turning the holy sword of ice he held in his hand into fragments of ice, Gluttony combed up his long bangs. It seemed even Gluttony couldn't fare well with an opponent who was this difficult to get dialogue across to. Even Emilia, for whom it was no use arguing, had hints of struggling, but Reed was multiple levels above Emilia in terms of getting conversation across to. However, Gluttony said although pertaining to the opponent this incompatible and resumed. Gluttony, as pray I tease the finest quality. Our appetite, as gourmet, is starting to crave binging Sue. Eat it away. Chew it up. Lick it all. Attain the flavor. Gluttonous drinking Sue. Gluttony Sue. Roaring, maddening in excitement and ferocity, Gluttony positioned his limbs onto the frozen floor and glared at Reed. Making his lengthy tongue peek through his white canines, as per the command of the aberrant appetite which indulged in the memories of others, impossible to be understood by ordinary men, his saliva drooled and dripped onto the floor. And lay, which cult sin archbishop representing Gluttony, lay Batankatos, whether that statement was boastful or conceited, anyhow, Gluttony no, lay Batankatos gave his name, kicked the floor of ice the immediately following instant, and commenced his sprint with the velocity of a fired arrow. That spectacle was like the hunting ground of a ferocious quadruped, and his dash was wild enough to make one truly hallucinate that as well. Reed, what a pain. Focusing on Batankatos charging ahead madly, Reed put a single finger in his ear and grumbled as if troubled. Reed, well then, I'm the swordsman, Haroi Laria. Subaru, who even is that? Reed, the guy who lived beside my house in my hometown. Subaru thoughtlessly shouted at that excessively grand alias, to which Reed responded quite indifferently. Afterwards, he pulled his finger out of his ear and looked down onto Batankato's immediately before him. Let's eat Sue. Reed, put in aside if the Frislin Nay Chan said this, but bein' told that by a dirty midget Chan like you ain't makin' me happy, Zhu Sue. As Batankato's advanced in with his large mouth open, his body was intensely shifted horizontally. That was Reed's right leg crudely unleashed, its kick captured Batankato's torso directly horizontally in order to energetically strike him into the wall of the aisle. Gu, Eeg. HK. Reed, don't make the sound of a chicken bein' strangled, you. Let me tell ya, a chicken tastes delicious after bein' strangled, but I ain't intendin' to eat you. Don't care 'bout gluttony or whatever. Reed, ya came jumpin' at an adult. Hope you're prepared for a spankin', you. Despite being caught up in the vigor, Batankato's retained his senses and gave a short grin, displaying extraordinary endurance. The subsequent instant he positioned his arm upward, intending to bring down the dagger attached to his wrist onto Reed's leg with fierce strength, which invited Reed to twitch his eyebrows. Whilst speaking, Reed pushed Batankato's body onto the wall with his leg, and started running across the frozen aisle with a single leg at an incomprehensible speed. Of course, having been pushed onto the wall and being slid across the surface of the wall which had the ruggedness of ice here and there, Batankato's was in no state to be able to resist. That damage was enormous and destructive. Asu. Reed, hey, don't just start screamin' by Zhu this. This way it won't even be somethin' to consider. This ain't even children's play in my era yet. Brats these days are not only filthy but also meager. Hey, yo you. Declaring with displeasure, Reed stopped his feet and turned around halfway through at that spot. With his leg which had pressed Batankato's onto the wall unfastened, the body of the Sin Archbishop slid down. Before that, the left leg he had balanced himself with launched a rotating kick which energetically slammed into Batankato's side, and his petite frame was lightly blown off. With unusual vigor, Batankato's sprang onto the floor whilst taking a defensive stance. The Sin Archbishop, rotating at a high speed and bleeding, went through the gap between Emilia and Julius and finally tumbled onto the aisle's interior horizontal to Subaru and Beatrice. As he lay spread-eagled, fallen on the floor, no longer did he display any of his former strength. All this was easily enough to kill anyone, but perhaps because of his exceptional awareness of defense, that was possibly not the case here. Subaru, that guy, was the formidable enemy who had been overpowering both Emilia Chan and Julius till now, right? Beatrice, no question in that, in fact. But this one exceeds norms even more, I suppose. That's why, respectively, it can be said that the situation has worsened, in fact. Subaru, the war cards have only changed places, huh? Beatrice, that too, to a worse opponent, I suppose. Beatrice, whilst tightly holding Subaru's hand, was vigilant regarding Reed in front instead of the collapsed, immobile Batankato's. The same went for Emilia or Julius as well. The war situation had already changed from the battle against gluttony to a new warrior. Even in the midst of that, Emilia, really, thank you for beating the Sin Archbishop. And, can't we just go ahead and get along like this? First, Emilia spoke to Reed in a friendly manner. She offered a proposal for peace befitting of her, however in response Reed shook his head, shrugged his shoulders, and stomped on the floor. Clearing away that proposal with those 3 gestures of his body, Reed scratched his head. Reed, don't be sayin' such demotivatin' shit, you. Actually, the hell's up with ya, you? You're too frizzlin', the heck's happenin', it ain't a joke. Aren't ya fiercely frizzlin'? Why are ya here in this place, you? The hell ya doin' in this situation? Don't be tourin' round this sandy bullshit place, instead let's go for drinks tonight, you. Emilia, this is also the second time though. Julius, unfortunately, she cannot accompany you for your evening drinks, the reason being. Reed, oh? Julius, a knight of peace shall not visit you, an illusion. Saying so, as if intercepting the inelegant comment, the sole man who stepped forward with his knight's sword prepared, Julius stood off Reed as if covering for Emilia, and sharpened his gaze by honing it with knightly spirit. Right before those yellow eyes, Reed changed his expression slightly. Reed, the hell, you? Haven't you gotten a bit better eye? Did something good happen eye? A woman eye? Gotta be a woman, right, you? Julius, I shall not deny that certain events happened which affected my preparedness in many ways, however, I will state that they were not because of involvement with a female. If the embrace of a female can heal wounded heart, then so can the relentless reprimand of a friend. Reed, still a bastard who keeps beatin' round the bush, that hasn't changed, eh? The hell do you wanna say? Julius, in other words, the fact that I am able to hold my sword like this, is thanks to my friend. An instant after that declaration, Julius tipped up his knight's sword with sharp footsteps, painting the tip of his sword with beauty enough to make one doubt their eyes, and fired a strike towards Reed's neck. The opponent had not shown any hostility yet, such a thoughtless identification was entirely unneeded. Upon standing at this spot, Reed's thoughts were clearer than fire at night. His unrestrainable sword spirit could fleetingly even be felt on the skins of the bystanders. It was inconceivable that one possessing such sword spirit would remain without using his weapons. Reed was motivated. Just like the previous loop, without giving any regard to the surrounding situation either. Hence, Julius made the preemptive strike without any indecision. That choice was the optimal solution. It could be affirmed that this precise strike aimed for dampening the calm and composed attitude of Reed here, a necessity to capture this first-generation sword saint. The problem was, Reed, do you have any idea what it means to be calm and composed? Reed, that's being able to do anything with flexibility regardless of whatever petty tricks are played, you idiot, is what it means. It was that Julius' preemptive strike had been intercepted and stopped by the two chopsticks Reed held in his hand. Julius, K.H. H.K. Reed, well, it wasn't bad, you know. Had I not been the opponent, you would have probably made the opponent taste at least this one. Well then, let's go. Julius, Ch.K. Reed laughed like a shark against Julius, who choked on even his biting words. At the same pace, Reed gripped to one chopstick in each of his hands and swept away the tip of the sword, as well as at the same time, stomped ahead and launched blows from his chopsticks. The impact firmly struck the front of the knight's sword, giving rise to a clear echo. Two slim sticks far shorter than a sword in terms of length, but by being wielded by the expert known as Reed, turned into a weapon far greater than their size and bashed destruction. The moment subsequent to the clear echo, the outbreaking shockwaves made Julius' hair and clothes flutter, and sent cracks in all of the frozen parts of the aisle at once, literally exceeding norms, going against common sense, a lump of abnormality befitting to be named as an error of the world. Even though Subaru had seen his physical strength several times in the past, seeing the personage himself rendered Subaru speechless. The negativity of the fact that such a monster existed in this world, and the devilish nature of the latent feelings of the designer who decided to include overcoming this monster as one of the conditions for the tower's capture, nauseated his chest. However, Reed, I'm actually impressed a bit. It was unknown how much of Reed's full strength had been applied into that blow of the chopsticks. However, it appeared that even that blow being accepted was out of Reed's calculations, and he commended Julius' fighting spirit for warding off the chopstick strike. Receiving that, Julius squinted his eyes whilst blood seeped out from the edge of his mouth. Julius, after all, I must win against you or otherwise our calculations will flunk, you see. Reed, is it your intent to win why you're barking bout? Julius, I'm sure that must be the case. But, allow me to give you company. At that moment, Julius' sword strike brimmed in light and was wildly received away by Reed with his 2 chopsticks. The sword's momentum got deflected, and Julius' stance crumbled. Was not the case. Julius, having considered his knight's sword being swept away, rotated and connected the second sword blow with no lag whatsoever. Thus commenced a sword's dance, like the flow of refined water with not a single droplet wasteful. Subaru inhaled, witnessing the sword's dance piling up countless offense and defense with his own eyes. This was at most what Subaru was able to follow with his eyes, yes, only what Subaru had been able to follow his eyes, but this was the proof of Julius Julius' willpower and disciplining seeking to reach the sword saint, called to be the pinnacle of the sword. If Reed's might of the sword was like blazing flames, then Julius' swordsmanship was like flowing water. Speaking in terms of basic compatibility, then the water should extinguish the flames. However, the flames here were mighty, so mighty that they could simply evaporate the opposing water and reduce it to nothing. Perhaps, many swordsmen akin to flowing water had been evaporated away by the blazing flames of Reed's swordsmanship. However, at the very least, Julius had no fear of throwing himself in there and getting himself evaporated as he continued launching destructive and unavoidable attacks upon Reed. And Emilia, don't think that your opponent is just Julius. Reed, ha HK. I ain't forgettin', fiercely frizzlin'. Your face is too good to forget. Emilia, thank you for the compliment. But, there is only one person who truly remembered. Emilia joined in on Reed and Julius' swords dance wielding a mountain of armaments of ice. Due to that, Reed turned one of his chopsticks against Julius and the other against Emilia. Whether that could even serve as a countermeasure, such banal sense of values was smashed by Reed's swordsmanship. Glaciation interrupted the sword's dance of blazing flames and flowing water, and the colors of the battlefield altered into further vividness yet again. The cast of the sword's dance had been changed by one, with Reed being the opponent instead of Baton Cato's, and Emilia and Julius' crude coordination resumed. No, that also changed. Perhaps due to the enemy being stronger, but much more likely that the two of them brought together their battling style in this short interval and made amendments, somehow bringing it all together finally, their cooperation turned into actual cooperation. Beatrice, Julius, is matching in with Emilia, in fact. Subaru, you get it? Beatrice, there's also their compatibility on the basis of their personality, I suppose. Emilia showed all her strength clearly, and Julius became capable of moving accordingly, in fact. Probably because of Emilia dropping the need to match in, I suppose. Subaru, what an amazing comment. Regardless, since it was going well, it had to have been the correct judgment. In the end, Emilia did not hold back and did everything at her own pace, and Julius matched in with the easy-to-comprehend movement of the other, adorning himself being his specialty. Reed, ha ha tilde. Good goin', you all. I'm startin' to have fun too Emilia, hooya. See ya. Hiya. Hiya tilde. Joyfully brushing away the two whilst they cordially engaged with each other, Reed laughed loudly. Emilia then let out a shout and launched a mighty attack one would not think could come from that voice, but it failed to become the decisive blow. A marvelous swords dance, as if an illusion of water, fire and ice intertwining. The knight's sword of steel, the sticks that had seemingly been turned into steel due to the skill and force they were being used with, and the weapons of ice which struck, broke, regenerated and gave rise to high-pitched notes. A sight so beautiful, capable of making one misunderstand that there was truly such a dance being performed. Shia a tilde. Henceforth, the dissonant existence which wedged itself in obstructively, seared itself into everyone's minds as foreign to both eyes and ears. Subaru, bastard. HK. Wedging himself obstructively and rudely into the space where the three unfolded their offense and defense, was lay Baton Cato's. The young boy who was supposed to have eaten Reed's kick and tumbled into a state of being almost dead. He stood up and rose once again, joining in on the battlefield as if he had not suffered any damage whatsoever. Batenkatos swung the daggers fastened to the wrists on both of his hands, alongside combining the battle techniques that made skillful use of his short limbs. He continuously fired fatal attacks onto the three from next to next. They caught Emilia, Julius and Reed off guard, and the three respectively defended against them, troubled and hurriedly. However, their defense against them was imperfect, and some bits of their hair and clothes got sliced off. Julius, how stubborn of you to not give up, sin Archbishop. Lay, ha ha tilde. Shunning us and then having fun, stop doing such nasty things, Ni Summer. Always and always having it just to yourself, eh? How unfair, truly. Emilia, Reed. I'm sure you get it. There's no point even if we fight here. Will you help us? Just stay still at the very least, please. Reed, what a clueless woman you're, fiercely frizzlin'. I'm enjoyin' myself as things are, you know. Even if the great stars fall from the sky, my plans ain't bendin'. The four, whilst waging fierce and heroic blows upon each other, knocked their respective wills onto each other. This was a spectacle of battle, impossible to be approached readily, impossible to reach a common ground, impossible to be disunited from the odor of blood. For an outsider it was difficult to judge who was at an advantage, who was at a disadvantage, who was superior, who was inferior. All what was possible was to hope for their allies' victory, however. Subaru, G.H. Beatrice, Subaru. And Beatrice was astonished to see Subaru, who could do nothing but watch and hope, kneel down whilst gripping onto his chest. Beatrice knelt down, touching Subaru's shoulder as he breathed hoarsely and looked at his face. Beatrice, Subaru, Subaru. What's wrong, in fact? What happened, I suppose? Subaru, no, what is this? Beatrice, Subaru. Against Beatrice's desperate calls, Subaru tightened his grip onto his chest and repeatedly blinked. There was no possibility that he had made a mistake, or a move. But even Subaru could not comprehend this. Peculiarly strange, pain, unbelievable heat swelled up in the interior of his chest. His heart was beating at a rate as if it would explode. He could feel every single drop of blood flowing within his body, an awful and incomprehensible sensation as if an alarm bell was sounding off. He did not understand. What was happening to his body right now? This was something that did not happen in any of the loops till now. Some sort of chronic sickness, or even worse, some sort of magical interference had possibly happened. Rushing across all of the knowledge he possessed in his mind, he went through the worst-case possibilities and shook his head. No. This was perhaps not something negative. The alarm bell was sounding only because of a problem. Subaru, wah, ah. Inhaling deeply, he then exhaled. Till now, Subaru's brain had been getting seared by concern for Emilia and Julius, who were fighting Batenkatos and Reed before him. In terms of the situation, his powerless self could do nothing but stand and watch. In this situation, what seared Subaru's brain was the advance of the 5 obstacles, whilst they were busy with this being the 2 remaining obstacles. The 5 obstacles. One was the large horde of witch beasts which surrounded the tower. One was the Sin Archbishop of Gluttony, who would launch an attack on the tower. One was Reed Astria, who would start freely walking around the tower. In the current situation, there were 3 present. The remaining 2 were the Titanic Scorpion, which would wander around the tower with an expression as if it owns the place, and the colossal Black Shadow, which would swallow the tower with fearsome vigor. Those 2 must also be dealt with, or the problems falling upon the tower shall not get disposed of. At the other side of Emilia and Julia's strenuous efforts, the moment he troubled over dealing with the possibilities seeking the collapse of the tower, his chest pounded with heat and made Subaru kneel down. His heart continued beating fiercely. Remaining conscious of his heartbeats, Subaru slowly breathed and closed his eyes. He thought that he should do what his body felt like doing. Abiding by that, he closed his eyes. Seeing Subaru's condition, Beatrice stopped her calls. Perhaps she possessed no affirmation either. Yet she made that gesture. Subaru was blessed to possess understanding comrades. And, into the back of Subaru's eyeballs, a curious sensation welled up. They were faint, fleeting lights levitating against dim darkness. Subaru? Faint, warm and blurry lights. There was one right beside Subaru, and two at slight distance from him. Strangely enough, Subaru comprehended that there were lights behind him without even having to glance backwards. Behind him were four lights. One of them was at some distance from the rest, and. He realized that one was approaching overhead. Subaru, Beatrice. Beatrice, higher HK. For some reason Subaru blindly trusted this sensation and without any hesitation, leapt away from that spot as if jumping at Beatrice. Hugging the young girl's light body in his arms, Subaru tumbled onto the floor, lacking all faltering that instant. He grasped that scorching heat raided the thigh of his right leg, as he gave rise to a wail of anguish. Subaru, tilde. He instantly realized that the burning sensation was generated from a deep wound. Perhaps in an attempt to turn his eyes away from his wounded leg, Subaru looked at Beatrice whilst hugging her. And, forcing his eyes to open through the pain and tears, he saw. Subaru, I knew, it had come, this scorpion. HK. Subaru threw that up in rage, and what had appeared before him was, this being the second chance meeting with it as well, the titanic scorpion. The scorpion, possessing a black shell and eyes like red luminous dots, had the rest of its legs crawl on the wall as it lorded over Subaru and the others. Beatrice, In front of the horrifyingly humongous creature, Beatrice widened her eyes. What Beatrice could see in front of her were pincers of the scorpion that had gouged out Subaru's leg deeply. The scorpion ecstatically upheld Subaru's flesh in its pincers, dripping a large amount of blood onto the aisle. He had been worried about the obstruction of the titanic scorpion. The 5 obstacles he needed to overcome had all assembled here. This was bad. 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 Comprehending how unfavorable the situation was, Subaru tried searching for a means of survival within his thoughts, which were being scorched by ache. However, nothing dawned upon Subaru as to what could bring about a positive change in the situation. Rattenkatos was here, Reed was here, even the titanic scorpion had appeared. Even if Meili and Shaula restrained the horde of witch beasts, the other cards had already failed to function well with these turn of events. This will not do. This path will not do. With a further, different way of action. Subaru. 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 Subaru, gnashing his teeth, was able to hear 3 voices calling for him strike his eardrums. Beatrice's poignant voice, Julia's tensed voice, Emilia's pleading voice. Subaru heard them respectively call for him, and Rattenkato's, Reed, the titanic scorpion, then moved towards each of them respectively. As if in order to hinder the actions, the road of Natsuki Subaru, but even earlier than that. An impact struck the tower with immense vigor, the entire tower vehemently quaked and a thunderous roar echoed. With the same pace it made Subaru's body, lying on floor jump, blew away Emilia and the others who had unfolded offense and defense, crushed even the titanic scorpion's shell, as the world crumbled. The small body beside Subaru was hugging him seemingly in order to protect him. Hugging back that soft body, Subaru widened his eyes in the midst of the impact. I love you. There present was solely the darkness harboring blind love, as it tried to swallow Subaru. At that instant everything in the world, white and black, men and women, love and hate, all had been consumed by the quaking impact, but solely Natsuki Subaru managed escaping it. Subaru. Subaru, HK. Aya HK. A call to him, as if pulling that in, Subaru hugged the owner of that voice. Within his arms, the body moved about in fluster and panic, looking upwards from the middle of his chest. That was Subaru, Trice. Beatrice, why yes, I suppose. Doing this suddenly is surprising, in fact. Well, it's not as if Betty doesn't like it, I suppose. But, Betty was just worried that you just returned from the book. But, seeing Betty's name being called first is relieving, I suppose. Yes, Beatrice whispered whilst remaining in Subaru's arms. Hearing her words, Subaru looked around himself. What had happened immediately previously? He had fallen onto the aisle, his leg had also been wounded, and then into that dark shadow. Subaru. Library? Question mark. For the moment, if you could clear whether you are still half asleep or not, then I believe we could proceed with our codes of action as well, Natsuki-kun. That voice struck Subaru, who was astonished to find himself surrounded by the vast amount of books. Upon looking, that had been Echidna, smiling wryly whilst caressing her light purple hair. Behind her was the shelf she leaned on, and Meili, who rested her chin on her hands, saying, "You're finally up." Beatrice, wah. Subaru, what happened, in fact? Are you not feeling well after all, I suppose? Can you speak about what you saw in the book? Subaru, well, I also need to do that, but. Subaru tightly hugged Beatrice's petite body, and enjoyed her warmth. And recognized the reality that he must recognize. He had returned to this moment. Subaru returned to this moment, having failed to overcome the 5 obstacles